Chapter 975. Green Cloud Sword Emperor, one of the two great sword emperors of Sky Sword Continent, was equally as famous as Snowflake Sword Emperor. His green cloud sword art was known as the most unfathomable sword art. Those with weak defense and slow speed might not even be able to block a single sword from him. During the battle between Yi Qin, Su King and Black Dragon Old Ancestor Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor, Green Cloud Sword Emperor had been searching for Yi Qin's weakness. Since Yi Qin had already reached the realm of Heart Control Sword, even Green Cloud Sword Emperor couldn't find a flaw in a short period of time. Fortunately, Yi Qin was fighting 1 against 3 at the same time. His Heart Control Sword Art's realm fluctuated a little, and that moment just now was the moment with the greatest fluctuation. Therefore, Green Cloud Sword Emperor took out his sword, and it was one of the 3 great killing moves of Green Cloud Sword Art: Heaven and Earth Clarity. Heaven and Earth Clarity was unavoidable. The bright sword light seemed to descend from the 9 heavens as it attacked Yi Qin. "I've been waiting for you," Yi Qin roared. His heart-driving sword didn't reveal the slightest flaw. The stronger one's mental state was, the more powerful one's heart-driving sword ability would be. He had intentionally revealed a flaw. He knew that Azure Sky Sword Emperor was looking for his flaw, just like how he was always paying attention to Azure Sky Sword Emperor. Clang. Yi Qin's left hand pulled out the 3rd sword at lightning speed. This sword was sparkling like countless stars. This was a semi-extreme grade sword forged by Yi Qin, called Starlight Convergence. Although Starlight Convergence was only a semi-extreme grade sword and couldn't compare to the Iron Blood Silver Blue sword, Yi Qin had infused his immortal sword intent into it. Therefore, its sturdiness wasn't inferior to the Iron Blood Silver Blue sword, and it wouldn't break easily. Swish. With a flicker of starlight, Yi Qin slashed out to meet Green Cloud Sword Emperor's fatal sword. "You think my Heaven and Earth Clarity is so easy to receive?" Green Cloud Sword Emperor's expression didn't change. His sword aura rose by 30%, and the sword light speed was as fast as the sun. At this moment there was no silhouette, only sword light. Green Cloud Sword Emperor had already merged his body into the sword light, becoming one with the world, becoming one with the sword. Pop. As the 2 swords clashed, an intense shockwave spread out. Indeed, it was an explosion. The powerful shockwave directly shattered the space, and several thick spatial cracks extended hundreds of li away. Some life and death kings who were too close and couldn't dodge in time were blown back while spurting out blood as if they were struck by lightning. As soon as the 2 of them came into contact with each other, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor was suddenly blasted away in the next moment. He turned a few times in the air before he was able to disperse the terrifying shockwave. "This is the vibration sword art?" The Azure Sky Sword Emperor's expression turned solemn. Ordinary vibrational sword arts wouldn't be able to enter the eyes of the Azure Sky Sword Emperor. For example, the Demonic Saber King's Demonic Saber art might be powerful, but the Azure Sky Sword Emperor wouldn't put it in his eyes. No matter how powerful one's technique was, if one's profound wasn't strong enough, it would be hard for one to reach the next level. However, Yi Qin's vibrational sword art didn't just contain the profound of metal, it also contained the profound of earth. It had started to enter the palace of vibrational energy, and it was able to unleash the true might of vibrational energy. "What do you think of my Jianghu sword?" Yi Qin sent the Azure Sky Sword Emperor flying with his left sword while his right sword blocked Su King's attack. Jianghu sword was the 3rd form of the vibrational sword art. The first form of the vibrational sword art was the Heaven Cutting Sword, the second form was the Heaven Inflicting Sword, and the 3rd form was the Jianghu sword. In the past, the second form of the Heaven Inflicting Sword was already the limit, and it was impossible for it to make any further progress. However, when Yi Qin completed the Merciless Water and Fire art, he comprehended the essence of thousands of sword arts in the sword world. Many of these sword arts contained vibrational energy. With the help of these experiences, Yi Qin's vibrational energy finally reached a new height, far surpassing the Demonic Saber King's. He also started to integrate the profound of earth into it, perfecting the most fundamental vibrational energy. It could be said that the formation of the Jianghu sword was a natural process. It was the moment when the Merciless Water and Fire art reached the grand completion stage. Yi Qin's strength rose to a new level. It wasn't as simple as having an additional supreme sword art. What a great Jianghu sword! The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor took a deep breath, and his eyes turned even colder. "Yi Qin, very good. You are worthy of my full strength. I take back what I said earlier. I won't be able to defeat you within 10 moves, but this is the end of it." Su King suddenly retreated, maintaining a distance of 10 li from Yi Qin. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor and Yi Qin looked at Su King at the same time. As the Sword Emperor, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's battle prowess had always been formidable. Although the Snowflower Sword Emperor shared the same fame as him, many people felt that the Snowflower Sword Emperor was slightly weaker than the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor. However, the gap between them wasn't huge. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor had always been wary of Su King. Su King was someone who hid his true strength and had never revealed his true strength. Because of this, no one knew exactly how strong he was. If there was anyone among the titled monarchs with 5-star battle prowess, it would be the Illusory Emperor. Even if it was someone as powerful as the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, Azure Cloud Sword Emperor was confident that he could fight against him. As for Yi Qin, although he had heavily injured the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor and had the battle prowess of a 5-star overlord, he didn't display his full strength in a 1 versus 3 situation. He had always believed that Su King wasn't that simple. Perhaps his true strength had already surpassed the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, and he was a 5-star overlord. And this was without the violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pellet. Once Su King used it, no one knew to what realm his battle prowess would reach. Yi Qin, you're the first person to force me to reveal my full strength. You should be honored. Undefeatable Void Battle Art. Su King's essence, chi, and spirit instantly rose by 50%. His violent aura caused the entire space to tremble. It was as if he had turned into an undefeatable god of battle, and no one could defeat him. Secret Battle Art. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor squinted his eyes. Secret Battle Art was a type of secret art that was different from other secret arts. This kind of secret art was innately used for battle. It could increase one's essence, chi, and spirit in all aspects. Essence represented the strength of one's flesh and blood, chi represented true yuan cultivation, and spirit represented the soul. When all three were increased, it would bring about an overall increase in one's battle prowess. It could be said that the most powerful type of secret art was the secret battle art. Soul's secret arts and cultivation burning secret arts couldn't compare to the secret battle art. I see. Yi Qin understood in his heart. Su King's undefeatable void battle art was the same as Yuan Emperor's 3 flowers borrowing Dao. They were both secret battle arts, but it was obvious that the 3 flowers borrowing Dao was much stronger than the undefeatable void battle art. After using the 3 flowers borrowing Dao, one's battle prowess could be doubled. As for Su King's essence, chi, and spirit, his battle prowess should only increase by 50%. It was far from the 3 flowers borrowing Dao. Great Destruction Golden Inferno Palm. Boom. With his battle prowess increased by 50%, Su King's aura surged and soared into the 9 heavens. The same martial art, in his hands, was displayed to a level comparable to a peak profound martial art. The space shattered and was burned into crystals dripping down. That blazing red palm seemed like it could easily pierce through a star and incinerate everything. This time Yi Qin is in danger. Many people even stopped fighting and looked at Yi Qin. The Black Dragon Old Ancestor, who couldn't get away from the 8 trigram sword formation, snorted coldly. He thinks he's a genius and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thinks he's invincible after becoming a titled monarch. If he thinks he can defeat us just because he killed the yellow-robed old monster and the other 2, then all our years of cultivation have been wasted. The 9-headed serpent emperor on the side also sneered inwardly. He wasn't as powerful as the Black Dragon Old Ancestor, but he was still a king of the demon race that had dominated the Blood Sky continent for hundreds of years. It didn't feel good to be looked down upon. Su King had revealed his strongest battle prowess. He knew that this battle was over. As long as he could take care of Yi Qin, the others wouldn't be a threat. Not good. The pressure on Spirit Pill King was the lightest. Almost no one dared to attack him with their lives on the line, and they even avoided him. If he was killed, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't come after his life. It should be known that Pill King Island and Spirit Pill King were transcendent existences in true spirit world. Rumor had it that Pill King Island had a 6-star king as its protector. Killing Spirit Pill King would be too much even if they had 10 lives. Therefore they all avoided Spirit Pill King and looked for others to kill. This caused Spirit Pill King to have no opponents and could only put out fires. At this moment, when the Spirit Dan King saw Su King reveal his strongest battle prowess, he couldn't help but feel worried. Yi Qin was a newcomer after all. His foundation couldn't compare to Su King's, and he didn't have as many trump cards as Su King. Not to mention the modern era, even in the ancient era, there weren't many people who could create such a battle prowess. Unknowingly, before the Surreal Emperor had even thrown out his palm attack, most of the people had stopped battling and turned their heads to look at Yi Qin and the Surreal Emperor in the middle of the battlefield. In their eyes, the Surreal Emperor had thrown out a palm attack toward Yi Qin, and the palm power had melted the space, carrying an aura that seemed to be able to burn everything in its path. The surrounding natural yuan qi had all started to boil up like a raging ocean. As for Yi Qin, he was like a small boat in the ocean and could be destroyed at any moment. In the blink of an eye, facing Su Qing's strongest attack, the iron blood silver blue sword in Yi Chen's hand ignited with a green flame. In a thousandth of a blink of an eye, the flame burned to its limit and the space around it silently melted. Yi Chen quickly raised the iron blood silver blue sword and slashed out. Fire and water merciless. Rip. A green light flickered, and the entire battlefield seemed to be divided into two by a layer of green sword veil. The tip of the veil bombarded Su Qing's fist, which was the boundary between the two's auras. On one side was a scorching qi flow that could incinerate everything, and on the other side was an even more berserk, world-destroying water and fire power. The strongest against the strongest. Bang. In the next moment, a world-rending explosion resounded, and everyone felt the space around them becoming unstable. Some life and death kings who had escaped into the void were forcibly shaken out, puking blood. Air Emperor's space realm and Xuanho's space gate both collapsed, causing the two to stop fighting. After the explosion, everyone saw a figure being blasted away. It was Su Qing. Chapter 976. How could this be? Su Qing was sent flying by a single sword strike? The Black Dragon ancestor felt that his brain couldn't process what was going on. Su Qing was extremely powerful. Before using the Invincible Void technique, he already had peak 5-star battle prowess, and after using it, his battle prowess had reached the level of a 5-star tyrant, extremely close to 6 stars. It could be said that he was invincible under 6 stars. Impossible. How could the sect master lose? The Heaven Void King's calm expression froze for the first time. As the Void sect's first supreme elder, no one knew Su Qing's strength better than him. Su Qing's Invincible Void technique wasn't a secret in his eyes, because this secret technique was taught to Su Qing by the previous generation's sect master. He had also been taught half a volume of it, which could increase his battle prowess by 30%. It's a top-grade profound sword art. Su Anho immediately saw the crux of the problem. Her world-filling snow had already touched the level of a top-grade profound martial art, and the only difference was the degree of fusion. Therefore, the merciless water and fire could only be explained by a top-grade profound sword art. The water profound and the fire profound are diametrically opposed to each other, so even if it isn't at the perfection level, it can still be considered a top-grade profound sword art. A top-grade profound sword art. At this moment, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, the Air Emperor, the Battle Sky Elephant Emperor, the Black Dragon Ancestor, and the others all knew why Yi Qin could send Su Qing flying. It was because his sword art had surpassed everyone else's realm. A peerless genius. The Spirit Pill King could only use this word to describe Yi Qin. He was only in his 30s, but he could already grasp a top-grade profound sword art. Such an achievement was already not inferior to the ancient sword kings, and might even surpass them. After sending Su Qing flying, Yi Chen's sword aura reached its peak. In the sky above his head, a huge sword shadow was faintly discernible. This was a phenomenon caused by the sword domain being pushed to the extreme. Now, this huge sword shadow was actually expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, condensing as if it had been tempered. Third layer sword domain. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's eyes narrowed. His sword domain was the strongest in the Elysium, and it had already reached the late phase of the third level. Yi Chen's sword domain had actually reached the middle phase of the third level. One must know that Yi Chen was only at the early phase of the third level when he challenged the sword world. It was beyond his expectations that Yi Chen could advance by a small level in such a short period of time. Although the sword domain was derived from the Sword Dao cultivation technique, it didn't mean that it was only related to the Sword Dao cultivation technique. The sword domain was the quintessence of a swordsman. Only when one's understanding and comprehension of the Sword Dao improved could the sword domain be improved. As the owner of the sword domain, Yi Chen naturally sensed its improvement, but he wasn't surprised. After comprehending the essence of a few thousand types of sword techniques in the sword world, Yi Chen's other aspects had obvious improvements, and only his sword domain hadn't improved. After the battle with Su Qing, his battle intent and sword intent had erupted to the limit, and he'd finally improved a step further. The explosive airflow gradually weakened, and a few hundred miles away, Su Qing's figure slowly stood up. His eyes erupted with a divine light that was a few meters long, and it locked onto Yi Chen from afar like a fiend god. Yi Chen, very good. You're worthy of me fighting with my full strength. Su King didn't have any injuries on his body, and it seemed that the sword strike from before had merely sent him flying. You're worthy of me fighting with my full strength as well. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and they became long and thin. His pupils emitted a material bright light. Sword intent. Unknowingly, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor had retreated from the battlefield. If he continued to attack Yi Chen, he would undoubtedly anger Su King. Of course, he didn't attack anyone else because he was sure that if he attacked someone else, Yi Chen would definitely drag him into the battle again. This battle will be decided by the outcome of the battle between Su King and Yi Chen. The Spiritual Pill Emperor said loudly. No one objected and no one agreed. However, everyone stopped and didn't continue fighting. Unknowingly, it could be considered that they tacitly agreed to the Spiritual Pill Emperor's words. Humph, Demon Flower Emperor, we'll decide the victor next time. The Battle Sky Elephant Emperor coldly said to the Demon Flower Emperor. I'm ready anytime. The Demon Flower Emperor knew that it was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. If they really wanted to fight, it wouldn't end even after 3 days and 3 nights, unless one side's demonic energy or energy was exhausted. However, it was obvious that this battle wouldn't last for so long, and it would only be a waste of time if they continued fighting. At the same time, Suanho, the Air Emperor, the Innate Demon Emperor, the Hell King, Evil King, and the others split up and went to their respective camps. The battle between monarchs was very intense. Fortunately, the battle was short and no one died. After all, the immortal body of monarchs wasn't just for show. In a situation where their strength was equal, they wouldn't die in a short period of time. If they couldn't win, they could constantly dodge and use guerrilla tactics. Of course, although no one died, there were many who were heavily injured. Some were injured by the soul attacks, and some had their cultivation base greatly damaged and needed some time to recuperate. Among these people, the majority were in Yi Chen's camp. After all, the disadvantage in numbers couldn't be ignored. The two camps were facing each other, and between them Yi Chen and Su King were also facing each other. Su King, you can use the Violent Tiger Dragon Elixir now. Otherwise, you won't be able to defeat me. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, the Black Dragon Old Ancestor, and the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor all returned to the camp behind Su King. Yi Chen didn't need to be distracted anymore. Although he could still burst out with his strongest strength, the strength of a genius was to break through his limits. If he didn't put his heart and soul into the battle, it would be a dream to break through his limits. Su King said indifferently, even if I don't use the Violent Tiger Dragon Elixir, the final victory will be mine. Soon you will know why I said that. In that case, let's fight. Yi Chen's body shook and his sword domain expanded again, covering Su King. You have a sword domain, so do I. Transparent ripples bloomed from Su King's body, and the ripples spread out, canceling out the sword domain. This kind of domain was deep and unfathomable, like the void. It's the void domain. Someone recognized it. Domains were also derived from cultivation techniques, but they weren't as pure as the sword domain. Domains had countless attributes. For example, the Nirvana Demon Emperor's Nirvana domain, the Yuan Emperor's Sovereign domain, and Xuanho's Mysterious domain. Each had their own functions. In comparison, the sword domain's attribute was more simple, but being simple wasn't a bad thing. No matter what domain it would be weaker when facing the sword domain. Boom. Almost at the same time, the two charged at each other. Void Palm Imprint. Su King no longer used the Annihilation Golden Flame Palm, but changed to a Space Profound Palm art. Su King was like the Air Emperor and Shen Ho, proficient in Space Profound. Perhaps the Void Palm imprint wasn't much stronger than the Annihilation Golden Flame Palm, but it had more variations, and it wasn't easy for Yi Chen to see through its weaknesses. With a palm strike, the void caved in, and a huge transparent palm imprint attacked Yi Chen from afar. Yi Chen could feel that the space he was in was firmly sealed. Endless void pressure came from all directions, as if it wanted to crush his body and distort his movement trajectory. Merciless water and fire, break for me. Yi Chen sheathed the iron blood silver blue sword and replaced it with the Sky Scorpio sword that he had used to attack the Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the Nine-Headed Snake. With the extreme grade sword in hand, Yi Chen's aura increased without a limit. That berserk sword chi sliced in all directions, creating cracks in that unbreakable space. The formless pressure of the void immediately dispersed like a deflated balloon. The Sky Scorpio sword blazed with green flames as Yi Chen fiercely swung it out. Dong. The transparent handprint and the emerald sword screen clashed together, causing the space around them to continuously shatter. In the end, it was obvious that the emerald sword screen had the upper hand. A sliver of emerald sword chi that looked like a thin thread cut into the Void Emperor's body. Clang. The clothes on Su Qing's body were burned to ashes, revealing the golden battle armor underneath. This was a supreme-grade battle armor. When the green sword chi cut on it, blazing white sparks burst out, leaving a faint mark. As the golden light circulated, the mark disappeared, but Su Qing's body slightly paused. The green sword chi seemed to be only a wisp, but that violent power wasn't that easy to neutralize. Shifting through the void, Yi Qin used the earth track and instantly appeared in all directions around Su Qing. It was as if there were hundreds of Yi Qin, slashing hundreds of swords at Su Qing. These attacks weren't ultimate moves, but they were fast, especially when pushed by Yi Qin's heart-controlling sword realm. His swordsmanship reached an extreme level. Golden bell inextinguishable. Su Qing's eyes flickered with golden light. He put his palms together, and in the next moment, a huge golden bell phantom appeared out of nowhere, protecting him. Dang 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 dang. The golden bell phantom's defense was very strong, and no matter how many times Yi Qin attacked, he couldn't break through it. All he could do was create faint golden ripples. What a strong defense, profound martial art. Innate demon monarch's face turned solemn. Below 6 stars, Su Qing could be the strongest in the world, and it seemed like it wasn't just for show. Be it offense or defense, Su Qing was at the top and he had almost no weaknesses. Orbit kill secret art. All of a sudden Yi Qin's swordsmanship changed, and he used the heaven-shattering sword art second style, orbit kill. A shocking scene occurred. The invisible sword chi actually ignored the golden bell phantom and slashed at Su Qing's body. Although the power of orbit kill wasn't as strong as the void essence slash, it was still a sword art that Yi Qin created with great effort. It had its own unique aspects. Following the trajectory of the spatial fluctuations, orbit kill could ignore any energy defense and deal a fatal blow. Su Qing's face turned pale and he took a few steps back. This Yi Qin is really strong, to be able to create such a strange sword art that ignores all energy defenses. Doesn't this mean that the Zhenyuan armor is useless? Many people were shocked. Chi. One step at a time, Yi Qin's movement was ethereal, and the invisible sword chi kept slashing at Su Qing's body. There were some places that weren't protected by the extreme-grade battle armor, and the sword chi left bloody marks on them. But as time passed, Yi Qin frowned. No matter how weak the orbit kill was, it shouldn't be unable to cut through the opponent's skin, right? 6th rank spirit body, absorbing damage. Beside Demon Flower Emperor, Xuanho's expression was extremely solemn. She didn't expect that Su Qing's spirit body had already reached the 6th rank. This is bad. Demon Flower Emperor and Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor had fought before. Although the latter's physical defense was strong, even stronger than Su Qing's, his spirit body was only at the peak of the 5th rank. For Su Qing's spirit body to reach the 6th rank, it couldn't have been refined by himself. He must have used countless treasures to refine his spirit body. For example, in the Pill King convention, he had bought a 3-revolution body refining pellet. Chapter 977. 5th step spirit body was already the pinnacle of mortal bodies, and its life magnetic field was frightening. At the 6th step, not only would the spirit body be several times more powerful, it would also gain a special ability, damage absorption. Of course, it couldn't absorb all of the damage, but absorbing 20 to 30% was already astonishing. It should be known that a powerful 5-star King's protective Zhenyuan was already very powerful. Adding on the supreme grade battle armor, even if their defense wasn't impenetrable, it wasn't easily broken. At this moment, with the damage absorption special ability, its effect could be said to be earth-shattering. Although Yi Qin's orbital strike had directly penetrated the Golden Bell Phantom and protective Zhenyuan to attack Su Qing's body, the 6th step spirit body's defense was inconceivably powerful. Moreover, with a portion of the damage absorbed, it could only leave behind a faint bloody mark. Not even the skin was completely damaged. One could well imagine how freakish Su Qing's defense was. What a good 6-step spirit body. With a flicker, Yi Qin retreated dozens of li, maintaining a certain distance from Su Qing. Now you should know where my confidence comes from, right? Su Qing raised his head and coldly looked at Yi Qin. Yi Qin faintly nodded. Indeed, your strength and trump cards are both beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to forcefully raise your spirit body to the 6th step. Under normal circumstances, apart from body refining kings, peak 5th step spirit body was pretty much the limit of life and death kings. If they wanted to continue, they would have to constantly consume heavenly treasures and use their medicinal power to refine their spirit body. Not to mention Su Qing, Even Yi Chen had to consume a lot of treasures to raise his spirit body to the 5th step, such as spirit energy crystal stones, dragon blood grass, dragon bone jade marrow, and sky fiend fire spirit fruit. Although there seemed to be a difference of 1 step between the 5th step and the 6th step, the difference in strength was several times or even 10 times, and the consumption of treasures was much higher. It could be said that advancing from the 5th step to the 6th step was not as easy as advancing from the 1st step to the 5th step. However, thinking about it, it was understandable. Su King was the sect master of the Void Sect, and the Void Sect was the #1 sect in the world. After countless years of accumulation, it was still acceptable for them to have so many resources. This time Yi Chen is going to lose for sure. Su King has a rank 6 spirit body which makes him invincible. Unless it's a 6-star king who can injure him. Even an ordinary 6-star king wouldn't be able to kill Su King with a single strike. Su King could easily use the space profound to escape. Look, I knew that Su King wasn't simple. This Yi Chen was arrogant and conceited, and he finally suffered a setback. He thought that he was invincible, but now he has finally met the real invincible. Behind Su King, everyone looked at Yi Chen with disdain and sneers. Behind Yi Chen is already very powerful. Apart from Su King, who here can contend against him. Moreover, he has only entered life and death realm for less than a year. If he had more time, Su King and 6-star kings would not be his opponent. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much time. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Not necessarily. Look, Yi Chen's expression hasn't changed at all. Does he still have some trump card? Perhaps he does. Perhaps he is just naturally calm. At this moment, not only did Su King's faction not believe that Yi Chen could win, even Yi Chen's faction didn't believe that Yi Chen could win. The only difference was that they had different standpoints. I believe in him. Xianhou said indifferently. Demon Flower Emperor looked at Xianhou. Xianhou seemed to be talking to herself. Perhaps you guys don't know much about him. I and Dragon King have been paying attention to him since a long time ago. He has been able to turn the tables in countless desperate situations. This is only one of them. His future path is still very long and he won't fall now. Confidence in a person needed time to be maintained. If one knew the person well, then one would have complete faith in him. If one didn't know the person for long, then one's confidence would be greatly reduced. At present, apart from Xianhou, everyone else's confidence in Yi Chen was greatly reduced, to the point where it couldn't even be considered confidence. Since even you, Xianhou, believe in him, how can I, Demon Flower Emperor, not believe him? Letting out a breath, Demon Flower Emperor calmed down. Yi Chen, as my grandson's master, you can't die. Among the crowd, Spirit Pill King was also very worried. Yi Chen, you forced my Blackwater Alliance to disband and occupied the Devouring Island. You didn't expect retribution to come, right? Once you lose, the others are nothing to worry about. At that time, I will attack your Yi family first. At the back of Su King's camp, a figure stood there. It was the former Blackwater Alliance's Vice Alliance Master Een Sky King. However, his face was filled with viciousness. Yi Chen, you have no way out now. Whether you are afraid of battle or not, the result will not change. After executing the undefeatable Void Battle technique, the Void Emperor's aura was like a monstrous tsunami, rippling out in waves. Coupled with that demonic godlike body of his, the pressure that the Void Emperor gave off right now was boundless. Yi Chen laughed. Su King, I admit that your defense is very strong, but how can you defeat me? Your attack is much weaker than mine. Hearing Yi Chen's words, many people reacted. That's right, Su King's defense was very strong, but no matter how strong it was only passive. Unless one's attack was stronger than Yi Chen's, there was no way to defeat Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen's side was filled with confidence, while the expressions of Su King's side were a bit ugly. Is that so? Su King's expression didn't change. The undefeatable Void technique is a secret battle technique, and even my soul force has increased. If I use a soul attack against you, I wonder how much power you can use. Soul attack secret techniques could shake the opponent's soul and cause their strength to drop. This was what Yi Chen used to deal with Blackwater Ancestor and the yellow-robed old monster. Try it. Yi Chen's smile didn't diminish. As you wish. The undefeatable Void technique couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Su King didn't want to waste time with Yi Chen like this. His figure flashed, and like a jumping arc of light, he pounced on Yi Chen from an unimaginable angle, spirit-extinguishing thread. Without a sound, countless invisible yellow silk threads shot out from between the surreal emperor's eyebrows. These silk threads looked like the silk of a spider, but compared to it, the yellow silk threads were even more crystal clear. Moreover, they were so fast that they looked like phantoms as they drilled into Yi Chen's eyebrows one by one. Soul light. Between Yi Chen's eyebrows, the silver vertical eye opened. With a puff, a silver light beam shot out, like the scorching sun melting snow. A large number of yellow threads were eliminated, but there were too many of them. The silver light beam that Yi Chen shot out couldn't destroy them all at once, and could only sweep half a circle. The next moment, hundreds of yellow threads entered Yi Chen's forehead. Swoosh. In Yi Chen's mind there was a rustling sound. This was the sound of the yellow threads invading his sea of soul. Destroy. Suppress. Something strange appeared in the sea of soul, causing the destruction sword spirit and the immortal sword spirit to tremble together. Although the soul was different from the will, the two had something in common. They could both affect the other. The destruction sword spirit shot out a large amount of black sword intent, attacking the yellow threads, while the immortal sword spirit released a halo of sword intent to protect the sea of soul. However, Su Qing's soul attack was too powerful. Moreover, in terms of will, Yi Chen didn't have much of an advantage. The destruction sword spirit was a 6th-step sword spirit. Compared to an ordinary 7th-step sword spirit, the immortal sword spirit was only at the peak of the 5th step, which was equivalent to a peak 6th-step sword spirit. On the other hand, powerful titled monarchs like Su Qing and Air Emperor had 7th-step wills, or even peak 7th-step wills. Therefore, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent could only eliminate a small portion of the yellow threads, and the immortal sword intent wouldn't last long. However, it was enough. Yi Chen himself also cultivated a soul defense secret art. After reaching the life and death realm, whether it was a soul attack secret art or a defensive secret art, they were both indispensable. Primordial spirit undying. In the depths of the sea of soul, a strand of light blossomed. At first it was only a tiny speck, but in a thousandth of a blink, it expanded to millions and millions of times, illuminating the entire sea of soul. All the yellow threads immediately disintegrated upon contact with this inextinguishable light, failing to cause any damage. Primordial Spirit Undying, Primordial Spirit Lock, was a set of soul secret arts, and Yuan Emperor wasn't the creator of this set. According to Yuan Emperor, this was a soul secret art created by an extremely powerful ancient emperor. It was called Primordial Spirit Secret Art, and he had obtained it by chance. Since then he had never suffered a loss in a battle of the soul. Primordial Spirit Secret Arts were extremely difficult to cultivate. Although Yi Chen had only cultivated Primordial Spirit Undying to minor completion, it was already extremely useful. If Su Qing thought that he could injure Yi Chen with a sharp increase in soul power, he was gravely mistaken. Su Qing's brows creased. It wasn't that he didn't know that Yi Chen was a soul genius. However, in terms of soul power, Yi Chen was only comparable to him. It was impossible for Yi Chen to be much stronger. Now he had used Void Invincible Battle Art, and his soul power had skyrocketed. Coupled with the extremely tyrannical spirit extinguishing threads, it still didn't have any effect. Su Qing, you take my primordial spirit lock as well. Yi Chen groaned with a low voice as a mass of golden light shot out of his vertical eye. It was vaguely visible as a golden halo. The golden halo was extremely fast, disappearing into the surreal emperor's forehead within a second. Su Qing's expression changed several times. Inside his sea of soul, a huge golden halo attempted to trap his sea of soul. Its edges were incomparably sharp, unceasingly slicing. Spirit-extinguishing threads, pull it out for me. Su Qing was already prepared. Countless yellow threads shot out, pulling the golden halo outwards. In a short while, the invisible golden halo was actually pulled out of Su Qing's sea of soul. Everyone could only see this scene when they released their soul power. This is too thrilling. Someone couldn't help but say. Although soul attacks were silent and didn't have a grand scene, compared to a head-on battle, soul attacks were much more dangerous. If one wasn't careful, they could be seriously injured and their soul damaged. As expected, Yi Chen wasn't surprised by this result. Just like the Primordial Spirit Undying, Yi Chen's Primordial Spirit Lock was also at the minor completion realm. He didn't think of using the Primordial Spirit Lock to injure Su Qing's soul. He just wanted to test its power. There was a trade-off. Chapter 978. Su Qing's expression became slightly gloomy. The soul-extinguishing thread was his most powerful soul attack, and he had never used it before. This was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. His original goal was to injure Yi Chen's soul so that he wouldn't be able to push his battle power to the limit. However, he didn't expect that Yi Chen's soul also didn't have any weaknesses. If he wanted to attack, he could attack, and if he wanted to defend, he could defend. That golden halo-shaped soul attack was extremely mysterious. If it weren't for the fact that his opponent hadn't cultivated it to a certain level, it would be hard to say whether he could come out unscathed. Since the soul attack didn't work, Su King made a prompt decision and brazenly attacked. Void Palm Print. Great Destruction Golden Burning Palm. Brilliant Light Fist. I Void Finger. Hand Seals, Palm Arts, Fist Arts, Finger Arts. Su King's hands moved left and right, throwing out 4 killing moves in a row. He wanted to exhaust Yi Chen to death with his vigorous cultivation base. He could see that Yi Chen's cultivation base wasn't perfect, probably only 60 to 70%. His cultivation base was originally 2 times higher than Yi Chen's, but now it was 3 times higher. Boom 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 boom. Transparent hand seals, flaming palm shadows, glowing fists and illusory finger energies all swept towards Yi Chen. Moreover, these 4 killing moves of Su King all had their own specialties. Void Palm could restrict Yi Chen's speed, Great Destruction Golden Burning Palm had extreme destructive power, Brilliant Light Fist was as fast as light, and High Void Finger was illusory and illusory. Apart from Great Destruction Golden Burning Palm, each move had the effect of restraining speed or proficiency in Space Profound. Adding them together, even if Yi Chen's orbit step could appear and disappear like a ghost, he still wouldn't be able to dodge. Forcefully dodging would only give Su King an opportunity. Separate. Facing these 4 killing moves, Yi Chen neither retreated nor gave way. He raised the Sky Scorpio sword with both hands and heavily slashed down. Then, in an instant, he slashed out the second and third slashes. There were a total of 3 strikes. The 3 dark green sword curtains separated everything in front of them. The transparent palm imprints, flaming palm shadows, glowing fists and illusory finger forces were all torn apart by the violent sword curtains. Fight. Fight crazily. No matter who lives or dies, it won't affect me. However, it's most likely that Yi Chen will die. Su King's cultivation and defense are both higher than his. If this continues, the result will be obvious. The Yin Heavenly King sneered as he watched the battle. This can't go on. Innate Demon Emperor frowned. Yi Chen's cultivation base was indeed not weak. He had cultivated for more than 1,000 years. However, he seemed to have encountered something and was left with only 60 to 70% of his Zhen Yuan. Originally, this 60 to 70% of his Zhen Yuan was enough, but that was under the condition that they didn't engage in a prolonged battle. Once they engaged in a prolonged battle, not to mention 60 to 70% of his cultivation base, even 10,000 years of cultivation base wouldn't be enough. Who knew how long the battle would last? In ancient times, it wasn't like there weren't cases of evenly matched titled monarchs fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. Although Su King's offense wasn't as strong as Yi Chen's, his defense was stronger. Yi Chen couldn't do anything to him. In the long run, no matter how much Zhen Yuan Yi Chen had, it wouldn't last long. The Void Invincible Battle Art can last this long? In fact, what Su King was planning, Yi Chen was also planning. He was waiting for Su King's secret art to retreat and his battle prowess to decline. However, up until now, Su King's aura didn't fluctuate at all. It seemed like he could still maintain this battle prowess for a long time, and his Zhen Yuan was almost depleted by 1/3. In the crowd, the Heavenly Void King thought, the reason why the Void Invincible Battle Art is called undefeatable is because it can be maintained for a long time. Furthermore, there are 3 Supreme Grade Essence Stones left behind by our Void Gate's previous Sect Master, and each of them can increase the duration of the Void Invincible Battle Art by a lot. The battle between the two was getting more and more intense, reaching a climax. Since this era, there had never been such an intense battle. Under normal circumstances, it would end in a very short time. Either one side would be killed, the other side would flee, or both sides would stop fighting. No one would fight for such a long time when they knew they couldn't do anything to the other. This was no longer an ordinary battle, but a battle of life and death. Su King's long hair fluttered in the air as he threw out a palm. Behind his back, a white gold chi flow appeared. One end of the chi flow was connected to Su King's spine, while the other end entered the void, as if it was absorbing something from the void. Yi Chen, my Void Invincible Battle Art will get stronger the more I fight. Let's see what you can use to fight me. Su King's battle prowess had clearly increased by a level, gradually reaching the same level as Yi Chen's. The more you fight, the stronger you get. Yi Chen also noticed this. The Void Invincible Battle Art's name shouldn't have appeared out of nowhere. It must have something to do with the void. That white gold chi flow hadn't been there before, but now it suddenly appeared. It wasn't that simple. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen borrowed this force and suddenly flew back, his blue clothes fluttering in the wind. Trump cards, I also have them. You can get stronger the more you fight, so can I. Chi. With a flicker of purple light, Yi Chen flung his palm, and the Sky Scorpio sword floated above his head, its tip pointing forward. Yi Chen also has a trump card? Many people were startled. Up until now, Su King's trump cards were endless, but Yi Chen hadn't revealed much yet. Impossible. How could this Yi Chen still have trump cards? Yin Sky King was most afraid of hearing this. 72 Swords, Earth Fiend Sword Art. Yi Chen's right hand formed a sword finger and suddenly pointed out. Chi 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 chi. The Sky Scorpio sword trembled and suddenly turned into 72 sword phantoms. The sword phantoms were purple in color and rapidly arranged, ultimately forming a huge purple sword. This was not the end. As soon as the huge purple sword appeared, it immediately established a connection with the heaven and earth. In the void, the island on the ocean below faintly had a black chi flow rushing toward the huge purple sword. It's the Earth Yuan evil chi. A life and death king cultivating Earth Zhen Yuan was suddenly startled. The evil chi of the Earth origin was a kind of tyrannical energy that was hidden within the Earth origin. Normally, when he cultivated, he would try his best to refine the evil chi of the Earth origin to prevent it from corroding his body, causing his body to stiffen and go berserk. However, he was very clear that the evil chi of the Earth origin was an extremely powerful energy. If used properly, its lethality was extraordinary. Break for me. Su King sensed the might of this sword. Without waiting for the huge purple sword's might to reach its limit, he struck out with a palm, the blazing palm shadow incomparably powerful. Go. Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly as his sword finger guided the huge purple sword dyed with black chi flow towards Su King. A world-shaking explosion resounded as the huge purple sword sliced apart the flaming palm shadow like a hot knife through butter. Golden Bell Undying. Su King didn't expect this huge purple sword to be so powerful. He promptly put his palms together and used his strongest defensive profound martial skill, Golden Bell Undying. Immediately, a golden bell shadow covered Su King's body. With a dang sound, the vast sound wave spread out rapidly, creating a ripple in the heaven and earth. Some life and death kings felt their bodies tremble, then were blown away as if they were riding on clouds. Blood leaked out from the corner of their mouths. This sound wave was a kind of vibrating power, and protective Zhen Yuan had almost no effect on it. Rumble. The bell wave spread far and wide, causing the ocean below to explode and countless islands to be destroyed. Although Su King had the protection of the golden bell shadow, he was still blown away. Only after flying for 1,000 li did he gradually stabilize his body. What a powerful sword art. Everyone was stupefied. The defensive sword art in Yi Chen's hands is more than 10 times more powerful than the legends say. Among the life and death kings present, which one of them hadn't seen countless martial skills? They all had some understanding of the defensive sword art. However, the defensive sword art that had been popular in the ancient times was absolutely not this powerful in Yi Chen's hands. Even those geniuses who had brought the defensive sword art to greater heights were far inferior to Yi Chen. I somewhat understand what you're feeling now. Demon Flower Emperor looked at Xianhou and smiled. The more you understand him, the more astonished you will be. Xianhou also smiled. 64 swords could display the 8 trigrams extermination sword art, while 72 swords could display the Earth Fiend sword art, which was several times more powerful. The further one cultivated the defensive sword art, the harder it would be to cultivate it. Correspondingly, the further one cultivated it, the more powerful it would be. After comprehending thousands of sword arts of the sword world, Yi Chen's defensive sword art had long since reached the realm of 72 swords. Although he hadn't practiced it in time and was a bit rusty, the first wave of attacks was already no small matter. Moreover, the Earth Fiend sword art was a bit different from the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. The Earth Fiend sword art could absorb the Earth Yuan Qi and strengthen itself. In theory, the more Earth Yuan Qi there was, the more powerful the Earth Fiend sword art would be. Of course, this was a bit unrealistic. Not to mention the lack of time to absorb enough Earth Yuan Qi, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to control too much of it. However, with Yi Chen's soul power, he could control a lot of Earth Yuan Qi. It's useless. Yi Chen, your Earth Fiend sword art can't even break my Golden Bell Everlasting sword art. How can you hurt me? Su King's demonic godlike body was still straight. The cracks on Golden Bell Everlasting sword had also been repaired by him. Of course, although he said so, his chi and blood were boiling. This sword was too powerful. Golden Bell Everlasting sword art couldn't counteract all the power, and a part of the power was still transmitted into his body. Let's start now. Yi Chen controlled the huge purple sword and continued to attack Su King. Su King roared and used Golden Bell Everlasting Sword to the limit. Defense was sometimes a kind of victory. He didn't believe that Yi Chen had endless Zhenyuan to consume. Without Zhenyuan, no matter how powerful the sword art was, it would be useless. Clang. The gigantic purple sword brushed past the Golden Bell shadow, leaving a thick sword mark on it. However, the gigantic purple sword did not continue to attack the illusory emperor. Instead, it fell down and disappeared into the void. No one knew where it went. What are you playing at? Why didn't you break the Golden Bell Everlasting Sword art? Spirit Dan King was puzzled. He didn't think that the huge purple sword could hurt Su King. He clearly had the chance to break the Golden Bell shadow. Su King stood in the Golden Bell shadow with a cold expression. He was on guard against Yi Chen's attack. Although he didn't think that Yi Chen could hurt him, he had to be on guard. Earth Essence Evil Chi Absorb. Su Anho's eyes suddenly lit up. She seemed to have understood something. The huge purple sword didn't disappear for long, only 10 breaths of time. But everyone present felt like decades had passed. Yi Chen, don't waste your time. Su King thought that Yi Chen was stalling for time, but he was patient. What's the rush? This is the real Earth Fiend sword art. As Yi Chen spoke, the huge purple sword appeared. No, it shouldn't be called a huge purple sword but a huge black sword. Unknowingly, the purple sword had been dyed black. A terrifying evil chi filled the air, forcing ghosts and gods to retreat. There was even a faint black electric current flickering on the surface of the sword. Go. Yi Chen stood in the air and pointed at Su King. The huge black sword was like a black ray of light, flashing and disappearing. Chapter 979. Danger. The moment the huge black sword appeared, the illusionary emperor immediately felt an indescribable sense of danger. This sense of danger caused his blood and chi to boil and his pupils to shrink. His subconscious told him that it was impossible for him to block this sword with his current Golden Bell inextinguishable body and his sixth spiritual body. The power of this sword was more than 2 times stronger than before. It was as if it had undergone a qualitative change. If he didn't have any new tricks up his sleeves, he would be heavily injured even if he didn't die under this sword. Without any hesitation, Su King circulated his Zhenyuan to the limit. In the depths of his Dantian, the dormant violent dragon tiger yuan pellet suddenly revolved, and a frightening medicinal power was immediately stimulated, fusing with Su King's Zhenyuan. Immediately, Su King's Zhenyuan exploded. This kind of explosion was like igniting a barrel of gunpowder. With a loud bang, Su King's aura blasted a huge hole in the space. Brr. The formidable power caused Su King to roar. He could feel that the explosive power of his Zhenyuan had multiplied. Although it wasn't a multiplying of his overall strength, it was still frightening. Moreover, his Zhenyuan had suddenly increased by so much, and his sixth-step spirit body seemed to be filled with power. Before this, he hadn't felt the pressure brought by 2,000 years of cultivation base. It was like using an iron barrel to hold water. No matter how violent the water was, it couldn't break through the barrel. But now that the water had turned into gunpowder, it was different. Of course, a sixth-step spirit body was only a sixth-step spirit body after all. It was far from reaching its limit. Eyes scarlet red, Su King punched toward the huge black sword that was as fast as a black ray. He used his fastest brilliant light fist instead of great destruction golden flame palm, because the huge black sword's speed was too fast. In almost an instant, the shining fist and the huge black sword collided. An extremely frightening collision sound erupted after a moment of silence. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but seal their ears. No one could describe how frightening this collision sound was, because they couldn't understand what kind of collision of energy could create such a loud sound. If they weren't life and death kings, the sound wave alone would have turned them into a bloody pulp. A life and death king felt a chill near his ear and couldn't help but touch it. Moving closer, he saw that his finger was dyed red. It was blood. He's ridiculously strong. Even the collision of stars can't compare to him. The power of the gigantic black sword was much stronger than what the illusionary emperor had imagined. Not only did the terrifying force not dissipate in the previous collision, it even spread through his fist like lightning. In an instant, the illusionary emperor's right arm exploded into a bloody mist. His internal organs were all shattered, causing his chi and blood to flow in the opposite direction. However, this was not the worst part. The worst part was that after the gigantic black sword turned his right arm into a bloody mist, it continued to attack him like a hot knife through butter. For the first time, Su King was forced to use his space profound movement skill. The space shook, and on the right side of the Void Emperor, there seemed to be an extra mirror. The Void Emperor's figure suddenly split into two, one inside the mirror and one outside the mirror. They were connected, but they didn't seem to be in the same world. It was a very strange feeling, like a person looking into a mirror. The huge black sword pierced through Su King's figure outside the mirror, and this Su King's figure immediately exploded. However, no blood splashed out. The huge black sword had suddenly used too much force, and with a peerless sword aura, it shot backward. Not good. Behind them, there were about 3 life and death kings in the path of the huge black sword's attack. It should be known that even if the huge black sword's speed was extremely fast, the aftershock would still be no small matter. A deviation of several hundred meters could still heavily injure them. Therefore, the two in front frantically dodged, pulling the deviation to more than 1,000 meters. In such a short period of time, they could only do this much. As for the last person, he didn't even have the time to dodge and seemed to be thinking about something. The two in front felt their breathing stagnate and their chi and blood churned. Fortunately, they pulled away twice the distance, so they were fine. However, the last person didn't expect such a change, and his eyes opened wide. His identity was actually Yin Sky King. Yin Sky King felt extremely wronged. Yi Chen's Earth Fiend sword art made him somewhat unwilling. Therefore, he was somewhat distracted. He didn't expect that Su King would use a mirror-like space profound movement skill, diverting the disaster to him. The huge black sword couldn't restrain itself, and directly flew toward him. The two in front were several hundred meters away from the huge black sword's attack path, and he was standing right in the middle of it. Moreover, he was distracted, so how could he dodge? I can't accept this. At this moment, Yin Sky King felt incomparably sullen. He would rather die fair and square at Yi Chen's hands, letting the latter know who he was and that he had sent people to kill him. It was still better than dying like this. This kind of death was completely collateral damage without any value or meaning. Bang! The huge black sword's momentum was incomparably fast. It instantly pierced through Yin Sky King's body, and his pseudo-supreme grade battle armor was pierced through. Yin Sky King lowered his head to look at the bloody hole in his chest. He seemed to want to say something, but just as he opened his mouth a little, his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. He who hadn't reached blood rebirth, died cleanly. Mirror clone. As for killing Yin Sky King, Yi Chen didn't care at all. On the other hand, Su King's mirror clone had opened his eyes. These titled monarchs proficient in space profound couldn't be underestimated. The space profound martial skills they had created were simply too varied. In comparison, Yi Chen felt that his space profound martial skills were much simpler. They were only used for attacking or moving, and didn't have any other types of space profound martial skills. Come back. With a wave of his hand, the huge black sword drew a black arc and returned to Yi Chen's body. As if it had used up most of its power, the huge black sword wasn't as black as before, and a purple color began to be exposed. This was a sign that the Earth Origin Evil Chi was about to be exhausted. The Earth Fiend sword art could absorb a large amount of Earth Origin Evil Chi and fuse it with one's body. After being strengthened by the sword art, its power would explosively increase. It wasn't as simple as just compressing it. Before, the huge purple sword had disappeared because Yi Chen had controlled it to dive into the seabed and absorb the Earth Origin Evil Chi. Although the void could also absorb Earth Origin Evil Chi, the amount was too little and couldn't compare to the seabed or the Earth. The power of the Earth Fiend sword art didn't disappoint Yi Chen. Even if Su King had activated the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Pill's medicinal power, he still couldn't block the attack of this sword art. In the end, he had to rely on space profound martial arts to get out of the situation, but this had also led to Yin Sky King's death. What level of power is this? The power of the huge black sword shocked and terrified everyone. With a 6th-tier spirit body, the invincible void battle technique, and the activation of the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Pill's medicinal power, Su King's battle power was already infinitely close to 6 stars. He was definitely an overlord among the 5-star overlords, the top kind. However, under Yi Chen's sword, he still couldn't withstand a single blow. Could it be that this sword already had the lethality of 6 stars and had broken through to another realm? Everyone guessed correctly. This sword did indeed have the lethality of 6 stars. Among the Imperial sword arts, the Earth Fiend sword art was a very unique sword art. In theory, its power could be increased infinitely as long as there was enough time. Therefore, even if Yi Chen's strength reached an extremely high level in the future, the Earth Fiend sword art would still be useful. If there was enough time, The power of the Earth Fiend sword art could even surpass the 9 return to 1 sword art that could only be performed with 81 swords at the same time. Of course, that would require too much time. Moreover, the weakness of the Earth Fiend sword art wasn't small, and that was that it required the Earth Origin Evil Chi. Without the Earth Origin Evil Chi, the Earth Fiend sword art was only a few times more powerful than the 8 trigrams Extermination sword art, and was comparable to Merciless Water and Fire. In short, the Earth Fiend sword art was a sword art that needed to accumulate power. Go down. Seeing the huge black sword in this state, Yi Chen knew that with the current Earth Fiend sword art, it wouldn't be able to pose a threat to Su King. He moved his finger, and the huge black sword once again escaped into the void and disappeared. Yi Chen. How could Su King give Yi Chen time to accumulate power? At this moment, not only did he execute the invincible void battle technique, the medicinal power of the violent tiger dragon Yuan pill was also activated, and his battle power increased by another level. Boom. Su King, whose eyes were blazing with red light, charged towards Yi Chen and struck out a palm. Even without the Earth Fiend sword art, you can't do anything to me. The iron-blooded silver-blue sword was unsheathed, and Yi Chen slashed out. The jade-green sword screen was still as violent as before, as though it could split the heavens and earth apart. Rumble. The shockwave swept out in all directions. Su King's body slightly swayed, but he didn't take a single step back. On the other hand, Yi Chen was blown away for the first time. However, apart from his blood and chi boiling and a trace of paleness on his face, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. In fact, if it weren't for the pseudo-extreme grade sword, the iron-blooded silver-blue sword, Su King might not have been able to gain the upper hand. The violent tiger dragon Yuan pill had increased his power by a level. However, the merciless water and fire was a peak profound sword art after all, and it wasn't something to be trifled with. Yi Chen was at a disadvantage because his sword was a level lower than the Sky Scorpio sword. Perhaps it was the undefeatable void battle art that made Su King's battle intent surge, or the violent tiger dragon Yuan pill's powerful medicinal power that made him go berserk, but Su King didn't stop attacking Yi Chen. The storm-like attacks caused the sun and moon to lose their luster, and the heaven and earth to flicker. The seawater below raised sky-reaching waves and flashed with lightning. Yi Chen kept retreating. The current Su King was too powerful, and his battle power was way above his own. Not only was his Zhen Yuan flowing out like water, but his chest was also starting to feel suffocated. It was a sign that he was about to be injured. However, the smile on Yi Chen's face was getting brighter and brighter. I've accumulated enough. After being blown away hundreds of li again, Yi Chen roared and raised his sword finger. A huge black sword with a horrifying aura appeared, and a powerful sword aura spread out. Su King still had his reason and immediately pulled away. His figure started to drift, which was a sign that he was about to use a space profound movement art. You don't have the chance anymore. The silver vertical eye between Yi Chen's brows opened, and a silver light beam entered Su King's soul sea. The soul light couldn't possibly hurt Su King's soul, but it was enough to make him dizzy for a moment. After all, the Earth Fiend sword art was a high-grade sword art among the Imperial sword arts, and its speed was faster than any of Yi Chen's sword arts. It's time to end this battle. The silver light beam shot out after the black sword. The speed of the silver light beam was so fast that it arrived before the black sword. The black sword followed closely behind and fiercely bombarded the Void Emperor's chest. Before the silver light beam hit the Void Emperor's chest, a powerful sword power had already penetrated through the Void Emperor's back. It could be seen how powerful this sword attack was. Chapter 980. Boom. It was as if a black and gold sun had exploded. The intense sound wave was accompanied by a dazzling light. For a moment, everyone felt like they had lost their hearing and sight. There were no longer any shadows in the world. There was only a strong light and a crazy and brutal impact force everywhere. A peak-grade battle armor was, after all, a peak-grade battle armor. Under the bombardment of the black sword, Su King's golden battle armor didn't shatter, it only dented a little. However, Su King's body wasn't as tough as the peak-grade battle armor. Countless cracks appeared on his body before it exploded into thousands of pieces. Even if he had a 6th-rank spirit body, when facing an attack that was several times stronger than his body's limit, his body would shatter into pieces. Unless Su King was a body-refining monarch, he wouldn't be able to block this attack with his terrifying strength and 6th-rank spirit body. Of course, it was inevitable that he would be injured. How could a 6-star attack be taken lightly? After throwing out this sword attack, the evil power of the black huge sword had been completely used up, and it had turned into a huge purple sword. Bang! Inside the golden armor, the only piece of flesh started wriggling at an extremely fast speed. Within a blink of an eye, it had turned into the surreal king. He raised his fist as fast as lightning, and punched away the purple huge sword that had lost its momentum. The illusionary emperor was an extremely powerful titled monarch. His immortal body had already reached the realm of rebirth from a single drop of blood. With the protection of the golden armor, he was able to leave a piece of flesh intact. That piece of flesh was the flesh on his abdomen, which contained his dantian. Therefore, even though the illusionary emperor's body had been destroyed, he still retained most of his cultivation and could still fight. Yi Chen, I'll remember this. The surreal emperor's voice was extremely cold. He took a deep look at Yi Chen before flashing his body, turning into a beam of light and disappearing into the surreal. Su King had been defeated. After retrieving the purple sword, Yi Chen didn't chase. With Su King's comprehension of space, there was no point in chasing. No matter what, he had won this battle. Victory. The Spirit Pill King let out a sigh of relief, which was then followed by ecstasy. Spirit Dan King was not the only one who was ecstatic. On Yi Chen's side, everyone smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. They were the weaker side and could only fight for a short period of time. However, if the battle dragged on, someone would definitely die. As life and death kings, no one was willing to die at this moment. They still had a long road ahead of them and dying would not be worth it. Let's go. After Su King left, the Heaven Void King was the first to retreat, taking with him a few of the Void Gate's kings and some kings who were on good terms with the Void Gate. Why is he so strong? This is so annoying. Zhan Qinxiang Emperor was the second to retreat. He did not have the means to resist Yi Chen's Earth Fiend Sword technique. In comparison, he was likely to be the first to die when facing Yi Chen's Earth Fiend Sword technique. This had nothing to do with combat strength. Yan Qingxian, it seems like we can only fight next time. Air Emperor also cast a deep glance at Yi Chen. This genius of the past had finally matured. Apart from the elusive six-star kings, he was an invincible existence. His every word and action could change the direction of Elysium. From now on, nobody would dare to go against him. Even if he was like Su King, who had the ability to come and go as he pleased, he was not willing to fight to the end. Xianhou sighed with emotion. Perhaps next time we will fight side by side. There were no eternal enemies. For the sake of Elysium, there would be a time when they would fight side by side. Let's hope so. Air Emperor's body rippled and disappeared. Damn it. Where will my old ancestor put his face? Black Dragon Old Ancestor left hatefully. He had made up his mind to never provoke Yi Chen again, treating him as if he did not exist. In the end, only Azure Cloud Sword Emperor was left among the heavyweights. Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, we are both swordsmen. I feel that we should aim our sharp swords at the real enemy. Don't you think so? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Fist is the hard truth. From now on, everything you say is the truth. Whether I refute it or not is meaningless. I hope you are right. Azure Cloud Sword Emperor also turned around and left without any hesitation. With the heavyweights gone, there was no reason for the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals to stay. They seemed to have the advantage in numbers, but without a powerful titled monarch they had no chance of winning. Not only did they need soldiers, but they also needed powerful generals. Generals and soldiers were inseparable. In just a short while, the 200 people from before had all left. The tense atmosphere above the chaotic demonic ocean also disappeared as if it had never existed. Phew, it's over. Thank you, everyone. Letting out a breath of turbid air, Yi Chen turned around and cupped his fists at the crowd. Yi Chen, you are treating me like an outsider. In fact, we didn't do anything. You are the one who contributed the most. That's right. Without you, it would be useless for us to come. Ending this incomparable battle by himself. Even if he couldn't be compared to the ancients, at least in this era, he was already a legendary figure. All good things must come to an end. The calamity of the alien races was imminent and everyone had their own things to do. It was impossible for them to chat here. After the 100 people got to know each other, they left. In the end, only Yi Chen, Xianhou, Demon Flower Emperor, Innate Demon Monarch, and Spiritual Dan King were left. I suspect that this war is a trap. Demon Flower Emperor suddenly said. Xianhou nodded. The human demon village is the secret of your race. Only the clan leaders know about it. The possibility of outsiders knowing about it is very low. Maybe the demons have already infiltrated the kings of Elysium. They want to use this opportunity to know the location of the human demon village. They want to unseal the human demon village and let the demon ancestral tree return to the human world. Unfortunately, I can't stop them from seeing the human demon village. Demon Flower Emperor sighed. The human demon village was just an excuse. However, Demon Flower Emperor also knew that if she didn't summon the human demon village, the war wouldn't end so easily. Even if Yi Qin came, it wouldn't be possible. After all, before this, no one knew that the demon ancestral tree was sealed in the human demon village. They thought it was the hiding place of the demons. Even I don't know about the human demon village. It's very secretive. Innate Demon Emperor also nodded. Yi Qin said, the last seal of the human demon village was placed by Senior Yuan Emperor. Coincidentally, I have a clone of Senior Yuan Emperor here. If someone touches the human demon village, Senior Yuan Emperor will sense it. At that time I will go and stop him. At least he won't have the chance to unseal it. What? You have a clone of Senior Yuan Emperor here? The four were shocked. Worthy of being the last true monarch. Even after dying for so many years, he still has such a powerful trump card. This way, I have some hope for the foreign race's calamity. If Senior Yuan Emperor has a trump card, maybe the other monarchs also have a trump card. They won't want Elysium to be enslaved by the foreign races. The monarchs mentioned by Spirit Dan King were peerless characters that could leave their marks on the Emperor's scar steel, not the monarchs of this era. Placing our hopes on others is not something we should do. Before that, we have to increase our cultivation. In terms of strength, the foreign race's calamity might not be as strong as the ancient times. But don't forget, the current Elysium is in a weakened state. Not to mention 7-star battle prowess, even 6-star battle prowess is scarce, and all of them are missing. Xianho reminded. What Xianho said is right. It is better to rely on ourselves than others. Unless those monarchs come back to life, they won't be able to play a leading role. How could innate Demon Emperor not understand this logic? Spirit Dan King smiled and said, my strength is too weak, so I won't be of much use. However, my alchemy skills should be able to help you a lot. In this Pill King convention, I've purchased a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I'm sure I'll be able to refine some useful pills. Spirit Dan King's value did not lie in his battle prowess, but in his alchemy skills. He could even refine one of the 10 great ancient miraculous pellets, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pellet. This kind of achievement was even stronger than 10 ordinary monarchs. Before leaving, Demon Flower Emperor said to Yi Qin, Qingqing has already entered life and death realm, but she can't come out yet. She is currently familiarizing herself with the abilities she inherited from the demon's bloodline. When she comes out, she'll give you a huge surprise. Murong has entered life and death realm? Yi Qin turned his head. Right. I didn't expect that the demons she inherited would be so powerful, to the point that her coming out of seclusion has been delayed again and again. But don't worry, her current strength has already reached the level of a peak king. In my opinion, her aptitude is even stronger than the majority of demons. She's almost at the level of high-grade demons. Demons were a race with a strict hierarchy. Different from Elysium, demons not only spoke with strength, but also with the nobility of their bloodline. Yi Qin knew a little about this. Alright, many thanks to Senior Demon Flower Emperor for teaching Murong with all your heart. With Murong entering life and death realm, Yi Qin heaved a sigh of relief. In the great calamity of the outsiders, without the strength of a life and death king, it would be hard for one to protect oneself. Everyone left. The chaos demonic sea was empty, and the sea breeze blew gently. I didn't expect the human demon village to be hidden in the depths of the void. It can only be summoned with a special seal. Unfortunately, this is only for the people of Elysium. We demons have an innate affinity with the demon ancestral tree. As long as we spend some time, we can easily find the human demon village. In the center of the enormous palace was a several dozen meters long table. Blood-red phantoms were sitting beside the table. The one sitting at the head of the table spoke. The other red phantoms said, although we know the exact location of the human demon village, that Yi Qin is an obstacle that we can't ignore. His growth is too fast. Therefore we have to speed up the process of unsealing lords. Before he becomes even stronger, we have to start a war and sweep through the whole of Elysium. I heard that Lord Tianxia of Evil Spirit Race has successfully escaped. Perhaps we can contact him. Chapter 981. Before returning to the Yi family, Yi Qin paid a visit to the South Shallow Sea Alliance. Ever since the yellow-robed old monster was killed by him, the leader of the alliance was none other than the leader of the water ape race, Sun Tai. Sun Tai was, after all, a new demonic beast king, barely a mid-step king. Before Sun Shaojin matured, the water ape race did not have the power to suppress the other forces of the alliance. If not for Yi Qin, Sun Tai would still be locked up in a secret prison. This time Yi Chen planned to see if there were any bad signs. Regarding Sun Tai becoming the leader, it was impossible for the other deputy leaders to not have any thoughts about it. Perhaps Yi Chen had underestimated his power. The South Shallow Sea Alliance was in good order, and there were no problems. The other forces did not show any sign of disobeying Sun Tai either. Instead, they were doing their best just like before. The alliance is fine. Although a few deputy leaders are not convinced by me, they know their limits and do not dare to act recklessly. On the other hand, the Black Evil Island and the demonic god cult are a bit unstable. Recently, they even robbed a lot of our resources. Sun Tai told Yi Chen about the recent events. No worries, I will make them behave. As soon as Yi Chen finished, he disappeared into the surreal space. The demonic god cult was a tyrant of the South Deep Sea. Its power was just below the chaotic demon ocean, on par with the Black Evil Island. In the sky, Yi Chen's figure appeared. Without any nonsense, Yi Chen directly performed his Earth Fiend sword art. The huge purple sword dived into the seabed, and when it came back up, it turned completely black. A horrifying evil chi spread out, and its sword aura soared into the sky. Earth Demonic Emperor, it seems like last time was not enough to scare you. As he spoke, Yi Chen pointed out his sword finger, and the huge black sword attacked toward the island of the demonic god cult. Crack. The demonic god cult was protected by layers of formations, but under the huge black sword, it was like tofu easily pierced through. The huge island was cut in half and the seawater surged. Next, the Earth Fiend Island also faced Yi Chen's attack. Many experts on the island were frightened, and no one dared to come out. In a palace at the bottom of the sea, 3 figures stood there. This Yi Chen is so arrogant. The one who spoke was the Earth Demon Sovereign. However, at this moment, the Earth Demon Sovereign's body was emitting a thick evil aura and his face was filled with malice. Let him be happy for a while longer. When our army sweeps through the whole of Elysium, he won't even have time to cry. The Black Evil Emperor was also full of evil energy. Don't underestimate him. In terms of growth rate, this person is the first I've seen in my life. He might become a huge obstacle for us in the future. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, who had to conceal his evil aura, said, "It's a pity that we haven't familiarized ourselves with this body. Otherwise, with our strength, the 3 of us would be enough to kill him. There's no rush. With Lord Tianxia around, we will definitely obtain the final victory in this battle. At that time, our evil spirit race will be able to get at least 30% of Elysium. How many resources will that be?" After spending a week's time, Yi Chen finally completely restored his true essence. It's time to head to the King Conferment Hall to accept my title. The time limit for the King Conferment Hall to accept his title was 1 year. If he didn't go within a year, the King Conferment Hall's Hall Spirit would directly teleport him over. Now 1 year was almost up. The Jianghu region's King Conferment Mountain was a huge mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The peak of the huge mountain was flat as if it had been carved by a knife, and an ancient and majestic square hall sat on it. Buzz. The space rippled slightly, and Yi Chen arrived at the square of the King Conferment Hall. He raised his head and saw a plaque on the door of the hall. There were 3 ancient words written on the plaque, King Conferment Hall. These 3 words were not only written with great force, but they also contained a boundless aura. Even if it was Yi Chen, he would be greatly inferior when facing these 3 words. It was as if he wasn't facing 3 words, but a mountain that could never be climbed, a vast and boundless starry sky. What a powerful will. Yi Chen didn't know who wrote these 3 words, but he was sure that the person who wrote these 3 words had also infused his own will into them. Anyone who came to the King Conferment Hall would feel reverence in their heart, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. As if sensing Yi Chen's arrival, the door of the King Conferment Hall automatically opened, and the lights inside lit up one after another. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen walked in. Creak. The door of the King Conferment Hall closed. Is that the King Conferment Pillar? Yi Chen didn't care about the door closing behind him. His gaze fell on a bronze pillar at the center of the hall. On it, there were many titles from top to bottom, densely packed and innumerable. And the first title was not Ancient Emperor. Ancient Emperor was the first titled monarch, but not the first life and death king. I've been waiting for a long time. Finally one is here. A tender voice suddenly rang out. Oh. Yi Chen had no idea where the voice came from. I'm here. At the top of the King Conferment Pillar, a petite figure jumped down. On a closer look, it was just a child about 10 years old. He had red lips, white teeth and big eyes. You're the palace spirit? Yi Chen probed. Indeed. The palace spirit had a proud look. "I'm Yi Chen and I'm here to be conferred a king." Yi Chen found it a bit funny. This palace spirit actually had the appearance of a child. He didn't believe that it was natural. "Of course I know." The palace spirit sized up Yi Chen and nodded with maturity. "Your aura is very powerful." "Very good. Let me ask you, do you want to be conferred a king casually, or do you want to compete for the Sword King title?" "I think you have the qualifications to compete for it, although it won't be easy, and the chances of failure are very high." "With my current strength I have a high chance of failure?" Yi Chen asked. His combat strength was already the limit of a 5-star overlord. If he had time to accumulate his strength, he could even burst out the combat strength of a 6-star overlord. The palace spirit rolled its eyes. "You think that you can compete for the title of Sword King just because you are strong? Stop dreaming. Competing for the title of Sword King doesn't depend on your combat strength, but your understanding of Sword Dao. At that time, you will realize that you can't even release your killing move, because you won't have time to accumulate your killing move. You can only use ordinary moves to fight, and you won't be able to release your soul power either. A person's life is very long. At the beginning, some people have great opportunities, while others have shallow opportunities. At this time, although those with great opportunities are stronger, it doesn't mean that those with shallow opportunities are weaker than them. Let me show you some scenes first, and you will know how strong the Sword King's achievements are." The temple spirit waved its hand and a screen of light appeared in front of the conferred king pillar. On the screen of light there were two people, both very young. One had an ordinary appearance and a calm expression, while the other had an incomparably sharp aura. Each of them held an iron sword in their hands. Very strong. At first glance, Yi Chen knew that these two people were very strong. But for some unknown reason, his gaze was fixed on the ordinary-looking young man. This person's aura wasn't obvious, but he didn't give people a feeling of mediocrity. He was like a peerless treasure sword, hidden in its scabbard, without a trace of sword chi leaking out. As for the young man with soaring aura, his entire body gave off a feeling of sharpness that could cut through one's skin. He was like the incarnation of a sword. His aura was a sword, his hair was a sword, his gaze was a sword, and his fluttering clothes were a sword. Everything that was related to him was a sword. If someone said that he was weak, Yi Chen would be the first to not believe it. Both of them are very strong. That ordinary-looking one should be an ancient Sword King. I wonder who the young man with soaring aura is. Yi Chen thought. On the light screen both sides clashed. The first to attack was the young man with soaring aura. He waved his iron sword and with a flash of his body he slashed down. This sword was incomparably decisive, as if it could cut through anything. Moreover, Yi Chen discovered that his movements were too fast, as if it was in a flash. Could this be related to what the palace spirit said? You don't even have time to release your killing move? Ding, ding, ding. The next scene caused Yi Chen's eyes to narrow. 3 swords, just 3 swords, and the young man with soaring aura was defeated. His entire body was cut in half. The ordinary-looking young man didn't attack, but once he did, his opponent's aura was completely taken away by him. The last sword was incomparably stunning. When the sword was unleashed, the world lost its color. An ordinary sword move actually had such a stunning feeling. How is it? The palace spirit asked with a smile. Who is the Sword King's opponent? Yi Chen asked. The hall spirit replied, he's also a very famous swordsman called the Heavenly Sword King. Due to the rules I can't show you the most powerful image. However, the Heavenly Sword King is considered to be in the top 20 among the swordsmen since ancient times. However, in the hands of the Sword King, he couldn't even block 3 sword strikes. If you don't have the confidence, don't challenge him. Without confidence you will definitely lose. This is for sure. The palace spirit yawned. It doesn't matter whether I have the confidence or not. What's important is that I don't think I will lose. Yi Chen's eyes burst with the long-lost fighting spirit. To be able to fight with the strongest and most amazing swordsman since ancient times was a rare opportunity. It might only happen once. Interesting. Then I will send you to fight with him. The palace spirit stretched its palm towards Yi Chen, and then it grabbed a human-shaped light shadow, sending it into the suspended light screen. The world was spinning. Yi Chen didn't expect the palace spirit to be so powerful. It helped him condense a consciousness and send him to an unknown place. He simply couldn't fight back at all. This was a bamboo forest. When the wind blew, the bamboo leaves rustled. When his feet landed on the ground, Yi Chen's heart calmed down. On the opposite side, a figure walked over slowly. Although his appearance couldn't be seen clearly from his calm aura, he was naturally the ancient Sword King, the strongest swordsman that every swordsman wanted to defeat. In the king's bestowal palace, the yawning palace spirit's expression turned serious. To be honest, Yi Chen was one of the top swordsmen he had seen. Among all the swordsmen since ancient times, he could be ranked in the top 3. Otherwise, he wouldn't talk so much nonsense with Yi Chen and even let him watch the battle between Heaven Sword King and the Ancient Sword King. An ordinary swordsman wasn't qualified to enjoy such treatment. Yi Chen, regardless of whether you win or lose, this battle will be passed down to the future generations. The temple spirit picked up a fruit and took a bite, muttering unclearly. Chapter 982. In the bamboo forest, the Sword King slowly walked over with a calm expression. When they were about 30 steps apart, the Sword King stopped and stared at Yi Chen with clear eyes, not saying a word. Yi Chen also didn't speak. At this moment, the Sword King was the Sword King but not the Sword King at the same time. The Sword King should be a clone of the palace spirit. It didn't have any thoughts, only instincts. Buff, buff. Almost at the same time, 2 iron swords fell from the sky, stabbing at the feet of Yi Chen and the Sword King respectively. The swords sank half a foot into the ground, their hilts still trembling. Yi Chen, if you can defeat the Sword King, I don't mind telling you the true cultivation method of life and death realm. If not, I'll have to wait until you're even stronger before teaching it to you. The palace spirit sat on a stone chair, swinging its legs. The Sword King and Yi Chen both pulled out their iron swords and calmly looked at each other. Neither made the first move, as if they were observing each other and waiting for the right moment. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past, rolling up countless bamboo leaves on the ground like flying swords. With a sword hum, the two charged at each other like lightning, swinging their iron swords. So fast. Yi Chen felt that his movement speed was twice as fast as usual, and his sword swinging speed was also twice as fast. The difference between the two was almost 3 times. No wonder the palace spirit said that he wouldn't even have the time to prepare a killing move. If he was even a little bit slower, he would be killed without any leeway. Yi Chen's powerful soul power played a crucial role at this moment, allowing him to adapt to such speed in a short time. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would be at a disadvantage. What baffled him was that the Sword King didn't seem to be able to adapt to such speed at first, but he soon adjusted as well. Seems like this is the palace spirit's doing. Yi Chen thought inwardly. Clang. The iron swords collided with each other, and sparks flew everywhere like a fairy scattering flowers. Some of the bamboo leaves that came into contact with the sparks were immediately set ablaze, like burning moths circling in the air. Borrowing the powerful recoil, Yi Chen flew back, his blue robes fluttering in the wind. The next moment he landed on the ground and rushed forward with an even faster speed, stabbing out with his iron sword. Sword King's reaction was not any slower than Yi Chen's. His figure slightly swayed, dodging Yi Chen's lightning-fast sword strike. His iron sword slashed diagonally at Yi Chen's face. Rip. A strand of black hair was cut off. At this critical moment, Yi Chen tilted his head to the Sword King's face. Without protective Zhen Yuan and soul power cannot be released. This kind of battle is just like fighting in the sword world. However, compared to the sword world, this place is much faster and more dangerous. Otherwise, he might not have been able to battle against the Sword King. Since ancient times, it was not without reason that the Sword King was able to occupy the position of the strongest sword artist. If he were not ridiculously powerful, he would have long been pulled down from the peak by the later generations. However, it's still not enough. If I want to defeat the Sword King, my current foundation is far from enough. Ding ding dang dang. In the blink of an eye, the two of them swung their swords continuously, exchanging hundreds of blows. Yi Chen could feel that he was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Every move of the Sword King was flawless. This was the realm of having no sword in the hand, but having a sword in the heart. However, it seemed that his opponent was a level higher than him, and was already close to the peak of this realm. The realm of having no sword in hand and sword in heart is truly a sight to behold. Even the Heavenly Sword King hasn't reached this realm. It would be strange if he could withstand 3 sword strikes. The temple spirit was not surprised by this result. However, reaching life and death realm within a year is not easy. Adding the Sword King and Yi Chen, there are only 4 of them. All things as swords. Borrowing the momentum to retreat, Yi Chen suddenly formed a sword with his left hand and pointed at the approaching Sword King. Chi 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 chi. In the air, the spinning bamboo leaves were like flying swords as they shot out. Neither of them had protective Zhen Yuan, so the lethality of the bamboo leaves could not be underestimated. If they were hit, a flaw would appear. All things as swords. However, Yi Chen's plan was shattered. The Sword King could also use all things as swords. In this place, one couldn't release soul power. Therefore, it was impossible to use soul power to move the bamboo leaves. Yi Chen relied on his powerful sword intent to move the bamboo leaves. Apart from this, these flying sword-like bamboo leaves also contained his comprehension of sword Dao. Even if an ordinary sword artist could use their sword intent to move the bamboo leaves as swords, their lethality would be limited. This was because the bamboo leaves were too fragile and couldn't withstand the infusion of sword intent. Only those with high attainments in sword Dao could truly use all things as swords. This was something that Yi Chen had comprehended after comprehending the essence of several thousand sword arts of the sword world. Bamboo leaves exploded one after another. Yi Chen's bamboo leaves were indestructible and contained the destruction sword intent. On the other hand, the Sword King's bamboo leaves were indestructible and contained the immortal sword intent. As soon as the two collided, they were evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other. Merciless water and fire have only allowed me to comprehend the essence of several thousand sword arts. However, I have yet to comprehend the essence of the later ones. I hope I can use this battle to improve. Yi Chen had only comprehended the sword arts below the 10th level of the sword world. There were even more profound sword arts above the 10th level. It was easy to comprehend one or two, but to comprehend all of them was not something that could be done in a short period of time. If he could do it, he would have already gained the upper hand. Not giving up on using all things as swords, Yi Chen continued to control more bamboo leaves to attack the Sword King. As for his real body, he was shuttling through the bamboo leaves to fight against the Sword King. He wanted to make the environment even worse and use it to break through. At this moment, his soul power, which was higher than the Sword King's, was the key to his victory. The trajectory of the bamboo leaves had almost become his instinct. He knew how to dodge and how to evade in advance. Not bad, you know how to use your advantage. The palace spirit nodded. An advantage was an advantage. If you didn't use your advantage, it wouldn't be called fair, it would be called idiocy. Everyone had an advantage. If you didn't use your advantage, it would be the same as giving others a chance. The Sword King was worthy of being the strongest sword artist since ancient times. Even in such a bad situation, he still had an unstoppable aura. When those bamboo leaves approached his body, they would be guided by his sword aura and attack back at Yi Chen. Only a small portion of the bamboo leaves could be of some use, but it made it much easier for the Sword King to dodge. The sound of metal swords clashing was endless. The two of them moved so fast that it was like a fast camera. It was impossible to tell who was who, only a flash of sword light could be seen. A wisp of blood blossomed. One of them was injured. Their figures crisscrossed, and Yi Chen opened a distance of dozens of meters. He looked down at his waist where there was a thin sword mark. In the thousands of exchanges, Yi Chen hadn't been hit once. However, the Sword King's battle power had reached an unimaginable level. The last sword, which the Sword King didn't think would touch him, had touched him. If it wasn't for his fast reaction, he would have been cut in half at the waist and suffered a crushing defeat. This is the understanding of the sword Dao? Yi Chen thought back to that sword attack in his mind. That sword should still be in the no sword in the hand, sword in the heart, but since it could make him make a prediction mistake, it should have touched the next realm. As for what the next realm was, Yi Chen naturally knew. It's really dangerous. Unknowingly, Yi Chen's mental power had multiplied. Even he himself didn't notice it. The pressure brought by the Sword King had aroused his soul power bit by bit. In the past, although Yi Chen's soul power was 10 times that of ordinary life and death kings, it was only in terms of quantity. In terms of intensity, it didn't increase much. Intensity was more important than quantity. It meant that he could bring out the effects of his soul power to a higher degree, and comprehend things faster. A thought was too short, and Yi Chen didn't have much time to think before the Sword King's attack arrived. The injuries on Yi Chen's body grew more and more numerous. Blood dyed his clothes red, and he was in danger of being killed at any moment. However, every time Yi Chen would always be able to avert the danger, displaying his superb willpower and unshakable confidence. The palace spirit was somewhat surprised. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in Yi Chen. He was well aware of the Sword King's strength. This was a person favored by fate, but also abandoned by fate. The fact that Yi Chen could persist until now already made him very satisfied. As far as he was concerned, Yi Chen would be defeated within this period of time. However, he keenly noticed that the wounds on Yi Chen's body were becoming smaller and smaller. Some were merely grazed by the sword qi, not even touching the skin. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Chen was progressing through battle. It wasn't strange to improve in battle, but it depended on who the opponent was. To be able to improve under the Sword King's sharp attacks wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Furthermore, he had increased the speed of the two of them. An ordinary person wouldn't even have time to react, so how could they have the thought to make a breakthrough? Yi Chen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The iron sword in the opponent's hand was no longer untraceable, but traceable. Moreover, he could barely dodge that incredible sword. The Sword King seemed to sense that Yi Chen had become stronger. His attacks became sharper and sharper, and the realm of his swordsmanship increased bit by bit until it reached a limit. Each sword became more unpredictable and couldn't be calculated with common sense. This was Yi Chen. If it was another swordsman, they wouldn't even be able to block a single sword. Kill? An emotionless roar resounded. The Sword King's essence, qi, and spirit erupted as he waved his sword at the peak. Under this sword, Yi Chen's soul seemed to be taken away. Whatever swordsmanship, whatever sword Dao, it was all extracted. Boom. A ball of lightning exploded in his mind, and Yi Chen suddenly felt enlightened. So this is the realm of no sword in the hand and no sword in the heart. Thank you. The iron sword in his hand casually waved, and the Sword King's head flew. At the same time, Yi Chen's left arm was also cut off. Although he had comprehended to a higher realm, it was still after the opponent waved his sword. Chapter 983. Powerful. As the palace spirit of conferred King Palace, it had seen all sorts of geniuses. Although Yi Chen was exceptionally talented, he might not be the first. However, the fact that he could improve in the battle against the Sword King showed that his talent was the most frightening. Nobody knew where his limits were. Even in a desperate situation, he could turn the tables. In other words, in terms of survivability, if Yi Chen said he was second, nobody would dare say they were first. At most, they would be on par with him. The palace spirit's big eyes brightened. No sword in hand, no sword in heart. After defeating the Sword King, Yi Chen's emotions surged, unable to calm down for a long time. Through the battle against the Sword King, he had comprehended the next realm of Sword Dao. No sword in hand, no sword in heart. Although he had only comprehended it and had not truly reached it, at least he had taken a step forward. It was no longer vague, invisible, and untouchable. No sword in hand meant that the sword arts had no flaws. No sword in heart meant that the heart also had no flaws. When the two were superimposed, it would be truly flawless. On the other hand, the opponent would be full of flaws. Even a Sword King who was close to this realm would have to bear a grudge under this flawless sword. Many thanks. Regardless of whether the Sword King was conscious or not, Yi Chen had to express his thanks. If not for the Sword King's last sword strike, he wouldn't have comprehended no sword in hand and no sword in heart so quickly. Come out. The palace spirit waved its hand, and a human silhouette flew out from the light screen, merging with Yi Chen's body. In the next moment, Yi Chen woke up. Congratulations. You're the first sword artist to truly defeat the Sword King. The palace spirit chuckled. Yi Chen opened his eyes. The ancients have already passed away. The one I defeated was merely another him, not the real one. Neither arrogant nor rash. No wonder you can have your current accomplishments. The palace spirit nodded in satisfaction. Do you want to know the true cultivation method of life and death realm? True cultivation method? Yi Chen revealed a puzzled expression as well as a trace of palpitation. The palace spirit explained, don't you feel that the cultivation of life and death realm has many flaws? Why is it that there are early, mid, and late stages before life and death realm? As for cultivation base, it's not a realm at all. It's merely a matter of accumulation. As long as the gap isn't too big, it doesn't affect one's battle strength much. The greatest benefit of a high cultivation base is that one's battle strength can last. Moreover, after reaching life and death realm, your Zhenyuan recovery speed is too slow. This is very abnormal. Your supreme grade spirit stones and treasures are mostly used to recover Zhenyuan, which is a waste. Then what is the true cultivation method of life and death realm? Then of life and of, what is the true cultivation method of life and of? The temple spirit didn't answer directly. He took a bite of the fruit and said, your current star-level combat power is actually something I came up with when I was bored. What is your current combat power? His overall battle prowess should be that of a 5-star overlord. If he were to unleash his full power, he would be able to reach 6-star. The temple spirit's expression showed that it was as expected. There's a big difference, but it's not too ridiculous. Because I'm the one who made this, I have a set of the most standard identification methods. In my eyes, your overall combat power should be at the peak of 5 stars. If you go all out, you'll only be a 5-star overlord. You haven't reached 6 stars yet. Deviations? Yi Chen listened quietly. Before Dragon King challenged the path of death, he came to my place and asked me a few things. At that time his battle power was mid 5 star, the most standard mid 5 star battle power. When he goes all out, he can even increase by 2 small levels, reaching the peak of 5 stars. According to your judgment, he is a high 5 star battle power, and when he goes all out, he is a 5 star overlord. The reason why there is a deviation is because everyone subconsciously judges the strength of others based on their own strength. Without a proper system, it's very normal for there to be a deviation. Moreover, this star battle power is something I made based on the situation in Elysium. Outside of Elysium, it has no use in judging. There are all kinds of races in the outside world. The star battle power judgment system works here, but it won't work on other races. Most importantly, although my star battle power system's highest battle power is 10-star battle power, no 10-star battle power has ever appeared in Elysium. Therefore, the latter part is only my own speculation. At that time, I didn't think too much about it. Because I was too bored, I popularized the star battle power system. It seems to have been popularized in Yuan Emperor's era. Hearing these words, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. It turned out that the so-called star battle power system was only something the temple spirit came up with out of boredom. However, this star battle power system was indeed useful in Elysium. The temple spirit had existed since ancient times. It had created something based on the strength of countless people, so it was impossible for it not to be perfect. At the very least, it was perfect from 1 star to 7 or 8 star battle power. What is the real cultivation method? Yi Chen asked again. Life and death 9th layer. The temple spirit uttered a new term. In the outside world, because there are too many races and abilities, it's impossible to classify one's battle prowess. Therefore, one's strength is still judged by realm, at least on the surface. 9 layers of life and death realm is the universal cultivation method. Although high realm doesn't necessarily mean high battle prowess, one can at least know how high one's foundation is. If one reaches the first layer, the recovery speed of Zhen Yuan will increase by 10 times. You won't need to go into seclusion for a few months to recover Zhen Yuan, and you won't need to waste a lot of treasures either. In this way you can use the treasures to increase your realm. Then which layer of life and death realm am I? You haven't even reached the first layer. If I don't tell you the real cultivation method, you might be able to reach the first layer of life and death realm by chance. But you will never be able to reach the next realm. Not even at the first layer? Elysium is so weak. Yi Chen didn't think that others had reached the first layer. The temple spirit was speechless. Didn't I tell you? Although you haven't reached the first layer, in my opinion, you are already equivalent to the 3rd layer in the outside world. After all, your willpower and martial skills are very high, and your sword Dao has even reached the level of no sword in hand and no sword in heart. As for the invasion of the alien races, you will be suppressed by the rules of Elysium, and your realm will drop by at least 2 layers. The stronger you are, the greater the suppression. Otherwise, any 6th layer life and death realm warrior would be enough to kill all the kings of Elysium. That's true. Yi Chen was equivalent to the 3rd layer of life and death realm in the outside world, and those 6-star kings should be equivalent to the 4th layer. A 5th layer might not be able to kill all the kings, but a 6th layer would be more or less enough. Alright, since you have the real cultivation method of life and death realm, why don't you pass it down? Don't you want to see Elysium become powerful and defend against the alien races? Yi Chen said. The temple spirit explained, you think I don't want to? The reason why I don't pass it down is because not everyone in Elysium can cultivate to the 1st layer. Let me tell you, if you want to cultivate to the 1st layer in Elysium, unless you are a peerless genius, you will turn into ashes at any time. Only outside Elysium can you increase your realm limitlessly because there are complete rules there. Your lifespan will also increase to 100,000 years. Since ancient times, people could freely enter Elysium without any restrictions. Later on, when the entrance of Elysium was sealed, I had to pass it down to one person after many years. They were all invincible existences in their era. For example, Yuan Emperor had cultivated to the peak of the 2nd layer of life and death realm. Unfortunately, no matter how much he cultivated, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't turn into ashes. Moreover, the further he cultivated, the harder it was to improve. If he didn't leave Elysium, he would never be able to cultivate to the peak. Otherwise, Yuan Emperor's achievements would be far greater. Are you sure I can cultivate to the 1st layer? Of course. How could my vision be wrong? Originally, even if you couldn't defeat Sword King, I would have passed it down to you after some time. The temple spirit said. Moreover, your current accumulation of cultivation base is already sufficient to reach the 1st layer, or even the peak of the first layer. Alright, since you've defeated Sword King, this Sword King title belongs to you. The temple spirit waved its small hand, and another row of words appeared behind the last title. Sword King Yi Chen. Da. Da. A melodious bell sound spread out from inside the conferring king palace. Ordinary people couldn't hear it, but all the life and death kings heard it. Many kings rushed over, wanting to see who had obtained the new title. In the past year, only a few had entered life and death realm, and Yi Chen was one of them. On the plaza of the conferring king palace, a conferring king pillar's phantom had appeared out of nowhere, with the word Sword King Yi Chen engraved on it. Sword King Yi Chen. The first life and death king opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He actually obtained the title of Sword King. More and more people rushed over, and there was no lack of peak kings among them. Although Sword King was not a monarch title, for modern people, the weight of Sword King's title was much higher than that of monarchs. This was because it was a supreme title, the apex of sword artists. Without becoming Sword King, one would never be able to become Sword Emperor. They could only be like Blue Cloud Sword Emperor and Snowflake Sword Emperor, with some other titles in front. Apart from this, in the future, if others wanted to obtain the title of Sword King, they would no longer have to challenge the ancient Sword King, but Yi Chen. What kind of glory was this? He did it. On the plaza, a faint smile appeared on Xuanho's face. Sword King Yi Chen's name shone brightly, representing the beginning of a new era. The kings present all had their emotions fluctuate, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 984. Inside the titled King Palace, the palace spirit said, "Before you leave the true spirit world, you must remember not to raise your cultivation beyond the second layer of life and death realm. For others it might be a small price to pay, but for you the price might be your life." Yi Chen knows this. Yi Chen faintly nodded. He was already very satisfied with cultivating to the first layer of life and death realm. If the palace spirit didn't tell him the true cultivation method, he would be like others, raising his cultivation base like a fool, and then starting from the aspect of martial skills. It should be known that the kings of Elysium were not fools. What they lacked was not martial skills but the true cultivation method. In fact, in terms of martial skills, they might not be weaker than third or fourth layer outsiders. For example, according to the palace spirit, Yi Chen's current battle strength was already equivalent to the third layer outside, and this was under the condition that his cultivation base hadn't reached the first layer. This meant that Yi Chen's martial realm had far surpassed the third layer outside. The true cultivation method of life and death realm is to condense a Dao gate in your Dantian. What is a Dao gate? It is the Dao you walk. If you cultivate Sword Dao, the gate you condense is the Sword Dao gate. If you cultivate Blade Dao, the gate you condense is the Blade Dao gate. Regardless of whether it's the Sword Dao gate or the Blade Dao gate, there isn't much difference on the surface. It's only determined by the nature of your cultivation method. For example, if you cultivate an ordinary martial Dao with the Earth attribute, the gate you condense will be Earth and Yellow. The shape of the Dao gate is the same, and the effect of raising one's realm is also the same. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. At the first layer of life and death realm, the Dao gate will blossom with a red halo. At the second layer, an orange halo will appear outside the red halo. At the ninth layer, the Dao gate will blossom with 9 layers of white halo. Now I will teach you the method to condense the Dao gate. As long as you condense the Dao gate, raising your realm in the future will be the same as before. Let nature take its course and there will be no detours. As the hall spirit spoke, its figure flashed. Before Yi Chen could react, it floated in front of Yi Chen and pointed a finger at the spot between Yi Chen's eyebrows. In the next moment, the method to condense the Dao gate automatically entered Yi Chen's mind. This is the method to condense the Dao gate? Yi Chen felt as if he had arrived in another world. Alright, you can form the Dao gate in the King Conferment Hall. This should not take more than a month. If there are any mistakes, I can still correct them. Condensing the Dao gate was very crucial, so the hall spirit was a little worried. Alright. Yi Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He wasn't in a rush to condense the Dao gate. Instead, he memorized the method to condense the Dao gate word by word. Seeing this, the hall spirit nodded. Being cautious at all times was very rare. Condensing the Dao gate was very mysterious. This was because the Dantian wasn't any other place. It was the Sea of True Yuan. If anything was casually created in the Dantian, it would be destroyed by True Yuan and turned back into True Yuan. The Dao gate was eternal. If it was destroyed by True Yuan, it wouldn't be called the Dao gate anymore. Therefore, the structure of the Dao gate was very complicated. It was like diamond and carbon, one was heaven and the other was earth. In the end, they were just two forms of the same element. The Tao Gate was like a diamond and true yuan was carbon. Although the former was condensed from true yuan, its form had changed. Almost there. 2 hours passed. Yichen already had a deep understanding of the method to condense the Tao Gate. All he lacked was practice. Gurgle. In the dantian, true yuan boiled and something appeared in the middle. It was a shard. The shard gave off a bright light. It looked like a true yuan crystal, but it was purer and tougher. The shard became bigger and bigger. When it became dozens of times bigger, it collapsed and was destroyed by true yuan. It turned back into a part of true yuan and no longer existed. It seems like I should condense the Tao Gate image first. Yichen thought. This time, a blurry door appeared in the dantian. This was the Tao Gate image. The moment the Tao Gate image appeared, although it was on the verge of collapsing from the true yuan, it didn't collapse. With the Tao Gate image as the foundation, Yichen slowly condensed a bright shard. It was the same method as before, but there was one more step. However, he still failed in the end. The speed of condensing the Tao Gate is too slow. The Tao Gate image can't last that long. Do I have to do it step by step? I don't rush to condense the Tao Gate, but slowly transform it from carbon to diamond. Yichen continued to condense the Tao Gate and immersed himself in it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Yichen was still sitting there cross-legged. In his dantian, the Tao Gate image became more and more solid. Every once in a while there would be a change. Although the change was not big, it had not been destroyed by true yuan yet. Fortunately, I'm on the right track. On the king's conferring pillar, the hall spirit saw everything. Even the Tao Gate image in the depths of Yichen's dantian did not escape his eyes. The higher the rank of the cultivation method, the harder it is to condense the Tao Gate. But, correspondingly, the condensed Tao Gate is extremely firm. It won't break easily and cause a drop in cultivation. Life and Death realm was an extremely peculiar realm. It had high requirements for cultivation methods. Although condensing the Tao Gate was extremely difficult, the foundation was firm. If the cultivation method's rank was low, the condensed Tao Gate would not be firm enough. Breaking through to the second or third layer might not be a problem, but once one tried to break through to the higher realms, it would be extremely easy to fail, causing the Tao Gate to break and causing a drop in cultivation. In the ancient era, it was not like no one's cultivation had dropped. Some people with poor foundation even dropped from the third layer to the first layer. The Tao Gate would then be completely damaged and would need to be condensed again. Yichen's cultivation method was mid-heaven grade, so his foundation could be considered very firm. Even if he didn't make any progress in the future, he would still be able to reach the fourth layer. Without the Tao Gate being damaged, he would even have a high chance of breaking through to the fifth layer. Another week passed, and it had already been 10 days since Yichen condensed the Tao Gate. On this day, the Tao Gate in Yichen's dantian was completely formed. It looked like a cyan diamond gate, hard, beautiful, and filled with a sharp aura. The moment the Tao Gate was formed, a scarlet halo suddenly blossomed like a protective cover, protecting the Tao Gate. At the same time, this cyan diamond gate seemed to have become a channel in the dantian. A large amount of Zhenyuan passed through the Tao Gate, and when it came out, the quality of the Zhenyuan had increased by a large margin. First layer of Life and Death realm completed. Chapter 985. Reaching the first layer of Life and Death realm makes a huge difference. It had been a long time since Yichen had felt a huge increase in his basic strength. Previously, although his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the level of 1,000 years, it was only an increase in quantity. Unless it was several hundred years or 1,000 years, he wouldn't feel anything, and the increase in strength wouldn't be obvious. But now Yichen could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a large margin. Compared to painstakingly studying martial arts for a few months, it was undoubtedly much easier. Of course, Yichen also knew that this was the result of accumulating strength. If he had just entered Life and Death realm, even if Yichen didn't have to worry about being annihilated, he wouldn't have had the foundation to cultivate to the first layer. After all the Zhenyuan had been converted into a purer Zhenyuan, the interior of the Tao Gate suddenly produced a powerful suction force. As soon as this suction force appeared, the outside world underwent a huge change. With Yichen as the center, boundless yuan qi of heaven and earth converged toward Yichen. At first glance, it looked like a nebula, and Yichen was the core of the nebula, unceasingly devouring it. Tisk, you've reached the first layer of Life and Death realm so quickly. Worthy of being the Sword Tao genius who defeated the Sword King. The palace spirit waved its hand, and as if the restriction of the palace had been released, Even more yuan qi of heaven and earth poured in, joining the nebula and rapidly strengthening it. After an unknown amount of time, when the nebula was completely devoured, Yi Chen's aura gradually stabilized. At the same time, a boundless might burst out from Yi Chen's body. Peak of the first layer of life and death realm. Yi Chen opened his eyes, his gaze like lightning. After reaching the peak of the first sky of life and death realm, Yi Chen shockingly discovered that his Zhenyuan cultivation base had already reached the 2,000-year level. In other words, this breakthrough had directly increased his cultivation base by 900 years. Why would he need to spend supreme-grade spirit stones or Zhenyuan crystals to increase his cultivation base? He could directly increase his realm. Just as I had guessed, because of your martial arts rank and mental state, you were able to reach the peak of the first sky of life and death realm right away. If your cultivation base was a bit higher, you might even be able to break through to the second sky of life and death realm. However, it is also a good thing to increase your cultivation base slowly. It will help you build a solid foundation for your martial art. Dao sects also needed the nourishment of true essence. Continuous breakthroughs would put too much pressure on Dao sections. Many people would rather raise their cultivation realm slowly than risk breaking through. Thanks a lot. Although the temple spirit looked like a child, Yi Chen did not dare to neglect it. He cupped his fists at it to show his gratitude. No need to thank me. Remember, don't leak the condensing method of this martial art. If something happens, you'll regret it. Back in the day, the condensing method was accidentally leaked and countless life and death kings fell. It took many years for Elysium to recover. The temple spirit reminded Yi Chen. Yi Chen will not joke around with Elysium's future. You can rest assured. Yi Chen nodded. All right, let's go. The temple spirit waved its hand. Walking out of the titled King Palace, the door behind them closed. Perhaps it was Yi Chen's misperception, but the moment he walked out of the titled King Palace, Yi Chen felt the Dao gate in his body suddenly become unstable. A string of sparks appeared on its surface and a dark flame appeared. Could it be related to condensing the Dao gate? Yi Chen looked pensive. The news of Yi Chen obtaining the title of Sword King had already spread in the circle of life and death kings. However, only a few people under life and death realm knew about it. Returning to the Yi family, there was one thing that needed to be done, and that was to establish a sect. As early as half a month ago, the Eternal Sky sect had already arrived at True Spirit Continent, and were currently residing on one of the peaks of the Yi family. Chen, are you really going to establish a sword sect now? Yi Tianhao was somewhat worried. Yi Chen smiled and said, Father, I'm not establishing a sword sect now. I'm going to establish the Fallen Dust Sword Sect. Fallen Dust Sword Sect? Didn't you want to establish a sword sect before? Yi Tianhao let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time he asked curiously. That was my idea before. But after coming out of the titled King Palace, my attitude has changed. Establishing a sword sect could indeed make the sword sect and Yi Chen famous in the world. But there would be endless troubles. When he was here, perhaps no one would dare to mess with the sword sect. But after he left, the sword sect would undoubtedly become a thorn in the eyes of many other sword sects. No one would be happy to see such a huge mountain on top of their heads. They would definitely think of ways to make the sword sect decline, or even destroy it. If a sword sect wanted to be powerful for a long time, other than having powerful strength, it would also need to hide its strength and bide its time. It could not be too stubborn, or else it would be easy to break. This was an unchanging truth. Besides, this was also related to the change in Yi Chen's vision. He never thought that he would not be able to walk out of Elysium. When he walked out of Elysium, he would no longer have to face the powerful warriors of Elysium, but the powerful warriors of countless worlds. Establishing a sword sect would not be worth mentioning at all. There was no need to make everyone unhappy. Have you heard? Yi Chen is going to establish a sword sect. What's the name? I heard it's called Fallen Dust Sword Sect. Fallen Dust Sword Sect. Fortunately, I thought he was going to establish a sword sect. In the Sky Sword Continent, the news of Yi Chen establishing the Fallen Dust Sword Sect had spread like wildfire. Almost all the life and death kings knew about it, and they all seemed to be very concerned. Fallen Dust Sword Sect. Yi Chen, I owe you a favor. Hearing the news, the Blue Cloud Sword Emperor revealed a faint smile. If he were in Yi Chen's shoes, he would certainly have the intention of establishing a sword sect, and would most likely put it into action. With strength and status, establishing a sword sect would be perfectly justifiable, and there would be no need to be afraid of anyone. However, he had never expected that Yi Chen would not establish a sword sect, but the Fallen Dust Sword Sect. In this way there would not be any suppression. Fallen Dust Sword Sect. Good name. On the same day, the Snowflake Sword Emperor also received the news. On the Spirit Cloud Peak, the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. One moment it was like a storm and the next moment it was like a stream. Only when he got closer did he realize that it was a fight between two youths. Of these two youths, one was dressed in black with a cold expression, while the other was dressed in white. His appearance was ordinary but his eyes were gentle. Although the two of them were dressed differently and their appearances were vastly different, both of them had a sword embroidered on their sleeves. It could be seen that the cold-looking youth's swordsmanship was extremely sharp. Each of his moves was filled with killing intent. The most shocking thing was that his swordsmanship contained a faint trace of sword intent. It was precisely because of the existence of this trace of sword intent that his swordsmanship was exceptionally sharp. Even from afar, one could feel the coldness on one's skin. Compared to the grave and stern youngster, the sword arts of the white-robed youngster were not as sharp as the grave and stern youngsters. Neither had he comprehended sword intent. Their cultivation bases were more or less the same. However, no matter how the grave and stern youngster attacked, he could not break through the latter's sword aura. His sword aura was like a spring breeze, but also like a fine drizzle. Upon closer inspection, it did not seem like a spring breeze, nor was it a fine drizzle, but rather a gentle sunlight and the fragrance of plants. The sword arts of the grave and stern youngster filled with killing intent seemed to be entangled by countless fine threads. They became slower and slower, losing their destructive power and dissolving into nothingness. On the side, two young men and two young girls were watching the battle. Although Lung Xinghan had only become a disciple of Big Brother half a year ago, I have to admit that his sword arts talent is a bit better than mine. He has comprehended sword intent so early, and has pushed the lone peak of 13 swords to this level. Yan Jianwei, I am afraid that even you would not be able to compete with Lung Xinghan. Yi Xian looked at Yan Jianwei. Yan Jianwei was watching the battle seriously. Hearing this, he opened his mouth and said, "It does not matter if I am able to compete with fourth brother or not. What is important is that you were not able to compete with me 3 months ago. You can only beat me by 1 or 2 moves at most. Don't make it sound like you are suppressing me." Although Yi Xian said that, he was very depressed in his heart. There was always someone better than him. His sword arts talent was indeed very good, and his big brother was quite satisfied with him. But compared to Yan Jianwei, even if he did not want to admit it, he knew that he was not as good as Yan Jianwei. In the beginning he could beat Yan Jianwei with only a few moves, but as time went on, Yan Jianwei grew at an amazing speed and caught up with him. Yan Jianwei was not that bad after all, there was only one of him. But what made him lose confidence was the 3 new disciples of his big brother, one more powerful than the other. The second disciple was the young man in white, named Dongfang Bai. In other aspects he was about the same as Yan Jianwei, but in terms of sword arts comprehension he was even better than Yan Jianwei. His big brother had said that his achievements in sword arts were about the same as Dongfang Bai. As for the third disciple, it was Huang Sumei, who often hung out with his sister Yi Xiaoxiao. She was 1 year younger than him and was his big brother's only female disciple. She was also very talented and smart. She could infer many things from one instance and was the smartest of his big brother's disciples. And just half a year ago, his big brother took in another 4th disciple, named Lung Xinghan. He was the young man in black who was evenly matched with Dongfang Bai. This Lung Xinghan's talent was extremely outstanding, and he was at the peak in all aspects. Not only did he comprehend sword intent, his comprehension of sword arts was not inferior to Dongfang Bai's. In terms of monstrous talent, he was almost the number 1 disciple of his big brother. Junior brother Lung is still a little lacking. I think he will lose to second senior brother in 10 moves. Huang Sumei's face was like a peach blossom. She was already quite charming at such a young age. Ding ding dang dang. After 9 moves, just as Huang Sumei said, Lung Xinghan lost. Not bad. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Big brother. Master. Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao quickly turned their heads and called him big brother. The others also called him master, including the cold-looking Lung Xinghan. Touching Yi Xian's head, Yi Chen gave him an encouraging look and then looked at Dongfang Bai and Lung Xinghan. The 2 of you have made obvious progress. Xiao Bai, you have a strong understanding of sword arts, but sword arts are used to kill people. Blindly dispelling them is not the right way. Xinghan, you have comprehended the sword intent, but don't think that you can defeat Xiao Bai with sword intent. A swordsman's greatest strength is not how powerful his sword art is or how strong his sword intent is, but how he uses it. You haven't reached the limit in using the sword intent, and you haven't completely transformed it into battle strength. Master is right. Dongfang Bai quickly lowered his head. Lung Xinghan also listened attentively. Turning his head to look at Yan Jianwei and Huang Sumei, a faint smile appeared on his face. It had already been a year since he had founded the Falling Dust Sword sect. During this time he had taken in 3 new disciples, all of whom were from the Sky Sword continent. First disciple Yan Jianwei. Second disciple Dongfang Bai. Third disciple Huang Sumei. Fourth disciple Lung Xinghan. Among them, the first disciple Yan Jianwei had the most spiritual qi, the second disciple Dongfang Bai had a strong understanding of sword arts, the third disciple Huang Sumei was exceptionally intelligent and had an exquisite heart. Fourth disciple Lung Xinghan was the most monstrous one. He was the best in every aspect. Chapter 986. Master, I'm going to spar with junior brother Lung. Can you give me some pointers? Yi Chen's arrival made Huang Sumei's eyes brighten. Hearing this, Lung Xinghan curled his lips. If you want to spar, spar with senior brother or second brother. Don't drag me into it. Yi Chen faintly smiled. You're too smart for your own good. It's better to spend more time on comprehending sword arts. In the past half a year your improvement isn't too obvious. Although you won't be at the bottom with your intelligence, it's only temporary. As time goes on you'll slowly fall behind them. How could Yi Chen not see that his disciple worshipped him very much? Master, I'll try my best. Huang Sumei blinked her eyes and carefully looked at Yi Chen. She, Huang Sumei, was a person who thought highly of herself. In Gale region of Sky Sword continent she was a peak sword genius. It should be known that more than 90% of the people in Sky Sword continent trained in sword arts. Being able to stand out among them was already extremely difficult, not to mention reaching the peak. Many people believed that her figure would inevitably appear in the 10 swords of Sky Sword continent in the future. As for the current 10 swords of Sky Sword continent, Huang Sumei admired them, but not worshipped them. She was confident that she could also reach this level. However, after hearing about Yi Chen's achievements, she felt a subtle sense of worship for the first time. This couldn't be blamed on her. Yi Chen's growth path was too shocking, surpassing the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Within the same generation he was unrivaled. Especially after Yi Chen obtained the title of Sword King, Huang Sumei knew that be it in the past or present, no sword artist could surpass Yi Chen. If the ancient Sword King was a legend among sword artists in the past, then Yi Chen was a new legend among sword artists. When a new legend appeared, others could only look up to him. This was a legendary sword artist who had never been defeated. And she was fortunate enough to become his disciple and listen to his teachings. Moving his gaze away from Huang Sumei, Yi Chen said, "The 4 of you all have a great chance of reaching life and death realm. However, life and death realm is not the end but a new starting point. Before that, you need to build a good foundation. Only with a strong foundation will you have more potential to break through." As someone who had been through it, Yi Chen was naturally clear about the effect of the foundation. Although it would not be able to turn into battle power in a short period of time, it would still affect you in the long run. It was the reason for having a deep foundation. Xinghan, you have already comprehended the sword intent. You can go to the Valley of Sword Intent to comprehend the sword intent at any time, but you must not be greedy and advance rashly. With that, Yi Chen said to Lung Xinghan, "Yes, master." Even the cold-blooded Lung Xinghan could not help but reveal a surprised expression after hearing Yi Chen's words. The Valley of Sword Intent was created by his master with one sword strike. It contained an extremely powerful immortal sword intent, which was extremely beneficial for comprehending the sword intent. His master had also said that the reason why he could have his current achievements was because he had comprehended the sword intent in the natural moat gorge. The sword intent in the gorge was also the immortal sword intent. Lung Xinghan was pleasantly surprised while the others were envious. The basic requirement to comprehend the sword intent in the Valley of Sword Intent was to have already comprehended the sword intent. Without the sword intent, one would not be qualified to go. Seeing everyone's expression, Yi Chen smiled and said, "The Valley of Sword Intent will not run away from there. Once you have comprehended the sword intent, you can all go." In the past year, Yi Chen had already raised the immortal sword intent to the 6th rank. Just like the destruction sword intent, the 2 sword intents were at the same level. He had once again achieved the sword intent resonance and the sword soul resonance. His improvement speed was gradually increasing, and he believed that in the near future, both of them would definitely break through to the 7th rank. The Valley of Sword Intent created by the 6th rank immortal sword intent would not dissipate and could exist for at least 500 years, just like the natural moat gorge created by the Battle Emperor. Suddenly Yi Chen frowned. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Yi Xian asked. Yi Chen waved his hand. You guys continue to practice. With that, he took a step into the void. Senior Yuan Emperor, are you saying that the seal of the true water palace has loosened? In the void, Yi Qin opened the high view painting and summoned Yuan Emperor's clone. Yuan Emperor said, True Water Emperor was a titled monarch before me. Just like you and me, he had condensed a Tao gate and cultivated to the second layer of life and death realm. However, the True Water Palace was destroyed 15,000 years ago, and True Water Emperor disappeared 25,000 years ago. He suddenly reappeared in the year of destruction. I suspect that the destruction of the True Water Palace is related to him. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see him. Yuan Emperor was the last titled monarch who had left his mark on the Emperor's scar stele. Before him, no titled monarch had appeared in the past 10,000 years. Clearly, there was a gap of 10,000 years between him and True Water Emperor. However, after hearing Yuan Emperor's words, Yi Qin realized that in Yuan Emperor's era, True Water Emperor was still alive and had returned. Could it be that he had crossed the path of death and lived for 100,000 years? But how could the destruction of the True Water Palace be explained? One question after another filled Yi Qin's mind. When the True Water Palace was destroyed, I and the other monarchs went to investigate, but we didn't find anything. Just in case, I joined hands with the other monarchs and sealed the ruins of the True Water Palace, leaving behind a spirit accumulation scroll with my clone sealed inside. Later on you obtained the scroll. According to what you said later, Mysterious Yin King came back to life and turned into another life form. I guess that there should be a huge seal inside the ruins, an extremely frightening seal. It was precisely this seal that caused the destruction of the True Water Palace and the truth to be concealed. Yuan Emperor said word by word. Feeling that the matter was thorny, Yi Qin said, I promised Senior that I would solve the crisis inside the ruins. Since the seal is starting to loosen, it's time to fulfill my promise. Yuan Emperor said, You must be extremely careful on this trip to the True Water Palace. Moreover, I don't feel comfortable letting you go alone. That Yan Qingshen is not as strong as you, but her methods are very mysterious. She might be able to turn the situation around at the crucial moment. You can bring her with you. Senior Xianhou? To be honest, Yi Qin did not want to bring danger to others. He had a feeling that the danger inside the True Water Palace was definitely very frightening. How could Yuan Emperor not know what Yi Qin was thinking? He said, The seal hasn't been broken yet, so it's the easiest time to solve it. If the seal is broken, it will be a great calamity for the alien races. If you go alone, it's very likely that you won't be able to solve this crisis. Without experiencing the alien race's calamity, you don't know how difficult it is to kill some of the alien race's experts. You might be able to defeat them, but to kill them is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many seals existing since the ancient times. If you could kill them, why bother sealing them? There will be endless troubles in the future. Once you lose the chance and let them escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. Senior, are you saying that the True Water Palace is actually sealing the alien race's experts? Most likely. Can I invite other kings of Elysium? After asking, Yi Qin suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yuan Emperor shook his head. It's better not to alert them. Otherwise there will be too many variables and the war might break out earlier. What you lack now is time. Senior, you are right. Making up his mind, Yi Qin went to Xian sect in Sky Martial region on the same day. The True Water Palace. Xianhou frowned. I've heard of the strange rumors about the True Water Emperor, but I didn't expect it to be true. But it's not safe with just you and me. It's better to invite the Demon Flower Emperor. Her demon flower can absorb any kind of energy and suppress the enemy's power. This way we will have more confidence in solving this crisis. In the rich light ocean span on the desolate sea. The demonic flower emperor's expression was grave as he said, Back then the Flash Demon King told me about this place and I went in as well. The mysterious Yin King who came back to life was already killed by me. The Flash Demon King was the human Demon King who had chased after Yi Qin. Like Yi Qin, he had also entered the True Water Palace. Later he was injured by the resurrected mysterious Evil King, and only recovered after a long time. Therefore, the Demon Flower Emperor entering the True Water Palace didn't make Yi Qin feel strange. But the demonic Flower Emperor's tone changed. The mysterious Yin King's strength was at most at the level of a mid-stage king. With my strength, killing him should have been easy. However, the evil and powerful Yin Qi on his body made him extremely hard to kill. As long as the Yin Qi was not extinguished, he would be able to return to his peak. I used the demonic flower to completely absorb his Yin Qi before finally killing him. Xianhou said, The Yin Qi is not extinguished. This is a trick of the evil spirit race. You have to be careful this time. The evil spirit race was a foreign race that had invaded Elysium. Although it was not as threatening as the demons to Elysium, it was not to be underestimated either. Seniors, let's go down. Yi Qin opened the silver vertical eye on his forehead. As far as his eyes could see, the true water palace was still there. Compared to many years ago, the ominous qi inside the true water palace had become even denser. If an ordinary person were to come here, they would probably turn into a lunatic on the spot. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts might suddenly die upon being infected by this ominous qi, or even suffer a cultivation deviation during cultivation. Such a horrifying evil qi. It was Xuanho's first time coming here. Just like the Demon Flower Emperor had said, the inside of the tower was completely empty. The mysterious evil king was no longer there. Using his soul eye, Yi Qin soon found the second tower. On the top of this tower there were 3 words: Black Smoke Tower. It is the Black Smoke King of the 13 kings of the True Water Palace. When they reached the top floor of the Black Smoke Tower, before the 3 of them even entered, a thick black smoke blew towards them. This black smoke was cold and evil, and it was filled with resentment and baleful aura. Under the impact of this black smoke, the ground and walls were covered in ice. The black smoke seemed to be solid, and it occasionally turned into the image of a struggling ghost face. The lid of the coffin opened and a twisted black human figure jumped out. Chapter 987. Demon Flower Emperor roared and formed a seal with both of her hands. A black demonic flower quietly blossomed and swallowed the twisting shadow before suddenly closing up. Ping 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 ping. The closed demonic flower bulged unceasingly. The twisting shadow was most likely the resurrected Black Smoke King. After all, he was a life and death king when he was alive. After being enveloped by the demonic flower, it was impossible for him to not have the slightest bit of resistance. Especially the dense evil power, it actually increased his survivability, surpassing his previous life. Unfortunately, he was facing the Demon Flower Emperor. Demon Flower Emperor's demonic flower could absorb any form of energy, even the evil power. In terms of evil, demons were not inferior to evil spirit race. In terms of darkness, demons were even above evil spirit race. Being enveloped by the demonic flower, there was no way he could make a comeback. The frequency of the bulging of the demonic flower became lower and lower. On the other hand, the demonic ripples emitted by the demonic flower became more and more powerful. The result could be easily imagined. Ding. When there was no movement inside the demonic flower, a pair of claws filled with sinister evil qi shot out and landed on the ground. Unfortunately, this extreme-grade artifact has already turned into an evil weapon. Xianho shook her head, feeling a bit regretful. This evil weapon can be used by my clansmen. I'll take it. The evil power on the claws had been mostly absorbed by the demonic flower. As for the remaining evil power, it should be fine as long as demonic power was used to cleanse it. Of course, the evil power on the claws had long since fused with the claw's origin. Demon Flower Emperor had absorbed the majority of the evil power, making the claws might inferior to the majority of extreme-grade artifacts. It was barely stronger than a pseudo-extreme-grade artifact, but it was already enough. Many life and death kings didn't even have a pseudo-extreme-grade artifact. Leaving the Black Smoke Tower, the 3 entered the 3rd tower. Inside the 3rd tower was the resurrected Rainstorm King. Rainstorm King's strength was a lot stronger than the Black Smoke King's, and he probably had the strength of a peak mid-step king. However, as soon as he appeared, 99% of his Yin-Chi power was destroyed by Yi Qin with a single sword attack. The second sword attack turned him into ashes. Yi Qin, who had the 6th-step destruction sword intent, was also the nemesis of these evil powers, and was even purer than the Demon Flower Emperor. The Demon Flower Emperor absorbed their power, while Yi Qin destroyed their power. Unknowingly, the 3 of them had eliminated the 9 monarchs and arrived at the 11th tower. That Blood Refinement King's strength is already not inferior to the yellow-robed old monster that you killed. Adding on his inextinguishable Yin-Chi, he can contend against an existence that is twice as strong as the yellow-robed old monster. These 13 kings of the True Water Palace are each stronger than the last. I wonder how strong the next Golden Bone King will be. The Blood Refinement Monarch was a monarch of the 10th tower. His strength was comparable to the current monarchs. Even the Devil Flower Empress couldn't completely absorb the evil energy of the Demonic Flower Empress in one go. After all, in a situation where the difference in strength wasn't too great, the Demonic Flower Empress wouldn't allow the Devil Flower Empress to absorb his energy. It was just like how the Devil Flower Empress couldn't do anything to the Zhan Tianxiang Emperor, even though the Zhan Tianxiang Emperor was much stronger than the Blood Refinement Monarch. When they arrived at the top of the Golden Bone Tower, the three's expression changed slightly. At this time, the Golden Bone King was no longer a living being, but a dark golden skeleton with a cold white flame burning in its eye sockets. Waves of evil soul power attacked the three. In terms of evil power, it was more than twice as strong as the Blood Refinement King. 8 trigrams extermination. Yi Qin didn't hesitate. The Sky Scorpio sword floated above his head and divided into 8, then 64. The 64 sword images combined into an 8 trigram sword array. As soon as the 8 trigram sword array took shape, a frightening extermination aura covered the sky. Under the amplification of the destruction sword intent, it reached an unprecedented level. During the battle with the Sword King in the titled King Palace, Yi Qin had comprehended the state of no sword in the hand and no sword in the heart, greatly increasing the strength of his soul. This meant that the might of his sword control art had also greatly increased. Moreover, he had also cultivated to the peak of the first layer of life and death realm, greatly increasing the purity of his Zhen Yuan. With the combination of the two, the current 8 trigrams extermination sword art was countless times more powerful than the original 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Before the Golden Bone King could make a move, the 8 trigram sword array swept across his body. Like a candle being blown out, the Golden Bone King's body instantly turned into dense yin qi. This yin qi was torn apart by the 8 trigram sword array, and was immediately extinguished by the sword qi as if it had never existed. How did your sword control art's might increase so much? Demon Flower Emperor asked in a strange tone. Yi Qin thought for a moment and honestly said, "My soul strength has increased a bit. Moreover, I've obtained the true cultivation method of life and death realm, raising my cultivation base to the peak of the first layer of life and death realm." True cultivation method, the peak of the first layer of life and death realm? Not only Demon Flower Emperor, but Xianhou also curiously looked over. Yi Qin knew that he had to explain to the two, purely accumulating cultivation base is not true cultivation. In life and death realm, there are also realms, divided into 9 layers of life and death realm. To step into the first layer of life and death realm, one must condense one's own Dao Gate in one's Dantian. With the Dao Gate as the foundation, one can raise one's realm level by level. However, the laws of Elysium are somewhat incomplete, not as complete as the outside world. Therefore, the true cultivation method has not been leaked. Otherwise, forcibly condensing a Dao Gate would cause the backlash of Elysium's laws, causing the Dao Gate to instantly collapse and turn into ashes. But how did you do it? Demon Flower Emperor wanted to ask how Yi Qin could cultivate to the first layer of life and death realm. Yi Qin bitterly smiled. After I defeated the Sword King's consciousness body, the palace spirit told me the true cultivation method. However, he warned me not to impart it to others, lest many life and death kings fall and harm the true spirit continent's Yuan Qi. So that's how it is. Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou looked pensive. I didn't expect life and death realm to have 9 layers. If one can cultivate to the 9th layer and refine Zhen Yuan 9 times, as long as one's martial skills are not too bad, one can easily surpass 10-star battle strength. Xianhou sighed. Yi Qin nodded. Xianhou was right. Yuan Emperor was only at the peak of the 2nd layer, but he already had a peak 7-star battle strength. If he could raise his realm to the 9th layer, surpassing 10 stars would be a piece of cake. He wouldn't even need to reach the 9th layer. He could even surpass the 8th layer. Of course, this was mainly because Yuan Emperor's martial skills were too powerful, and his martial will was also powerful. Even if he was only at the peak of the 2nd layer, he would be able to contend against a 5th layer life and death realm expert. Although life and death realm experts were suppressed too much by Elysium, not only would their realms be suppressed, but their bodies would also be injured. For a 7th layer life and death realm expert, apart from being suppressed by 2 layers, it was enough to show the might of Yuan Emperor. No, of Elysium's invincible figure of each generation. The 9 layers of life and death realm. The higher one goes, the harder it becomes to cultivate. Apart from having a high rank and a high mental state, one's Dao Gate also needs to be nurtured for a long time. None of these are dispensable. If one is not careful, one's Dao Gate might be damaged and one's realm might drop, forcing one to cultivate from the beginning. Although I don't know about the situation outside, I can imagine that there shouldn't be many people who can cultivate to the 9th layer. Breaking through in life and death realm was completely different from breaking through under life and death realm. If one failed to break through under life and death realm, one's realm wouldn't drop. On the other hand, breaking through in life and death realm carried a huge risk. Some people might break through from the 8th layer to the 9th layer, and might even drop 3 or 4 layers. Under such circumstances, the number of people who could reach the peak of life and death realm would be reduced by 99%. It was easy to explain why demons and other peak experts didn't come to Elysium. Having their realm suppressed didn't matter to them, but having their origin damaged was the same as taking their lives. Golden Bone King's weapon was a huge blade emitting an evil chi, which was collected by Yi Chen. He wanted to forge supreme-grade swords in the future, and the more supreme-grade materials the better. Although these were evil weapons, they were still of good quality. Breaking them down would give him a lot of supreme-grade materials, so it was better to be prepared. With the death of Golden Bone King, there was only one tower left. As for True Water Emperor, he should be at the center of the 12 towers, where the evil power was the strongest. Among the 12 kings under True Water Emperor, Sky Destruction King is the strongest. According to historical records, he's more powerful than the other 11 kings combined. I'll first reverse the environment of Sky Destruction Tower. Xuanho's expression turned grave as her body floated up. In the next moment, an ancient gate appeared above Xuanho's head. This gate rotated once, and an unfathomable power immediately spread out from it. What a marvelous and mysterious way. Demon Flower Emperor's eyes flashed with curiosity. Using his soul power, he sensed that the void around Sky Destruction Tower had been reversed. The powerful evil power seemed to have a hole, and the air inside the ball leaked out in all directions. This place became a different kind of vacuum world. The evil power was getting lesser and lesser, and the essence of heaven and earth was getting more and more. At this moment, a wave of earth-shattering baleful energy gushed out from the bottom of the Annihilation Pagoda. Boundless evil energy gushed out, and a distorted figure wrapped in white cloth scuttled out. He grabbed out with his hand, and a white cloth hand the size of a small mountain appeared in the void, grabbing towards the ancient door above Mysterious Queen's head. Extinction. The 8 trigram sword formation above Yi Chen's head had already formed, and it attacked at the white hand. Boom. 2 different kinds of extinction power clashed with each other, clashing against each other. Break. Pulling out the iron blood silver blue sword, Yi Chen's body flashed. When he appeared again, he was behind the figure wrapped in white cloth, and the figure's body was split into 2. You all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. I'm not willing. I hate you. The white-clothed figure's inextinguishable Yin Chi far surpassed Golden Bone King's. Yi Chen's frightening sword strike merely destroyed a portion of his power. His severed body fluttered like sand, and the white-clothed figure condensed in another direction. His power didn't seem to have been consumed much. His voice was brimming with resentment, making this place seem even more ominous, like hell itself. 6-star battle power. Yi Chen's expression turned serious for the first time. Chapter 988. Although the 8 trigrams extermination sword technique was not Yi Chen's strongest killer move, the increase in cultivation realm and the strength of the soul allowed this sword technique to have the attack power of a 5-star overlord. In addition, the destruction sword essence could restrain the evil energy. The only explanation for the King of Sky Destruction's ability to block this move was that his combat power had reached the 6-star level. Putting aside the fact that he had a 6-star combat power, the King of Sky Destruction's inextinguishable Yin energy was also so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Yi Chen's sword attack just now had only destroyed a trace of his power. Devouring Blood Flower. Before this, the Demon Flower Emperor had already started to weave seals rapidly. When the King of Sky Destruction's body had just condensed, a blood-red flower that was as big as a mountain swallowed the King of Sky Destruction in one gulp and tightly wrapped him up. Shortly after, it shrunk at a shocking speed and finally shrunk to the size of an ordinary house. Crack. Unfortunately, the King of Sky Destruction's strength was too strong. He tore the devouring blood flower in half with his hands. The white cloth fluttered as he pounced towards the Demon Flower Emperor at an extremely fast speed. Flower Shield. The Demon Flower Emperor had rich combat experience. When she saw the King of Sky Destruction pouncing towards her, she did not panic at all. Clusters of black flowers condensed and compressed in front of her, turning into a flower shield that shone with a black radiance. Boom. The King of Sky Destruction had a 6-star combat power after all. Although the flower shield had the absorption ability of the demon flower and could absorb energy damage, it only lasted for a moment before it was completely penetrated by the King of Sky Destruction. The twisted palm that was wrapped in the white cloth grabbed towards the Demon Flower Emperor's head, as if it wanted to take her head off. courting death. How could Yi Chen watch the Demon Flower Emperor perish? He executed the orbital steps and instantly appeared beside the King of Sky Destruction. The iron-blooded silver-blue sword seemed to tremble slightly, and countless folded sword lights enveloped the King of Sky Destruction. Poof poof poof. The King of Sky Destruction's eyes were ferocious as he forcefully resisted Yi Chen's sword move. He was still prepared to forcefully kill the Demon Flower Emperor. However, this void essence slash of Yi Chen came from the Yuan Emperor. It was the most miraculous move. The folded sword lights not only sliced open the King of Sky Destruction's body, but also isolated the space. The King of Sky Destruction's palm passed through layers of overlapping space, but he was unable to reach the Demon Flower Emperor. He was like a drowning old man trying to grab onto anything on the water surface in vain. I'm going to eat you alive. The King of Sky Destruction turned his target to Yi Chen. With a bang, his body exploded into a ball of majestic yin qi. The yin qi was like a whirlwind, freezing the void and sweeping toward Yi Chen, who was close at hand. I am immortal. Switching between offense and defense, the iron-blooded silver-blue sword held horizontally in front of his chest. Yi Chen's eyes became calm and solemn. A powerful immortal sword will seeped out of his body and protected him. Whoosh! The yin qi engulfed Yi Chen and brushed past him, appearing behind Yi Chen. On the other hand, Yi Chen was enveloped by a layer of white holy light that was invisible to the naked eye. Outside the holy light, gray smoke kept bursting like dust. The immortal sword will had advanced to the 6th rank. In a battle of the same level, Yi Chen was almost invincible. It was absolutely impossible for the King of Sky Destruction to hurt him. Damn it. The King of Sky Destruction's body was emitting green smoke. Previously, when Yi Chen had attacked him with a sword move that contained the Destruction Sword Will, he had not been injured much. At most, his power had decreased a little, which could be ignored. However, when he had brushed past his opponent's body just now, he had been seriously injured. Although the Immortal Sword Will was not as powerful as the Destruction Sword Will, when he had tried to invade Yi Chen's body, he had been repelled by the Immortal Sword Will and destroyed. Mysterious Way freeze? An ancient door suddenly flew toward the King of Sky Destruction. It was Xianhou who had made a move. The King of Sky Destruction's eyes flickered. A pair of gray wings formed by Densine Qi appeared on his back. With a flap of the gray wings, he shot out like a shooting star, shuttling through the void. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to lock him down with soul power. However, he had underestimated Xuanhou's mysterious way. As the King of Sky Destruction dodged, the ancient door suddenly enlarged by 1,000 times. No, it should be said that the ancient door did not enlarge, but the space inside the door shrank by 1,000 times. The King of Sky Destruction's figure was like a speck of dust. No matter how fast he was always within the range of the ancient door. In a split second, the ancient door covered the King of Sky Destruction. The King of Sky Destruction roared again and again. His violent energy attacked the ancient door. Instantly, the ancient door was full of cracks and it looked like it was about to collapse. Kill? This was a rare opportunity. Yi Chen held the iron-blood silver-blue sword with both hands and slashed out. The dark green sword screen ignored the space distance. With a flash of green light, the King of Sky Destruction's body was split in the middle. Before he could turn into yin qi and escape, a dark green light suddenly burst out, shining like a sun. Ah! The scream was earth-shattering. In the dark green light, a large amount of yin qi was annihilated. A distorted human face kept struggling, as if it wanted to tear apart the seemingly gentle but actually violent and destructive dark green light. Unfortunately, its power was too weak. The dark green light was the power of water and fire, and a trace of it could destroy a mountain. Together with the 6th rank Destruction Sword Essence, not to mention that it was weakening now, even if it was at its peak, it would not be able to bear the consequences. The last trace of yin qi was annihilated, and the King of Sky Destruction's voice stopped. No wonder he is the first king under the Emperor of True Water. If he had not turned into an evil spirit, it would have taken me several times more effort to kill him. The evil spirit body had indeed greatly increased the King of Sky Destruction's immortality. However, he had encountered Yi Chen, who had the Destruction Sword Essence and the Immortal Sword Essence, and was completely restrained. Of course, if it were not for Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor, Yi Chen would have had to spend more effort to kill him. The Demon Flower Emperor's Demon Flower had absorbed a lot of his power. Xuanhou's mysterious way had even reversed the environment, so that the opponent could not absorb any power. Finally, she had used the mysterious way to freeze the opponent. It could be said that the Demon Flower Emperor was not only the kind of king who became stronger the more he fought, but also one of the best teammates. With her around, as long as the opponent's strength was not too strong, she would constantly weaken them. As for Xuanho's mysterious way, it could be said to be unpredictable. It was no wonder that when the Dragon King and Shenhe joined hands, they could kill the 9 Underworld Demon King, who had no way to escape and almost died. With the King of Sky Destruction's death, only the Emperor of True Water was left. The three's mood became a little heavy. The King of Sky Destruction was already so strong. They did not know how strong the Emperor of True Water, who could leave a mark on the Emperor's Scar Steel, was. They hoped that it was as Yuan Emperor had said. The Emperor of True Water, or that evil spirit expert, was currently at his weakest. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the three of them to defeat the other party. But in the center of the 12 towers there was a dense fog. Suddenly, an extremely evil power burst out like a huge stone thrown into a lake. Ripples spread out and a chilly wind roared. But soon after, this evil power seemed to be cut off, turning into a rootless duckweed and calmed down again. Yichen opened the silver vertical eye between his brows and tried his best to look at the center of the fog. This fog was formed by Densine Qi and it was very turbid. Through the fog, Yichen could vaguely see a few blurry shadows. Yichen tried his best to see the faces of the shadows, but the laws there were too chaotic. The sealing power and evil power were mixed together, and even the soul eye could not see through them. Closing the soul eye, Yichen slowly let out a breath and said, "Someone came here before us. Let's go in and see." Different from Yichen and Shenhe, the dense and terrifying evil power here did not make the Demon Flower Emperor uncomfortable. Of course she did not like it either. Activating her protective Zhenyuan or demonic power, the three walked into the fog step by step. It was unknown how deep the fog was. It was like a surging sea. When the three of them entered, there was not even a splash of water. After about half a cup of tea's time, the fog disappeared and the three of them came to a huge flat stone ground. In the center of the flat stone ground, there was a blood-red pattern with a diameter of dozens of meters. The blood-red pattern was formed by countless ripples, and it also looked like the ancient character for water. How could the three of them not know that this was a seal? Beside the blood pattern stood 4 figures. Yichen and the other 2 all knew these 4. They were actually the Destruction Demon Emperor, the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, the Black Fiend Emperor, and the Earth Demon Emperor. "It's you guys?" The 4 had already noticed that someone had come in, but they did not expect that it would be Yichen, Shenhe, and the Demon Flower Emperor. In fact, they thought that everything was foolproof. After all, their actions were very secretive, and not a trace of energy leaked out. On the contrary, the seal around the True Water Palace ruins prevented the energy from leaking out, which served as a cover. "So, you have all been possessed." After a slight shock, Xuanho's expression returned to normal. "How did you know we were here?" the Destruction Demon Emperor asked calmly. Yichen smiled faintly with a sharp glint in his eyes. "If you don't want people to know, then don't do it." Although he said so, Yichen also knew that if it were not for the Yuan Emperor's seal and the Yuan Emperor's doppelganger beside him, he would never know that something had happened here. "Since you are here, don't leave. The 3 of you stay." The Destruction Demon Emperor did not panic at all, and the corner of his mouth raised into a sinister sneer. "Before the matter is resolved, we naturally will not leave." Yichen released the sword domain which enveloped the entire area. The possessed Golden Turtle Old Ancestor roared, and a powerful domain burst out from his body. This domain was extremely evil, and it constantly attacked Yichen's sword domain. "If we were outside I might be afraid of you, but unfortunately, you should not have come here. The endless evil power here can be absorbed by us at any time, and our strength will multiply." The voice of the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was sharp and thin, extremely ear-piercing. His gaze, with a lustful look, swept over Shenhe and the Demon Flower Emperor, and he sneered. "I'll leave the 3 of them to you. Remember, don't let them escape." The Destruction Demon Emperor did not seem to have any intention of making a move. Waves of evil power condensed into runes, branded on the blood pattern, and eroded the power of the seal. At this moment, more than half of the blood pattern had been eroded, and gray mist escaped from time to time. Chapter 989. Don't worry. They won't be able to return this time. The Earth Demon Emperor's tongue was very long, like a snake's tongue. It could almost reach his ears. His eyes were no longer the original beast pupils. Instead, they were like the pupils of a hornet's nest, which contained countless compound eyes. Being stared at by him, Yichen and the other 2 felt like they were in a maze. Everything around them was getting further and further away. What a powerful eye technique. Xianhou raised her eyebrows and a mysterious aura spread out. Under the interference of this aura, the illusion of the eye technique that was eroding reality was immediately forced out. What kind of realm is this? The Earth Demon Emperor stopped being careless. He wasn't good at fighting head-on. He was good at soul attacks and various illusion techniques. Although the eye technique just now wasn't his strongest illusion technique, it was very hard to defend against it. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Some kings who were stronger than him would fall into it if they were careless. 10,000 bugs, you've met your match this time. The Black Demon Emperor's body was emitting light black smoke. This smoke seemed to be spiritual, and it would transform into tentacles or palms from time to time, which was very shocking. As for the 10,000 bugs that the Black Demon Emperor mentioned, it was the Earth Demon Emperor. As the person who had taken over the body, his original personality had been devoured by them. The one who had taken over the Nirvana Demon Emperor was called Tianxia, the one who had taken over the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was called Jin Sha, and the 10,000 bugs was the Earth Demon Emperor. As for the Black Demon Emperor, he was called Xieshou. Humph, she only broke my compound eye technique. Later, I'll let her know what it means to want to die. The 10,000 bugs that had taken over the Earth Demon Emperor's body sneered. He was very confident in himself. After observing the characteristics of the three's aura, it wasn't hard for Yi Chen to guess that the evil spirit that had taken over the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor's body should be a strong attack type. He was very strong in head-on combat. The one that had taken over the Earth Demon Emperor's body should be good at illusion techniques. As for the evil spirit that had taken over the Black Demon Emperor's body, it should be a strange type. He probably had some powerful evil techniques. Seniors, you can just support me from the side. Leave them to me. It was impossible for Yi Chen to let Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor take the risk. Although the two of them had unique abilities, their battle prowess was slightly lower. In a one-on-one fight, it would be difficult for them to win. If they supported him from the side, they would be more useful. You're courting death. Let me, Gold Thug, deal with you. If they were in the outside world, Gold Thug might not be a match for Yi Chen. However, in here he was fearless. With a loud roar, a dark golden metallic light erupted from his body. The light was extremely dazzling and filled with evil energy. As soon as it appeared, it immediately condensed into streaks of dark golden sharp blades. Like tens of thousands of arrows that shot out at the same time, they pierced through the air towards Yi Chen and enveloped Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor. Yi Chen's expression was calm as he unsheathed his iron-blooded silver-blue sword and slashed twice in the air. Ding, 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 ding. Countless sounds of metal colliding broke out. It seemed like Yi Chen had only brandished his sword twice, but he had blocked all the dark golden sharp blades that were coming at him. The speed of his sword was fast and the angle was accurate. It had reached an unbelievable and unpredictable realm. Even Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor were shocked. The most powerful swordsman since the ancient times. Even the ancient Sword King is not as good as him. He's really inhuman, the Demon Flower Emperor muttered in his heart. This kind of sword attack comes without any sign. It's without the heart or the sword. It has already surpassed the level of using the will or the heart to control the sword. Xuanhou's eyesight was much better than the Demon Flower Emperor. Although she wasn't a swordsman, it didn't hinder her understanding of swordsmen. According to what she knew, there were three kinds of sword attack realms for swordsmen. They were body control sword, chi control sword, and the highest heart control sword. However, what Yi Chen had just displayed had clearly surpassed heart control sword. Using the heart to control the sword intent meant that the heart would move and the sword would move, making the sword heart bright. However, Yi Chen had just attacked without any warning, giving people a very abrupt feeling. It was as if the sword had already attacked before the intent had even moved. Thousands of dark golden sharp blades couldn't move an inch forward. It was as if there was a chi wall that extended far in front of Yi Chen, firmly protecting the three of them. Suddenly Yi Chen flipped his wrist. As the sword light shot out, a trace of transparency appeared in the air. Tianxia, who was occupying the Nirvana Demon Emperor's body, was undoubtedly the leader of the four. He frowned as he felt a strong sense of danger approaching. He's really arrogant. As the thought flashed through his mind, transparent hexagonal glass appeared around Tianxia's body. These hexagonal glasses were embedded together, forming a seamless shield. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. It seemed that something extremely sharp had slashed the shield. However, the next moment Tianxia's expression changed. There was a sword mark on his chest and blood flowed out. How is this possible? I clearly blocked it. Tianxia didn't care about such a small injury. What surprised him was how his opponent's sword chi managed to injure him. Even he only realized it after the fact. Moreover, he was 100% sure that his defensive barrier had completely sealed off the sword. Dense killing intent was released. Tianxia stared coldly at Yi Qin. He couldn't let this kid grow any longer. Whether he admitted it or not, this kid had already become the most troublesome person in Elysium. What a pity. The one who had unleashed this sword was Yi Qin. He didn't use Orbital Slash. Although Orbital Slash could attack through protective energy, its destructive power was slightly weaker, and it didn't have much practical value. He used Void Energy Slash. To a certain extent, Void Energy Slash could also ignore protective energy, and its destructive power was much greater than Orbital Slash. If it could hit the opponent directly, it would definitely injure him and interrupt his unsealing. Apart from that, the core of this sword was that there was no sword in the heart. The intent came later and the sword came first. When the opponent sensed danger, the sword chi had already arrived. However, the opponent's protective energy had been activated too quickly. It seemed to contain mental power. With a thought, the defense was formed. Although it wasn't as good as Yi Chen's no sword in the heart, considering the distance between them, the difference in time was more or less offset. In the end, the sword chi was slightly faster. The front part of the power was transmitted to the opponent, and the back part was blocked by the shield. Evil God Barrier. Tianxia was corroding the blood seal and he couldn't stop it. Luckily he was prepared. He had placed many black crystals around the blood seal. Originally he didn't plan on using them. He just wanted to prevent accidents from happening, but he didn't think that accidents would really happen. Yi Qin and the other two would find him. As the evil power surged into the black crystal, a black barrier rose up, enveloping the blood-red seal and the heavenly diabolism. Above the black barrier, a blurry figure condensed. Although the evil power was not as strong as the evil power in the blood-red seal, the difference was like heaven and earth. It was as if it really was the projection of the evil god. Ping ping ping. Yi Qin used his super-fast sword speed to continuously slash the black barrier, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. He couldn't shake the evil barrier with the blurry image guarding it. Don't be arrogant. Seeing that Yi Qin didn't put them in his eyes at all, Wanzong was enraged. Evil power poured out of his palms, turning into countless black crows. These crows cawed loudly and pounced at Yi Qin. A strange scene occurred. When Yi Qin's sword chi slashed at the black crows, it went right through them as if they didn't exist at all. It's an illusion. Yi Qin had a feeling in his heart. I will deal with his illusion. The mysterious queen had dabbled in many mysterious daos, including illusions. She used her Zhen Yuan to condense a mirror, which expanded rapidly until it seemed to connect with the void. Those black crows that didn't exist in the mirror became corporeal and disappeared one after another. In the next moment, the black crows rushed out of the mirror and pounced towards the myriad bugs. Illusion rebound. Damn it. 10,000 insects knew how powerful his illusions were, and even though he could deal with them, he was caught off guard and cut a sorry figure. Countless crows drilled out of his mouth, eyes, and even chest, and a heart-wrenching pain spread through his entire body. He lost control of his evil power and started to dissipate, greatly weakening his aura. Ping 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 ping. Without any reason, Yi Chen's heart started to beat faster. He thought about something and looked at his heart. Inside the coconut-shaped heart, there was a crow that had appeared out of nowhere. It was trying to break out of the heart's wall. If a normal person were to see this, they would probably be scared to the point where their face would turn pale and their mind would be in a mess. What a powerful illusion. Although Xianhou had reflected the illusion, Yi Qin, who was the target, still suffered from the aftermath. I am immortal. Yi Qin did not know about illusion, nor did he cultivate it. His expression remained the same. The immortal sword soul in his sea of soul released a wisp of white holy light, covering his body. Poof! The crow in his heart suddenly disappeared. It was purely an illusion. At this moment, Gold Thug, who occupied the body of the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, and Evil Hand, who occupied the body of the Black Fiend Emperor, seized the opportunity to attack. Gold Thug made a grabbing motion with his hand, and a dark golden machete was formed, slashing at Yi Qin. On Evil Hand's body, countless tentacles formed from evil power spread rapidly, entangling and attacking Yi Qin. Clang! Yi Qin cut the dark golden machete in half with his sword. Then the iron blood silver blue sword took advantage of the momentum and swept out. The sword ray was like a mirror, shredding all the tentacles that were entangling him. Soldiers of evil. Evil Hand sneered, and an evil halo spread out from his body. The tentacles shredded by the halo reformed, but they were no longer in the shape of tentacles. Instead, they were evil hands with a much weaker aura. Hundreds of evil hands surrounded Yi Qin and attacked Yi Qin. "Chickens and dogs, I'll let you witness my true strength." The sword aura on Yi Qin's body soared. All the evil hands attacking Yi Qin were chopped into nothingness by this frightening sword aura before they could even get close. At the same time, Yi Qin raised the iron blood silver blue sword and slashed down. Wuxia. A dark green sword curtain seemed as if it would pierce through the sky. Compared to before, the current merciless water and fire was much more powerful. At this moment, Yi Qin was truly using the power of the first layer of life and death realm. Rumble. The earth shook. Be it Gold Thug Evil Hand or the insects that were trying their best to resist his illusion, they were all sent flying. Their bodies shattered in the air, blood mist filling the air. Chapter 990. This is the first layer of life and death realm. Being inside the evil god enchantment didn't mean that Tianxia was ignorant of what was happening outside. His eyes seemed to be connected to the vague shadow above the enchantment. Whatever the shadow could see, he could also see. When Yi Qin's aura soared and shattered the bodies of Gold Fiend and the other two, Tianxia was startled inwardly. Even his unsealing movements seemed to be somewhat affected. Life and death realm had a total of 9 layers. With each layer, the purity of one's Zhen Yuan would increase by a large margin. This was not only an increase in one's battle power, but also in the level of one's power. It was like the difference between water and mercury. As an expert of evil spirit race, Tianxia himself was also a great expert of life and death realm. However, due to the suppression of Elysium, he could only exert his strength to the 4th layer. Moreover, his origin had suffered quite a bit of damage. Cracks had appeared on his Dao gate, which led to it being sealed. He had only managed to break free in recent days. After countless years, his aura had been branded with Elysium's aura, and he had also possessed Nirvana Demon Emperor's body. Thus, Elysium's suppression on him wasn't as strong as before. However, only his origin had recovered, and his realm was still suppressed by 2 layers. At present, he was merely at the unharmed 4th layer of life and death realm. Moreover, since he had yet to familiarize himself with Nirvana Demon Emperor's body, he could only display 70 to 80% of his battle power. Therefore, after breaking free, Tianxia didn't dare to immediately start a massacre and slaughter the kings of Elysium. He knew that with his current strength, it was still not enough for him to jump around. However, the fact that Yi Qin had reached the first sky of life and death realm made him feel extremely uneasy. The reason why the evil spirit race and the demons sealed the entrance of Elysium was to limit the lifespan of Elysium's kings to 1,000 years, making it impossible for them to increase their cultivation base. However, in every generation, a peerless character would appear in Elysium. These peerless characters could break through the shackles and cultivate to the 1st or even the 2nd layer of life and death realm, greatly increasing their battle power and energy recovery speed, allowing them to contend with 5th layer life and death realm experts. These people's achievements in martial arts and martial will would be extremely frightening even in the outside world, not to mention the small Elysium. Otherwise, how could they fight above their realm? They had been fighting for so many years without gaining the upper hand. Yi Qin had entered the 1st sky of life and death realm. Didn't this mean that he was this era's peerless character, and had the potential to turn the situation around? With his current 1st sky of life and death realm, I'm afraid his strength is not below mine. It seems like only by undoing the seal and letting Lord Evil Wind escape can we thoroughly deal with him together. Lord Evil Wind inside the blood seal was even stronger than him. He was a 7th sky of life and death realm expert. Even if his realm was suppressed by Elysium, he could still erupt with the battle power of a 5th sky of life and death realm expert. However, it was unknown how much power he had left after being sealed for 10,000 years. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Tianxia concentrated even more on condensing symbols and eroding the blood seal. Outside the evil god enchantment, Gold Thug, 1,000 bugs, and Evil Hand were chopped into pieces by Yi Qin's sword. Before the blood mist could disperse, it was caught up by the domineering green radiance, turning into nothingness. Undead Evil River. Suddenly, a river of evil energy condensed from the surrounding mist and rushed over, drowning the green light and wrapping a blurry dark golden shadow inside. It was Gold Thug. Gold Thug's cultivation base was much denser than 1,000 bugs and Evil Hand. At the crucial moment, he used an evil art, drawing the boundless evil power from the fog to replenish himself. Demonic Flower, absorb. Seeing this, Demon Flower Emperor waved his palm, and a black demonic flower rapidly enlarged, intercepting the evil river. The frightening evil power poured into the demonic flower, which couldn't absorb so much evil power in a short time. Thus, it couldn't help but expand from the size of a house to the size of a mountain. 8 trigrams extermination. Yi Chen's eyes were ice cold as he raised his left index and middle fingers, pointing at Gold Thug. Buzz. The Sky Scorpio sword unsheathed itself and divided into 8, which then turned into 64, forming an 8 trigram sword array filled with the aura of extermination. It swept toward Gold Thug, not giving him any chance. Gold Thug was extremely weak at this moment. Although he had a portion of the evil power to replenish himself, how could he convert it all into his own power? He was instantly swept into the 8 trigram sword array and turned into nothingness. Clang. Returning the Sky Scorpio sword to its sheath, Yi Chen looked at the evil god enchantment. Let me try out this enchantment's defense first. The demonic flower had absorbed too much evil power. The demon flower emperor's left and right hands each held a demonic light sphere. The sphere on his right hand had already reached 1 meter in diameter, and its powerful demonic ripples even caused the surrounding fog to disperse. With a swish, the demon flower emperor's right hand shot out, and the demonic light sphere shot toward the evil god enchantment. Inside the evil god enchantment, Tianxia coldly watched and snorted inwardly. As long as the upper-grade evil power crystal's energy hasn't been exhausted, even if your strength had doubled, you still wouldn't be able to break the evil god enchantment. Evil power crystals were on the same level as Zhenyuan crystals. Low-rank ones could only be easily condensed by evil spirit kings at the first sky of life and death realm. Mid-rank ones would need to be at the 4th sky of life and death realm, while top-rank ones would need to be at the 7th sky of life and death realm. Any top-rank evil power crystal contained an astonishing evil power, and its quality was extremely high. Although the evil god enchantment that used top-rank evil power crystals might not necessarily need to be at the 7th sky of life and death realm to be broken, it would at least need to be at the 5th sky of life and death realm. As expected, when the demonic light sphere struck the evil god enchantment, apart from creating a small ripple, it didn't shake the enchantment in the slightest. The demon flower emperor's complexion remained unchanged. Just as she threw out the demonic light sphere in her right hand, the one in her left hand followed right after. At the same time, a new demonic light sphere appeared in her right hand. Since she couldn't break the evil god enchantment in one strike, the demon flower emperor didn't believe that 10 or even 100 strikes wouldn't have the same effect. In any case, these demonic light spheres were transformed from the evil power, and they seemed to be endless. Her own consumption wasn't that great and she could maintain it for a very long time. Mysterious Tao Heaven and Earth Reversal. Shinho also knew that this was a crucial moment. If they couldn't break the evil god enchantment before the blood seal was lifted, they would have to face 2 powerful enemies. Her hands rapidly formed seals, and an even larger ancient gate appeared, covering the indistinct image above the evil god enchantment. That indistinct image didn't have any consciousness, and allowed the ancient gate to envelop it. Buzz. After being struck by the demonic light sphere dozens of times, the evil god enchantment, which was still as stable as Mount Tai, suddenly started to tremble. The mirror-like surface of the enchantment began to distort at an astonishing frequency. You actually want to reverse the structure of the evil god enchantment. Tianxia's anger soared to the sky. Runes condensed in his right hand, eroding the blood seal, while his left hand shot out an evil art, pouring it into the indistinct image above the enchantment. You disobeyed me, so you must die. The indistinct image's body lightly trembled, and the ancient gate shattered into thousands of pieces. The reversal power also disappeared. The ancient gate, which was connected to their minds, shattered. Xianhou instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale. This enchantment's power is too strong. Unless I can reach the next level, I won't be able to shake it. Xianhou sat cross-legged on the ground, and her aura surged. Devil's flower, devour heaven and earth. The demon flower emperor was truly enraged. He no longer used demonic light spheres to attack the evil god enchantment. Instead, he sent the devil's flower over, intending to use it to absorb the enchantment's power. Overestimating yourself. The indistinct image couldn't attack, but that didn't mean it would passively take a beating. The moment the devil's flower flew over, it was torn into 2. Evil flames burned and the devil's flower turned into ashes. Seniors, leave the rest to me. In front of absolute defense, only absolute power could break it. Of course, if one's technique reached an earth-shattering level, they could also break it. Unfortunately, powerful techniques also needed time to accumulate. Xianhou wasn't old, and it was already very rare for her to have such achievements. In reality, Yichen was very clear that although Xuanhou's battle power was inferior to his, in terms of achievements, she wasn't inferior to him by much. The main reason was that the profound Tao was all-encompassing and involved too many things. It consumed a lot of energy. If Xianhou was like him and walked the path of pure martial arts, her battle power would definitely be much higher than now. Everyone had their own pursuits. Yichen pursued the pinnacle of the martial Tao and the pinnacle of the sword Tao. As for Xianhou, her pursuits were probably the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. The Earth Fiend sword art had long been executed. The reason why Yichen didn't make a move earlier was because he was absorbing the Earth Origin Baneful Qi. The more Earth Origin Baneful Qi the Earth Fiend sword art contained, the stronger its might would be. There wasn't much time left. Yichen had to break the enchantment in one sword strike and interrupt the opponent's unsealing action. Strands. The huge purple sword that entered the ground was rapidly dyed black. Boundless Earth Origin Baneful Qi surged over from all directions, rushing into the huge black sword. I wonder how powerful the Earth Fiend sword art's ultimate might is. With their minds connected, Yichen could feel that the current black sword's might was several times stronger than when it was used against Su King. Furthermore, it was still increasing rapidly. What is he doing? Tianxia sensed something was wrong. It's about time. When the huge black sword started to distort and the energy started to become unstable, Yichen made a prompt decision and pushed the huge black sword out of the ground. Go! With a finger movement, the huge black sword carried boundless baneful qi and attacked the heretical god barrier. With a pull, the blurry figure on the heretical god barrier suddenly stretched out his right hand and sent a palm strike at the huge black sword. However, the heretical god barrier's power was mostly used for defense. The blurry figure could only use less than 10% of its power. How could it contend against the huge black sword? His palm was directly destroyed by the sword. Pooh! In the next moment, the huge black sword pierced through the heretical god barrier and shot towards Tianxia. Boom! At this moment, the blood seal that had been corroded by 4/5 of the heretical god barrier suddenly broke. A palm that was completely condensed from evil energy grabbed the huge black sword. Tianxia, I'll have to trouble you. A sinister voice rang out. Chapter 991. It can actually grab the Earth Fiend sword condensed from the Earth Fiend sword art? Yichen's brows couldn't help but crease. The fact that the gigantic Earth Fiend sword could break through the heretic god barrier was within his expectations. After all, the heretic god barrier had been bombarded by the Devil Flower Sovereign before, and its structure had been distorted by the mysterious Empress with her profound Tao. It seemed to be undamaged, but there were already signs of instability. Otherwise, there would be no need for the evil spirit race experts who had occupied the Terminator Demon Emperor's body to activate the blurry phantom image above the heretic god barrier. As for his Earth Fiend sword art, it had absorbed enough Earth Fiend evil chi, and its might had reached a level that even he couldn't control. Breaking the enchantment with one strike was naturally a matter of course. However, the evil power condensed into a huge hand grabbing the Earth Fiend sword was beyond his expectations. Although the Earth Fiend sword had already consumed a large amount of energy to shatter the vague hand and penetrate the evil god enchantment, grabbing and blocking were not on the same level. Grabbing meant that it still had energy left, while blocking meant that it had gone all out. Clang. Yichen's soul power was not something that ordinary people could compare with after all. With a thought, the Earth Fiend huge sword was like a sharp saw that could cut open mountains and the ground. It sliced forward violently, and the huge hand formed by the evil power was cut in half, losing its control over the Earth Fiend huge sword. Not good. After the evil hand was cut in half, the remaining might of the Earth Fiend sword could not be underestimated. It furiously slashed toward Tianxia, and the incomparably frightening evil chi combined with the destructive sword intent could almost cut through a person's soul. However, Tianxia was at the 4th layer of life and death realm. Even if he could only display 70 to 80% of his battle power in the Nirvana Demon Emperor's body, it was still not something Su King could compare to. His right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, heavily bombarding the Earth Fiend sword with a biting cold evil chi. Clang. The Earth Fiend sword was blasted away, and Tianxia himself also retreated 10 steps with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid we won't be able to resolve this peacefully today. Yichen sighed inwardly as the Earth Fiend gigantic sword entered the ground. Not to mention the evil spirit powerhouse that was about to escape, just the person who had occupied the Nirvana Demon Emperor's body was not someone who could be easily defeated. The other party's punch just now was extremely domineering, filled with killing intent and evil. It was clearly an extremely powerful martial art. However, this martial art was unique to the evil spirit race. It was completely different from the martial arts of Elysium. Crackle. Bang. In this short instant, the blood seal first shattered into thousands of pieces, then turned into nothingness. A ferocious tiger coming out of its cage and the gates of hell opened erupted like a volcano. The frightening movement caused the entire True Water Palace ruins to tremble. The outer seal flickered, and from time to time, some of the weaker seals dissipated into thin air, blown away by the frightening evil wind. If not for the seal formed by countless Yuan characters, a huge hole would have appeared in the energy barrier of the True Water Palace ruins, causing endless seawater to pour in. At that time, even if Yi Chen and the rest could travel through the void, they would still suffer some injuries. Haha, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor have finally escaped. Who in the world can be my opponent? The fierce evil wind rotated and compressed at high speed, condensing into a human figure. This person was tall, wearing a blue Taoist robe. Although he was not young, looking to be in his 50s or 60s, he gave people a very strange temperament, as if he was a Taoist expert. However, his eyes ruined the whole feeling. A trace of a mysterious gaze drifted around, and anyone who was looked at by him would feel as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake, unable to sleep at night. Welcome, Lord Yin Wind. Tianxia's face revealed a happy expression. From the momentum just now, even if the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor's strength was not even 30% of his peak, it was still much stronger than him. One day he would obtain a treasure to replenish his essence chi, and his strength would definitely reach the peak. As long as a peerless figure like the Yuan Emperor did not appear, he would be invincible in the world. Sure enough, True Water Emperor's body was already possessed by an evil spirit race's expert. The speaker was Yuan Emperor. Although the painting was in his storage ring, Yuan Emperor and Yi Chen's minds were connected. What Yi Chen could see, Yuan Emperor could also see. At this moment, seeing the other's appearance, Yuan Emperor's voice resounded in Yi Chen's mind, sighing incessantly. Since this person has already possessed True Water Emperor's body, who sealed him, and even buried the entire True Water Palace's king, leading to the destruction of True Water Palace? Yi Chen was puzzled. Yuan Emperor said, although the nature of that blood seal was different from True Water Emperor's Blue Ocean seal, upon careful observation, it was actually a change in the nature of the same form. Yi Chen's mind was clear and he suddenly said, so, it seems that the one who sealed the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was True Water Emperor himself. Although True Water Emperor's body was possessed, it was only his body, and his soul still had its own consciousness. He knew that his consciousness would be devoured by the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor, so in order to avoid harming Elysium, he used a method to seal himself. The reason why he didn't use his own Blue Ocean seal was probably because it was closely related to him, and he was afraid that it wouldn't be able to trap him. Therefore he used an extremely sinister seal, sealing himself at the cost of many True Water Palace's king. That should be the case. Yi Chen's reasoning was the same as Yuan Emperor's. Knowing the truth of the matter, Yi Chen was filled with emotion. What True Water Emperor did was undoubtedly sacrificing himself for the greater good. He sealed himself at the cost of the destruction of True Water Palace, so that Elysium could avoid disaster. Although such an act was too cruel and ruthless for the people of True Water Palace, it was a great concern for the people of the world. Not only True Water Emperor but also countless emperors throughout the ages would rather sacrifice themselves to protect everything they wanted to protect for Elysium and the people of the world. Among them there were high and low achievements, but they were all great. It was because of their existence that Elysium could survive to this day and not be enslaved by foreign races. In fact, he didn't have to do this. With my strength back then, I was worried about not having a worthy opponent. How could I be afraid of a mere Yin Wind Demonic Emperor? For a peerless character like Yuan Emperor, if he couldn't leave Elysium, the stronger the enemy, the stronger his battle intent would be. In the later stages of his life, in order to find an opponent, he had barged into death's door dozens of times. Each time he was able to escape unscathed. Even the most serious time he only suffered a light injury. Nobody knew what True Water Emperor was thinking at that time. Perhaps he thought that Yuan Emperor shouldn't have been put in danger. If Yuan Emperor lost, he would at most die, but if Elysium lost, it would be beyond redemption. Peerless characters of every generation seem to involve luck. Once luck was lost, it would be hard to condense again in a short period of time, making it impossible for a new peerless character to appear. First Sky of Life and Death Realm. It seems like you are the top warrior of this generation of Elysium. If I kill you, Elysium will not have the power to fight anymore. Yin Wind Demonic Emperor sensed Yi Chen's cultivation base, and after a slight shock, his face turned into ecstasy. Back then he was only able to possess True Water Emperor's body because the latter had forcefully barged into the path of death and suffered an injury to his soul. Otherwise, even if his strength was higher than True Water Emperor's, he wouldn't have been able to succeed. It should be known that possession was a double-edged sword. If he failed, he would die trying. After occupying the body of the Emperor of True Water, the Emperor of Yin Wind hid himself for 10,000 years. He wanted to devour the soul of the Emperor of True Water so that his strength could reach a higher level. Then he could fight against the primitive Emperor who seemed to be more powerful than the Emperor of True Water. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, the soul of the Emperor of True Water came back to life and occupied the dominant position. He sealed himself for 15,000 years at the cost of blood. Now that he was free, the endless seal made him thirsty for battle. Even if his current strength was only 20 to 30% of his peak, the current Yi Chen didn't even have 1/5 of Yuan Emperor's strength. Killing him wouldn't be too difficult. Killing you will mean one less peerless expert in the great calamity of the foreign races. Not to mention that Yin Wind Evil Emperor wanted to kill him, Yi Chen didn't intend to return empty-handed. Whether it was Tianxia or Yin Wind Evil Emperor, they were both targets he wanted to kill. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if his strength was restored to its peak. Instead of waiting for that day to come, it would be better to end it early. Good confidence. Unfortunately, confidence can't bring you victory. Tianxia, don't do it. I'll fight him first. Yin Wind Evil Emperor wasn't a righteous person. He didn't let Tianxia do it now because he was confident that he could defeat Yi Chen. If he really couldn't defeat Yi Chen, it wouldn't be too late for him to take action. Saber. After saying this, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor waved his right hand, and at the original location of the blood-colored seal, an evil weapon with dense evil chi broke out of the ground and fell into his hand. You're a swordsman, and I'm also a blade expert of the Evil Spirit clan. Today I'll use my 100 battles evil saber to kill you. With the evil saber in his hand, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor's body burst forth with an extremely evil and tyrannical saber force. Under the guidance of this saber force, his entire person seemed to have turned into a saber, an evil saber that could behead souls. Block my sword first, then we'll talk. Under the ground, a huge black sword shot out. The boundless Earth Yuan evil chi was restrained by the destruction sword intent, and became extremely condensed. As soon as the sword was thrown out, the space was cut open and a pitch-black crack appeared in the air. Under the stimulation of Yi Chen's soul power, the Earth Fiend huge sword was as fast as the aurora. Even with Yin Wind Evil Emperor's perception, he couldn't dodge it in an instant. Yin Wind Evil Emperor was shocked and angry at the same time. Previously, although he had grabbed the Earth Fiend huge sword, it was because the Earth Fiend huge sword had shattered the blurry phantom's palm and pierced through the evil god enchantment, which consumed more than half of its power. If he had known that the Earth Fiend huge sword was so powerful, he wouldn't have given Yi Chen any time to prepare his attack. Moon has waxing and waning. The Yin Wind Demonic Emperor let out a roar. He raised his evil blade with both hands and slashed at the Earth Fiend gigantic sword. The gray blade screen in the void evolved into a fragmented bright moon, which contained the transformation of yin and yang. The blade energy seemed fragmented, but it was incomparably ferocious. It was like a person who was born with a disability and had been bullied, with a twisted hatred in his heart. Chapter 992. Clang. The demonic saber and the earthly fiend gigantic sword collided with each other in the most violent manner. For a moment, sparks flew in all directions, forming a line, gushing and exploding in the strangest manner. It was as if the order of space had been disrupted. The transfer of power became bizarre and motley, and no one could even think of seeing the complete trajectory. A mouthful of cold blood spurted out, and the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was sent flying backward by the huge Earth Fiend sword, and suddenly disappeared into the distant fog. The huge Earth Fiend sword paused for a moment, and then slashed forward at a speed several times faster than the opponent. Wherever it went, a thick sword mark appeared on the ground, and the fog was split apart. Anything that blocked the sword was torn apart in a destructive manner. Raging sea waves. Although the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was sent flying, the moment he landed on the ground he immediately raised his saber and attacked again. This time, although the saber energy was not as ferocious as the last time, it was more and more violent, like monstrous raging waves unceasing. As a saber expert of the evil spirit race, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor's research on techniques was very profound. The power of the Earth Fiend Giant Sword seemed to be invincible, but a part of it had already been offset by his most ferocious full moon, and the remaining power was less than 80% of its original power. It just happened to be continuous power, and the saber energy was stronger than the previous one. Clang 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 clang. After the first saber hit the Earth Fiend Giant Sword, the Yin Demonic Emperor immediately sent out the second saber, the third saber. The saber speed was getting faster and faster, as if there was no end, and in an instant, a total of 17 saber strikes hit the Earth Fiend Giant Sword. Bang! The 18th saber strike was sent out, and the Earth Fiend Giant Sword was sent flying, but the Yin Demonic Emperor was also not good. The first 17 saber strikes he was not unscathed, but he knew that he could not retreat now. Once he retreated, the saber energy would be thwarted, and he would no longer be able to stop the advance of the Earth Fiend Giant Sword, and he would inevitably be pierced by the sword. After the Earth Fiend Giant Sword was sent flying, the Yin Demonic Emperor finally could not suppress the injury, and his arms exploded inch by inch, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. It turned out that although the Earth Fiend Giant Sword failed to attack the body of the Yin Demonic Emperor, but the invincible sword energy had already passed to him. If it was not for the raging sea waves of the Yin Demonic Emperor and the continuous saber energy, this sword could have seriously injured the Yin Demonic Emperor. Good sword control technique. The Yin Demonic Emperor's face turned pale, and his eyes emitted a blazing, eerie, killing intent. Same here. To be honest, the Yin Demonic Emperor's saber art wasn't anything special. Although it had a profound meaning and was incomparably tyrannical, it hadn't been fully mastered yet. It could only be used to scare those whose martial arts realm was lower than his. However, the Yin Demonic Emperor's evil energy was powerful, and his evil will was also incomparably mysterious. He was able to unleash this saber art to an extremely ferocious level. I just don't know if you'll be able to unleash such a sword strike again. How could the Yin Demonic Emperor not see that this imperial sword technique needed to absorb the Earth Origin Evil Chi underground? If there was no Earth Origin Evil Chi, he could easily break this move with a casual slash. And since he knew the weakness of this sword technique, how could he give Yi Chen the opportunity to absorb the Earth Origin Evil Chi? Let's wait and see. Yi Chen reached out his hand, and the huge purple sword disintegrated in the air, turning into a purple longsword and falling into his hand. The reason why he was able to injure the Yin Demonic Emperor with the Earth Fiend Sword technique was because the Yin Demonic Emperor didn't understand the Earth Fiend Sword technique. But now that the Yin Demonic Emperor knew the weakness of the Earth Fiend Sword technique, he obviously wouldn't give him the opportunity to accumulate power. It should be known that the reason why he could injure Su King with this move was because Su King's battle strength was inferior to his. He could use the Earth Fiend Sword technique to absorb the Earth Origin Evil Chi while fighting. However, the Yin Demonic Emperor wasn't someone that could be compared to Su King. Judging from the fact that the Yin Demonic Emperor could barely resist the Earth Fiend Sword technique, his battle strength was several times higher than Su King's. Without the Sky Scorpio Sword, Yi Chen was absolutely not the Yin Demonic Emperor's opponent. Once he used the Earth Fiend Sword technique to absorb the Earth Origin Evil Chi, the Yin Demonic Emperor would definitely heavily injure or even kill him. At that time, the Earth Fiend Sword technique would collapse by itself, unless he had a second Supreme Grade sword. After all, how could the Iron Blood Silver Blue Sword compare to a Supreme Grade sword? Therefore, only with the Sky Scorpio Sword in his hand could Yi Chen have the power to fight. As for the Earth Fiend Sword technique performed by the Sky Scorpio Sword, he naturally couldn't use it. The Earth Fiend Sword technique performed by the Iron Blood Silver Blue Sword was useless. Good, let's see how you will receive my moon has imperfection this time. The Yin Demonic Emperor roared. His body turned into a blade light and the blade followed him. The mournful gray blade light formed a broken moon between the two, and the gap was facing Yi Chen's direction. Facing the Yin Demonic Emperor's brutal blade, Yi Chen's eyes turned solemn, but his hands weren't slow. No, his hands' movements had reached the pinnacle. Obviously, it was the Yin Demonic Emperor who attacked first, but when the blade light swept over, it became Yi Chen who attacked first, directly attacking the gap of the blade light. Clang. As the blade and sword collided, a dark green flame burst out, accompanied by an incomparably soft and sharp aura. Yi Chen's merciless water and fire was forcibly twisted into strands by the opponent's blade light, and the sword energy couldn't advance even an inch. As for himself, blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and he had to retreat 8 steps before he could neutralize the blade energy. The reason why the Yin Demonic Emperor couldn't follow up with another attack was not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't, because he had also taken 3 steps back. This sword attack of Yi Chen contained the sword energy of the fusion of water and fire, which had a destructive explosive power. The realm of his sword art was unimaginably high, but what really shocked him wasn't Yi Chen's sword art. After all, no matter how powerful his sword art was, if the foundation was too weak, it would be useless. What shocked him was that he was the one who attacked first, but in the end he was the one who attacked first. Yi Chen didn't wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although the opponent's blade energy shook his blood and chi, it still couldn't hurt him. And with the realm of no sword in hand and no sword in heart, it was enough to attack first, so that the opponent's blade energy could only be displayed at 70 to 80%. In other words, the attack power of Yi Chen was actually a lot weaker than that of the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor. The reason why he could force the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor to retreat 3 steps with one strike was because of the high realm of his sword art. Sometimes, a high attack power might not be able to display all of it. Damn, take my raging sea waves again. The Yin Wind Demonic Emperor hated the experts of Elysium very much. These people's foundation was not as good as his, but for some reason each of them had a very high realm of martial arts. When he took over the body of Emperor True Water, he had a terrible battle with him, but at that time, Emperor True Water's soul was injured, and his combat power could only be displayed at most 80%. Originally, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor thought that he could easily injure Emperor True Water again and then take over the body of Emperor True Water. Unexpectedly, although Emperor True Water's combat power was not as good as his, but with his high realm of martial arts, he fought with him for a day and a night. Finally, he was exhausted and lost the power to resist, which was a shame for him. The most humiliating thing was that Emperor True Water lost the power to resist, and he was also seriously injured. Otherwise, he would not have been dormant for 10,000 years and wasted so much time. Now, Yi Chen's foundation was much worse than that of Emperor True Water, and his realm of martial arts was far less than that of Emperor True Water, but in terms of sword art, he had reached that level and even surpassed it. The moon's waxing and waning focused on ferocity and strength. The raging sea waves, in terms of ferocity, were not as ferocious as the moon's waxing and waning, but in terms of continuous blade energy, it was more than 10 times that of the moon's waxing and waning. Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was afraid of Yi Chen's realm of sword art, so he planned to use speed to drown Yi Chen with wave after wave of blade energy. He did not believe that Yi Chen could break the raging sea waves cleanly. In the distance, Xianhou and Demon Flower Emperor were adjusting their breathing while watching the battle. At the same time, they were on guard against Tianxia. Once Tianxia made a move, they would definitely join the battle. They were very clear in their hearts that this was the decisive battle between Yin Wind Demonic Emperor and Yi Chen. If they rashly made a move, not only would they weaken Yi Chen's momentum, but they would also be more of a help. Any casual strike of Yin Wind Demonic Emperor could seriously injure them. When the difference in combat strength was too great, skills and so on were useless. Seeing the boundless blade energy slashing towards Yi Chen, Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou couldn't help feeling their hearts tighten. It was not that they did not trust Yi Chen, but the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was not an ordinary person. This was a demon that had once wreaked havoc in Elysium. If the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was a raging wave, then Yi Chen was a small boat in this raging wave. Although he relied on his skills to prevent the small boat from being submerged, this situation was too dangerous. If he was the slightest bit careless, the boat would be destroyed and he would die. Such a pity, a peerless character. If you want to blame something, blame yourself for not having enough time. Tianxia's fear of Yi Chen was even greater than that of the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor. After devouring the Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul, he had obtained the majority of the Nirvana Demon Emperor's memories. Naturally, he knew everything about Yi Chen. He had to admit that if given enough time, Yi Chen's radiance would be enough to illuminate the past and present. Even those peerless characters who had died might not be able to catch up to him. The evil, berserk, world-beheading blade energy swept over, but Yi Chen's expression didn't change. Perhaps, to him, fighting had already become his life. Stepping onto the peak of the martial Tao, the peak of the sword Tao, was his mission. Even if the heavens fell and the earth split apart, or the doomsday descended, he wouldn't panic. Swish! The Sky Scorpio sword struck out, and an astonishing scene occurred. Yi Chen's body was like a phantom. As soon as the sword struck out, countless figures appeared. Each of Yi Chen's movements were different. They either leaped up, turned sideways, lowered their center of gravity, or flashed. In an instant, countless sword lights rushed into the raging sea of blade energy. Swish! The boundless blade energy shattered, and the numerous Yi Chens merged back into one. How is this possible? The Yin Wind demonic emperor forgot to continue attacking. The shock that Yi Chen had brought him went straight to his soul. As the one who had started the raging sea, he was very clear that each of Yi Chen's sword attacks was aimed at the weak points of the raging sea. The sky-high waves seemed unstoppable, but they contained countless changes in power. In a split second, Yi Chen had destroyed all the power within them. Without the support of power, the sky-high waves instantly collapsed. Although their remaining momentum was still fierce and unstoppable, they had already lost their momentum. Chapter 993. With a sword in one's heart, it was hard to avoid mistakes because the human heart was not perfect. Without a sword in one's heart, one would be able to achieve true precision and perfection. Just like how you cared about something, but if you cared about it too much, you would lose your original judgment. Being without a sword in one's heart didn't mean giving up on the sword, it was just fusing the sword into one's blood and spirit, becoming a part of oneself. Originally, Yi Chen had only comprehended the state of being without a sword in one's heart, but under the pressure of Yin Wind demonic emperor, Yi Chen's body instinctively moved. In other words, taking out the sword had already become his instinct, without the need to think in his heart. At this moment, the thoughts in his heart could no longer keep up with Yi Chen's instinct. Raging Evil Chop. Yin Wind demonic emperor's famous blade art was the Yin Wind 6 spells, and this was the third style. Compared to Full Moon, this move was not only brutal, but also had a lawless arrogance. Compared to Raging Sea Waves, this move's violence was purer and more direct. The Yin Wind 6 spells could be said to be the combination of 6 sets of blade arts, and each style was the strongest move of the set. Boom. Amidst the earth-shattering noise, a sharp saber light extended out. The farther the distance, the longer the saber light became. It seemed like it could be stretched infinitely, and with the most violent manner, it slashed at the enemy. Since the move was not exquisite enough, then he would use absolute blade energy to crush the opponent. Guarding sword like a mountain. Yi Chen did not blindly attack. The opponent's blade energy had already reached the point of ignoring the flaws. Even if he could hit the flaws, the remaining blade energy would be enough to heavily injure him. Holding the Sky Scorpio sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen let out a low roar. His entire body sword energy soared as he fiercely stabbed the sword into the ground. In the next moment, the berserk sword energy with Yi Chen as the center, erupted upwards. Because the sword energy erupted too fast, when it reached the highest point, it slowed down again, causing a large amount of sword energy to stack up, continuously compressing and solidifying, eventually condensing into a towering mountain phantom. The cliff was overflowing with greenery. Gotcha. The sharp blade light fiercely slashed on the illusory mountain peak, splashing up countless illusory stones. Compared to real stones, these illusory stones were many times harder, even steel and iron couldn't compare. After this strike, although the illusory sword-shaped mountain peak was covered with cracks, it wasn't cut into two. Defensive sword move. It wasn't that the Yin Wind demonic emperor hadn't seen defensive sword moves before, but those were all old antiques who had lived for thousands of years. His evil spirit race had experts who had created defensive sword moves, but how old was Yi Chen? Yi Chen's blood and chi were boiling, but he didn't move at all. This move was a defensive sword move that he had created in the past year, and it contained both earth profound and wood profound. For a sword artist, it was good to be aggressive, but it didn't mean that he could only attack and not defend. When there was a huge difference in strength between him and the enemy, a defensive sword move was the only chance to turn the situation around, because only by staying alive could he counterattack. Let's see how many of my attacks you can block. The Yin Wind demonic emperor no longer wasted his energy on being surprised. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to kill Yi Chen. The sharp blade light was like a violent storm, crazily slashing towards the illusory mountain peak. Every time it slashed, it would expand the cracks on it, and even if Yi Chen used all his strength to repair the cracks, he still couldn't offset this destructive speed. Break for me. Seeing that the illusory mountain peak was about to collapse, the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil force surged, and he slashed out the fourth move of the Yin Wind art, Yin Wind Wave Breaker. In silence, the illusory mountain peak was split into two, and the bone-piercing blade light was like a cold wind sweeping over the sea, sweeping towards Yi Chen. This was the Yin Wind demonic emperor's killing move, and it was also the moment for Yi Chen to counterattack. The moment the illusory mountain peak was shattered, Yi Chen's killing move had already finished accumulating power. He pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword from the ground, and with a slanted slash, a dazzling light burst out. The moment the light burst out, the space within several meters suddenly became still. The blade energy that the Yin Wind demonic emperor had sent out was blurry like a cold wind, but after the space became still, the cold wind rapidly condensed, turning into a transparent, gray blade light that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Just like that, it froze in front of Yi Chen. At the same time, Yi Chen's Sky Scorpio sword slowly pierced towards the Yin Wind demonic emperor. The light it emitted was distorted, as if it had entered a kaleidoscope. The third move of the heaven-shattering sword arts, momentary brilliance. No. The Yin Wind demonic emperor roared inwardly. He could feel that the closer he got to the tip of Yi Chen's sword, the greater the void pressure he felt. This void pressure did not only affect his outer appearance, but also his thoughts. From the inside to the outside he couldn't move a single inch. His blood stopped flowing, Zhenyuan stopped flowing, and even the most basic particles of flesh and blood stopped moving. As if a year had passed or just a moment, Yi Chen's Sky Scorpio sword slowly sank into the Yin Wind demonic emperor's heart. In the next moment, the space returned to normal, and Yi Chen's movement was released. The tip of the sword came out of the Yin Wind demonic emperor's back, creating a bloody hole on his chest and back. At the same time, the gray-colored blade light in the void cut through Yi Chen's left shoulder. The blood was frozen like ice and not a single drop of blood splashed out. Pulling out the sword, Yi Chen's figure flashed and he retreated. Along the way he vomited several mouthfuls of blood. This blood was brimming with vitality and contained rich life yuan qi. What was life yuan qi? Specifically speaking, it was lifespan. After vomiting several mouthfuls of blood filled with life yuan qi, Yi Chen didn't know how many years of lifespan he had lost. At least he felt that something was missing. Standing still, the Yin Wind demonic emperor wanted to vomit blood, but he found that he couldn't vomit anything. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels as well as his chest bones were all devoured by this sword. The Yin Wind demonic emperor's eyes were filled with shock and anger, and there was a vague fear that he couldn't get rid of. This sword had brought him too much of a threat. Under this sword, at least 1/3 of the evil power in his body had been annihilated. Countless sword chi was roaming inside his body, and he couldn't get rid of it in a short time. He could only use his own evil power to resist. How could there be such a fast sword? I couldn't even see the process. Demon Flower Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. She wasn't the Yin Wind demonic emperor, and from her angle she didn't see the space freeze. She only saw a dazzling light flash so fast that she thought she was hallucinating. This is the advanced use of space profound. Xuanho's eyes had never been so serious. That flash of image kept appearing in her mind and she tried to analyze it. What sword art is this? Tianxia's nerves were stretched taut. That flash was too short and he couldn't react at all. He only knew that after Yi Chen's defense was broken, the two separated again. Tianxia was heavily injured and Yi Chen lost an arm. The hand holding the Sky Scorpio sword faintly trembled as he panted heavily. That sword strike just now was his greatest achievement in the past year. It was called Split Second of Glory. Split Moment of Glory contained the space profound, but it wasn't perfect, nor was it great completion. It was still at 70% space profound. The higher the level of space profound, the harder it was to progress, as if it had reached a bottleneck. In the past, Yi Chen thought that the sword move created with 70% space profound couldn't surpass the sword move created with 2 great completion profounds. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. From the very beginning he had made a mistake. Space profound was vast and profound, and no other profounds could compare to it. Without exaggerating, an ordinary profound couldn't even compare to 1/10 of it. The reason why the sword move he created couldn't keep up with his progress was because of the problem of application. Space profound was hard to comprehend, and application was even harder. The first style of heaven-shattering sword arts, bewitching mirror shattering, and the second style, orbital slaughter, could only be considered low-level application. It was the most superficial understanding, just like how one would think of a golden mountain as an ordinary mountain. Therefore, although they were both 70% profound, Split Moment of Glory was 10 times more exquisite than the second style of heaven-shattering sword arts, orbital slaughter. The two simply weren't on the same level. As he dug deeper into the space profound, Yi Chen vaguely felt that 4 Extreme Emperor's space profound most likely hadn't reached great completion, perhaps only at 80%. Yi Chen thought that 4 Extreme Emperor's space profound had reached great completion, or else he wouldn't have been able to form the foundation of space profound. Space profound contains all kinds of energy profounds. This is an inexhaustible mountain of gold. Even if I only know space profound in this life, I will still be able to advance. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Regarding Split Moment of Glory, Yi Chen was very satisfied. However, he also knew that it was just in its embryonic form, and its effective range was very small, only several zhang. Even so, he had already suffered a huge backlash. He could use the low-level application of Space Profound as many times as he wanted, but the backlash from Split Moment of Glory wasn't something ordinary people could endure, because the price of the backlash was the loss of their life. It was just like a mortal using the power of a god causing a backlash. The reason why he didn't use Split Moment of Glory to deal with the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was precisely because of the problem of effective range. The distance between the two was too far, and the frozen space effect of Split Moment of Glory couldn't affect the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor. The battle between the two was too fast, and there was no way for Yi Chen to successfully use Split Moment of Glory. Therefore, Yi Chen could only first use Defensive Sword like a mountain to turn from offense to defense, and prepare to use Split Moment of Glory. High-level application? Hearing Xuanho's words, the Demon Flower Emperor didn't quite understand. In terms of martial arts realm, she was countless times worse than Xianho. Xianho explained, time and space are both supreme profounds and have power close to the rules. Therefore, it is very difficult to use them. Low-level application only involves the appearance, while high-level application involves the operation of the rules. Yi Chen's sword just now caused space to stand still, violating the operation of the rules. Therefore, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor couldn't resist at all. However, he also lost a lot of his life, which is the price of violating the rules. Involving the operation of the rules? The Demon Flower Emperor exclaimed in surprise. Time and space profound? You don't need to fully comprehend it to be able to interfere with the rules. Other ordinary profound can also interfere with the rules slightly after reaching perfection. However, under normal circumstances, many people have reached perfection in their profound, but they haven't used this profound to the limit, so they can't interfere with the rules. In other words, comprehending the profound is still just the foundation. The key lies in the application. Chapter 994. Heaven Abandoning Earth. Seeing that the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was heavily injured and was trying his best to resist the destructive sword chi in his body, Tianxia couldn't help but roar and claw at Yi Chen, who was recovering his breath. This claw was not his own martial art, but heaven-abandoning claw from Qi Tiandi. The evil spirit race's martial arts research was far from the human race's. Their strength came from all kinds of unimaginable evil arts. Unfortunately, this was Elysium, where the might of evil arts was greatly reduced. Moreover, his own martial art was barely passable. Compared to heaven-abandoning claw, the difference was like heaven and earth. Heaven-abandoning earth was the third style of heaven-abandoning claw. With one claw, heaven and earth were separated. The sharp and overbearing claw energy was like the claw of a demon god, tearing at Yi Chen. Despicable. The Demon Flower Emperor swung his hand and shot out a demonic light ball, blasting at the claw energy. Outside of the claw energy, there was a layer of invisible astral chi, which could deflect any attack. Before the demonic light ball could approach, it was deflected to the side by the invisible astral chi, disintegrating in the air. However, the claw energy also slightly deviated. Just as the claw energy was about to hit Yi Chen, a mirror suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen. The splendor of the mirror surged and a five-colored light beam shot at the sharp claw energy. This move was called Realm Splendor, which could gather spatial power to attack. It was Xuanho's supreme martial art. Unfortunately, the difference in power between the two was too big. If the five-colored light beam was compared to a small stream, then the sharp claw energy was like a whirlwind. Voila! The five-colored light beam was torn apart, and the mirror was shattered. The claw energy, which had been blurred, still had more than half of its power. It enveloped Yi Chen's body, waiting for a single claw to crush him into a bloody mist. However, with this delay, Yi Chen had already finished adjusting his breath and calmed the Zhenyuan turbulence caused by the law backlash. With a thrust of the Sky Scorpio sword, the claw energy exploded in the air. Damn it! Tianxia was very unwilling to lose such a rare opportunity. He punched at Yi Chen again. This punch was the second style of the heaven-abandoning claw, like seal. It looked like a fist art, but it was still a claw art. It was just that the claw energy was contained in the fist. Once it hit the enemy, the claw energy would explode with several times the power. Since he had already returned to normal, how could Yi Chen be afraid of him? The Sky Scorpio sword in his hand vibrated at a frequency invisible to the naked eye. With a swish, a sword light streaked across the sky. The moment Tianxia's claw energy made contact with the sword light, it immediately exploded, as if a bomb was detonated prematurely. Yi Chen, you keep Tianxia busy, I will try to see if I can seal the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor again. At this time, Xuanho's voice followed the spatial fluctuations and entered Yi Chen's ears. I'm afraid it won't be easy to seal him again. Yi Chen knitted his brows. He is heavily injured and your sword qi is wreaking havoc in his body. If he wants to recover, he has to first get rid of the sword qi, and then absorb the evil energy in the surroundings to replenish himself. I have already arranged a formation underground. Once activated, it can trap him in the formation, consume his energy and finally seal him. As for the success rate, 50-50. Xianhou explained. All right. 50% chance was not small. This Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was not someone that could be killed easily. His momentary glory couldn't be used frequently either. If not for Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou intercepting Tianxia's attack, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, sealing the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was the best choice and also the only choice. Heaven and Earth Demon Subduing Formation. Seeing that Yi Chen had agreed, Xianhou, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, formed a seal with her hands and slammed them on the ground. Rumble. 8 rectangular stones rose up from the flat stone ground. On the surface of the stones, they were engraved with colorful runes. The 8 rectangular stones formed an 8 trigram formation, sealing the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor within. Suddenly, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor's surroundings turned chaotic. It was as if he had entered a chaotic world, and the ground beneath his feet was filled with colorful light. Don't even think about sealing me again. The Yin Wind Demonic Emperor had already expelled more than half of the sword qi in his body. Feeling the changes in the surroundings, he let out a shrill and horrifying howl. Ignoring the chaotic sword qi, he slashed out with his blade. Kacha. In the chaotic void, a blade mark appeared. The blade mark seemed to have been branded on the void, wriggling unceasingly. Heaven and Earth Reversal. Xuanhou's black hair fluttered in the wind. Boundless Zhen Yuan flowed through her palm and poured into the ground. One could clearly feel that her life force was slowly fading away. Inside the formation, the world was spinning. That wriggling blade mark was twisted to the limit. With a puff, it disappeared like smoke, completely expelled by the power of the formation. Preposterous. You forced me to do this. Evil altar, evil power burn. The rage in the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor's heart could burn the entire world. Below his feet, a huge altar suddenly appeared. On the altar there were 4 evil devil heads. The evil devil heads opened their mouths and spat out evil flames onto his body. These evil flames didn't burn the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor's body. Instead they burned his sword qi. Crackle. The sword qi in the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor's body was like snow meeting the scorching sun, rapidly disintegrating. The Yin Wind Demonic Emperor's aura crazily expanded, constantly shaking the formation. Devour blood flower, devour for me. The Demon Flower Emperor had already communicated with Xianhou. She formed a seal with one hand and then blasted it on her chest. With a puff, a large amount of essence blood spurted out, sprinkling on the ground. This essence blood was the life essence of the Demon Flower Emperor. It seemed to have a life of its own, swimming like a snake. Under the guidance of Xuanhou's Zhen Yuan, the essence blood merged into the formation. Whoosh. Below the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor, a huge flower that looked like it was carved out of blood crystals flew up. Like a huge mouth of a demon, it swallowed the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor. I swear, wait for me to come out, I will humiliate you in every possible way. The Yin Wind Demonic Emperor's heart was filled with regret and anger. In fact, even though he had been injured by Yi Chen, he still had many means that he had not used yet. Apart from Yi Chen, he did not think that Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor could threaten him. However, he had not expected that Xianhou had unexpectedly arranged a formation at some point and wanted to seal him once again while he was seriously injured. This made him extremely angry, but at the same time, it also gave birth to a trace of panic. He was already afraid of being sealed. Bang 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 bang. Cracks continuously appeared on the surface of the blood crystal demon flower. This was the full strength of the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor. In the past, the blood flower of the Demon Flower Emperor could not even block a single attack from the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor. But now, the blood flower had merged with her life essence blood, and its power had skyrocketed. Coupled with the suppression of the formation, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor could not break it in a short time. Finally, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor broke out of the flower, but what was waiting for him was endless multicolored light. Unknowingly, the multicolored light had covered the entire space of the formation, causing the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor to suffer a huge suppression. Open, open, open for me. The Yin Wind Demonic Emperor seemed to have gone crazy. At this moment, the sword chi in his body had been completely cleared. Although there was only 2/3 of the evil force left, it was still extremely fierce and powerful. Holding the evil blade in his hand, he crazily slashed in a direction. The incomparably tyrannical blade light constantly split the multicolored light, trying to break the formation. Your hair. At the side, the demon flower emperor saw Xuanho's hair turning white strand by strand. She was very clear that this was because her vitality was being burned too fast. That evil altar is summoning the nearby evil forces. Quickly disperse the fog. Every word Xuanho said was very strenuous. It was not easy to seal a character who was several times stronger than her. Don't worry. The demon flower emperor had consumed a lot of blood essence. This blood essence was refined from the essence of blood and devil power, and contained a powerful vitality. Although it was a little weak, the demon flower emperor knew that success or failure depended on this one move. As she rapidly formed hand seals, devil flowers appeared in all directions. These devil flowers tried their best to expand, and the petals opened to the limit, absorbing the crazily surging fog. Even so, there was still a lot of fog being transmitted into the formation. The evil altar under the feet of the Yin Wind demonic emperor no longer spewed out evil fire, but pure evil force. When this evil force entered the body of the Yin Wind demonic emperor, there was no need to refine it, and it became the evil force of the Yin Wind demonic emperor. Devil Claw Eclipse. Tianxie, who was entangled by Yi Qin, saw that the Yin Wind demonic emperor was trapped in the formation. He was shocked and angry at the same time. His figure flickered, turning into a Yin Wind. He bypassed Yi Qin and clawed at a stone on the periphery. Go back for me. Shifting his body, Yi Qin intercepted Tianxie and shattered his claw energy with a slash of his sword. Yi Qin, if you dare to block me again one day, I will annihilate your entire clan. Tianxie roared. Your words can only be used to scare a child. Today, don't even think of leaving this place. Even if you have to pay the price, I will annihilate your body and soul. The sword intent on Yi Qin's body was so dense that it was about to materialize. From the start of the battle until now, he had already let go of all restraints. He absolutely could not let his opponent leave alive. Bastard, you want to annihilate my body and soul with just you? Dream on. Evil force ignition. The evil force on Tianxie's body burned fiercely. It was different from ordinary flames. This gray flame was hot one moment and cold the next. When it was hot, it was like lava, and when it was cold, it was like the cold wind of the 9 heavens. As the evil force burned, Tianxie's battle prowess skyrocketed, but Yi Qin could see that his evil force was depleting very quickly. Devil Claw Eclipse. The terrifying claw energy burned with gray flames as it clawed at Yi Qin. After a series of collisions, Yi Qin spurted out a mouthful of blood. Tianxie's strength was not much weaker than Yin Wind demonic emperor. In order to stop him, he could not take half a step back, nor could he use sword defense mountain. Instant glory. Forcefully suppressing his boiling blood qi and Zhen Yuan, Yi Qin took a step back and immediately rushed forward with an even faster speed. The Sky Scorpio sword waved and stabbed, and a dazzling light flickered on the tip of the sword. Retreat. Tianxie still had a lingering fear of this sword. Yin Wind demonic emperor was so powerful, but he was still heavily injured by this sword. He did not think that he could resist it. His figure flickered, not daring to let Yi Qin approach him. Not that sword. This sword strike of Yi Qin's was merely an empty shell. It didn't have much power at all. At the same time, Tianxie's heart relaxed, but at the same time, his shame turned into anger. Yi Qin was humiliating him. Involuntarily, he stopped dodging and started gathering his claw energy. Now this is instant glory. All of a sudden, Yi Qin's figure flickered, reappearing in front of Tianxie and stabbing again. This time, a resplendent light burst out, as if an illusory star was exploding. Veins popped out on Tianxie's forehead. He wanted to retreat, but under the effect of the frozen space and all living things, he could not even move a finger or make an expression. He could only watch the dazzling sword tip stab into his forehead. Chapter 995. Boom. Tianxie's head exploded, but not a single drop of blood could be seen. All the blood was minced into nothingness by the sword chi that contained the destruction sword intent. Not only that, the sword chi that had condensed into an explosive point not only destroyed Tianxie's head, but also his body. Only his 2 legs were not affected too much. Seeing that his sword had succeeded, Yi Qin hurriedly retreated, trying to recover his life force and Zhen Yuan. This was his weakest moment. With his 2 legs as the foundation, Tianxie's body grew rapidly. Unforgivable. My head. Tianxia's eyes were bloodshot as if he had gone insane. Yi Chen's sword had annihilated nearly 70% of his evil power. However, because the sword had directly exploded inside his skull, the berserk destruction sword intent had invaded his sea of soul, causing his soul to suffer severe cuts. It should be known that the soul and the body were inseparable. If the body was intact, this bit of destruction sword intent wouldn't have been able to injure his muscles and bones. But now, the sword had pierced through his forehead and exploded inside his skull. The destructive power was unimaginable. Under the condition of having a splitting headache, Tianxia's mind was already a bit crazy. His body was filled with a malicious and ominous aura. Go die. Ignoring the fine sword qi that had spread from his legs to his whole body, Tianxia's body leaned forward, pouncing towards Yi Chen. His hands formed into claws, and the sharp black qi made his hands look like ghost claws. Yi Chen ignored it. A huge black sword shot out from underground, welcoming Tianxia's attack. Unknowingly, Yi Chen had already used the iron blood silver blue sword to perform the earth fiend sword art, absorbing enough earth yuan evil qi from underground. Now that he couldn't move his body, he used the earth fiend sword to block Tianxia. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew everywhere as one man and one sword fought fiercely. Yi Chen was like a statue, his aura surging. You want to seal me? That's impossible. Inside the heaven and earth demon subduing formation, the Yin Wind demonic emperor was getting stronger and stronger. Relying on the evil altar, he didn't need to worry about exhausting his evil power. Boom boom boom. With the power of a single person, he was able to block 80% of the dense fog, unable to advance even an inch. The demon flower emperor had already exhausted all of his strength. Because he had absorbed too much evil power, the demon flower emperor had nowhere to vent it. He swung his hands continuously, and magic balls of light bombarded the dense fog one after another. The violent shockwaves blew away a lot of the dense fog. Little Sister Yan's hair. The demon flower emperor noticed that 1/10 of Xuanho's hair had turned white. This meant that 1/10 of her life force had already been consumed, which was 100 years. Although she had consumed a lot of blood essence and lost a lot of life force, it was only a loss of blood essence and not a direct loss of life force. She could still make up for it by spending a few decades. Could this be the backlash of the rules? The demon flower emperor guessed. For the upcoming calamity of the foreign races, Jianghu had made a lot of preparations. The heaven and earth demon subduing formation was one of the trump cards that she had prepared for the foreign races calamity. As a trump card, the heaven and earth demon subduing formation was not an ordinary formation, but a sealing formation. Once it was used to the extreme, it would begin to interfere with the operation of the rules. Therefore, it would inevitably suffer the backlash of the rules. Originally, although the Yin Wind demonic emperor was powerful, he wouldn't have failed after paying such a huge price. She didn't expect that the evil altar could actually absorb the evil power from the outside world through the heaven and earth demon subduing formation and transform it into its own evil power. In this way, as long as the evil power was not exhausted, the heaven and earth demon subduing formation would not be able to use its full power. I'm afraid I don't even have a 20% chance of success. Jianghu was now riding a tiger and it was hard to get off, but she wasn't too surprised. Before this, she only had a 50% chance of success. After all, this was the first time she used the heaven and earth demon subduing formation. Haha, the sealing formation will only make me stronger and stronger. In the colorful flowing light, the blade light crisscrossed, and the Yin Wind demonic emperor laughed wildly. As he continued to swing the blade, he could feel that he and the true water emperor's body were becoming more and more compatible, and there was a trend of spirit and body becoming one. Previously, when he swung the blade, at least 30% of the power was lost, but now he could exert 80%. When he swung the blade, the sharp blade light could almost cut the sky and split the earth. Of course, with his current strength, there was still no way to get out of the trap, but he believed that when his strength improved step by step, tearing the formation was only a matter of time. The Earth Origin Evil Qi on the Earth Fiend Giant Sword was getting thinner and thinner. At the beginning he could still fight with Tianxia, but later, every time they exchanged blows he would be sent flying and the sword would cry. After calming down the boiling true essence, the silver vertical eye between Yi Chen's eyebrows opened, and suddenly a silver beam of light shot out. Tianxia screamed and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Before his soul was injured he was not afraid of this soul attack, but now it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Primordial Spirit Lock Kill. With a spurt of energy, Yi Chen continued to use the Primordial Spirit Lock Kill that he learned from Yuan Emperor. A blurry golden light flickered, and a sharp golden halo instantly sank into Tianxia's eyebrows. In Tianxia's soul sea, a boundless huge golden halo wrapped around it, and was fiercely cutting it. The pain coming from the depths of his soul made Tianxia howl uncontrollably. Evil Spirit Guard. Tianxia hurriedly used a soul defense secret art. Boom. Within his soul sea, waves surged as a gigantic nefarious devil appeared. This nefarious devil was condensed from soul power. With a push of its hands, it grabbed onto one side of the golden light ring. Then its body enlarged and so did its arms, causing the golden light ring to expand, preventing it from cutting into his soul sea. It's over. As Tianxia used the soul defense secret art, Yi Chen held the Sky Scorpio sword with both of his hands and slashed vertically. A dark green sword light flashed on Tianxia's body. Crackle. Like a dead tree in winter being struck by lightning, Tianxia's body suddenly ignited, and the raging dark green flame reached dozens of meters high. Some evil chi that wanted to escape were licked by the flame, and turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. This was the destructive flame formed by the fusion of water and fire. Just a trace of it was enough to destroy a mountain. Being licked by the flame, people like the yellow-robed old monster would probably die immediately, not to mention the remaining evil chi. I'm not willing. Tianxia let out a miserable shriek, but his voice came to an abrupt stop. At this point, a giant of evil spirit clan was completely killed by Yi Chen. Could be said that he was wronged but not wronged. In Elysium, his realm was suppressed. Originally he was at the 6th layer of life and death realm, but here he could only display the strength of the 4th layer. Moreover, he wasn't completely familiar with Nirvana Demon Emperor's body, so he could only display 70 to 80% of his strength. In fact, he wasn't wrong because Yi Chen's Destruction Sword Intent specialized in restraining evil spirit clan. Since ancient times, there had been a few unparalleled characters who comprehended the Destruction Sword Intent or Destruction Will. In that era, the number of sealed alien race experts were few, and they were all exterminated. However, Destruction Will was not so easy to comprehend. Sometimes it depended on luck. No matter how talented one was, if one wasn't suitable for Destruction Will, one would most likely fail to comprehend it. This had nothing to do with strength. On the other side, Xianho was still trying her best to suppress Yin Demonic Emperor. The white hair on her head was slowly growing from 1/10 to 1/5, consuming an astonishing amount of vitality. Senior Yin, what's going on? Before, Yi Chen had already sensed the change in the situation, but he didn't have the time to ask. Mysterious Queen's complexion paled as she said, "The Yin Demonic Emperor summoned an evil sacrificial altar that can absorb the evil energy from the outside world to replenish himself. Your sword chi has also been burned to ashes by the evil flames he spewed out from the altar. Right now, his strength is constantly increasing and has already surpassed the time when he fought with you. I think this array can be used by 8 people at the same time. You and I can deal with him together." With Yuan Emperor as his backing, even if Yi Chen couldn't comprehend the Cosmos Demon subduing array for the time being, he should be able to cooperate with Xianho. No, if it was before, you could temporarily join in. But now, there are too many changes in the Cosmos Demon subduing array. If you rashly join in, it will only reveal a flaw, giving the enemy a chance to take advantage of it. The only thing we can do now is to disperse the surrounding fog, preventing him from absorbing the evil power. At that time, we should be able to seal him by paying a small price. The Demon Flower Emperor could only block 80% of the fog. The remaining 20% was more than enough for the Yin Demonic Emperor. As long as Yi Chen blocked this 20% of the fog, the Yin Demonic Emperor's evil power would decrease with each use, becoming weaker and weaker. Of course, she would probably consume 2/3 of her lifespan. Looking at the fog, Yi Chen said, "I have a method, but I've never used it before. Let's give it a try." The Cosmos Demon subduing array was a huge burden to Xianho. When Yi Chen saw more and more white hairs on her head, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Using Instant of Glory might seem to consume a lot of vitality, but it wasn't much. Each time he used it, it was about 10 to 20 years of lifespan. After all, Instant of Glory only caused space to freeze for a moment. Using it twice in a row, Yi Chen consumed less than 40 years of lifespan. Compared to his 1,000 years of lifespan, it wasn't worth mentioning. However, Xianho had already consumed more than 100 years of lifespan. The price she paid was the greatest. If she really wanted to suppress the Yin Demonic Emperor alone, it would be impossible without paying 600 to 700 years of lifespan. Martial Dao Yuan spirit appear. With a solemn expression, Yi Chen's spirit, chi and spirit were highly concentrated. His eyes stared at the space between his eyebrows. Bus. In the next moment, a figure emitting a faint white radiance walked out of Yi Chen's body. This figure looked exactly the same as Yi Chen. Even the aura was the same. However, its entire body was blossoming with a layer of immortal holy light, making it seem like a man of light. Apart from this man of light had a sharp aura, as if a peerless sword had been unsheathed. If Yi Chen's body was the scabbard, then this man of light was the sword. Martial Dao Yuan Spirit. Xin Ho and Demon Flower Emperor couldn't help but look over. Martial Dao Yuan Spirit was the combination of will and Jin Yuan. At life and death realm, everyone had one. However, it was usually very weak and couldn't leave the body. Under normal circumstances at Yi Chen's level, it was impossible for the Martial Dao Yuan Spirit to leave the body. Once it did, the Martial Dao Yuan Spirit would be equivalent to another Yi Chen with no difference in strength. Chapter 996. Once the Martial Dao Yuan Shin appeared, Yi Chen's body was like a statue, motionless. Apart from the fluctuations of life, there was no aura to speak of, as if all the essence had been taken away by the Martial Dao Yuan Shen. And the Martial Dao Yuan Shen, which was the glowing Yi Chen, flashed, actually passed through the outer wall of the array, and directly entered the chaotic universe devil subduing array. The multicolored light could not obstruct the glowing Yi Chen, and soon the Yin Wind demonic emperor who was stepping on the evil altar, entered his sight. Without any nonsense, Yi Chen stretched out his right hand, and a glowing sword took shape, piercing towards the Yin Wind demonic emperor. The sword tip burst with light, incomparably dazzling. Momentary glory. No. The Yin Wind demonic emperor's eyes widened. How could he not see that this was Yi Chen's Martial Dao Yuan Shen? The Martial Dao Yuan Shen had the attribute of surpassing space, between substance and nothingness, but the power it burst out was absolutely the limit of the body, without a trace of illusion. Moreover, the Martial Dao Yuan Shen had one more advantage than the body, and that was, it was not limited by the body, and could display the martial arts mastered to an extremely perfect level. The multicolored light came to a standstill, and the Yin Wind demonic emperor's expression froze. The sword, which carried Yi Chen's will, slowly and firmly pierced into the opponent's forehead. Boom. A blazing white light burst out and countless sword chi intertwined. The Yin Wind demonic emperor's body suddenly disappeared by a third. He was much stronger than Tianxie, so it was impossible for Yi Chen's sword to annihilate the majority of his evil force. Even so, the sword piercing into the forehead and the sword chi were incomparable. His soul chi was affected and the sword chi wreaked havoc. His flesh and blood squirmed, and the Yin Wind demonic emperor once again condensed into a human body. However, what awaited him was another momentary glory. The Martial Dao Yuan Spirit's momentary brilliance was all borne by the main body, so it could be used consecutively. In the outside world, Yi Chen was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his face was much paler. The first momentary brilliance annihilated 1/3 of the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil power, and the second momentary brilliance annihilated a full 50% of the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil power. This was not because the second momentary brilliance was more powerful, but because after receiving the first momentary brilliance, the Yin Wind demonic emperor was already in a weakened state, and when receiving the second sword strike in a weakened state, the damage was naturally greater than the first. Bastard, go to hell. The more desperate the situation, the more it stimulated the Yin Wind demonic emperor's ferocious and evil nature. The space between his eyebrows was glowing as if there was a gray sun there. Bus. Yin Wind demonic emperor emitting a gray light walked out of his body. This was the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil Dao Yuan spirit. As a 7th layer life and death demonic emperor, although his realm was suppressed by 2 layers and he had just escaped from the blood-colored seal, it didn't hinder his Yuan spirit from leaving his body for the final battle. The third momentary brilliance was unleashed, and Yi Chen's Martial Dao Yuan spirit became much more illusory. However, this time the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil Dao Yuan spirit didn't suffer too much of a restriction, and its blade slashed out. Blazing sparks burst forth, multicolored streamers surged up like waves, and the aftermath bombarded the main body of the Yin Wind demonic emperor on the evil sacrificial altar. However, that evil sacrificial altar was not an ordinary treasure. The 4 evil devil heads spurted out extremely pure evil power, which formed a protective shield and barely protected its main body. The reason why the Yin Wind demonic emperor didn't let his evil Dao Yuan spirit attack before was mainly because his main body was too weak. Once the evil Dao Yuan spirit left his main body would lose all ability to protect itself. Once his main body died, his evil Dao Yuan spirit would instantly dissipate. Therefore he didn't dare to take risks and would rather fight steadily. Yin Win 6 Arts, 5th form, Berserk Evil splits the heavens. Without the restriction of his physical body, the Yin Win demonic emperor's saber arts were much more refined. A domineering saber light tore through the multicolored light. Along the way it rapidly split apart. Over 100 smaller saber lights crazily shot at Yi Qin. The fourth momentary brilliance was unleashed, and all the saber lights were frozen in place. Unless the Yin Win demonic emperor's evil Dao Yuan spirit fought him in close combat, it would be impossible for it to break through his defenses. The Yin Win demonic emperor was just about to charge forward when he suddenly let out a cry. Looking back, he saw that his main body, which was protected by the evil energy, was covered in blood. Occasionally, sword chi would break through his body. Yi Chen's two momentary brilliance had not only destroyed the majority of the Yin Win demonic emperor's evil energy, but it had also left behind a large amount of sword chi in his body. Once his evil Dao Yuan spirit had appeared, the Yin Win demonic emperor's main body had essentially lost its backbone. How could he possibly suppress the sword chi in his body? The Yin Win demonic emperor's evil Dao Yuan spirit transformed into a ray of light that returned to his main body. It should be about time. Yi Chen's body was quite transparent, as if it was condensed from a ball of light. Turning around, Yi Chen passed through the outer wall of the array and turned into a ray of light that returned to his main body. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen struggled to say, "He only has a little more than 10% of his evil energy left, and there is double the sword chi left in his body. I can fully suppress the seal now." As he spoke, Yi Chen spurted out another 3 mouthfuls of blood. Using the momentary brilliance 4 times in a row had almost reached the limit of his main body's endurance. If he used it again, he couldn't guarantee that there would be any side effects. For a moment he felt the world spinning around him. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Nothing inside the heaven and earth demon subduing array could hide from Xuanho's senses. As soon as Yi Chen's martial Dao Yuan spirit came out, she activated the array with all her strength. In an instant, the array's interior space underwent dozens of changes, and each change would cause the evil altar's protective barrier to slightly distort. Pop. The protective barrier twisted to the limit and burst like a bubble. The Yin Win demonic emperor only had time to swing his blade once before he was completely submerged by the multicolored light. "I will break free again." His voice became smaller and smaller until it was almost inaudible. Rumble. In the outside world, the chaotic heaven and earth demon subduing array slowly sank into the ground. At the same time, the surrounding 8 stones engraved with runes also sank. When the ground became flat again, a circle of multicolored runes lit up. Following that, the light became dimmer and dimmer, turning into a multicolored metal-like brand. Did I succeed? The Demon Flower Emperor stopped absorbing the evil energy, his fragrant sweat dripping down. Being sealed again, even if the Yin Win demonic emperor breaks free, his strength will be weakened to a new low. However, a demonic emperor-level character is indeed powerful. If I didn't use the heaven and earth demon subduing array to trap him, it would be impossible to kill him. He could have easily escaped. Xianho could tell that using Instant of Glory 4 times was already Yi Chen's limit. If he forcefully used it for the 5th time, his martial Yuan spirit, which was not yet condensed, might suffer irreparable damage, causing him to lose his memory or even lose his mind. As she spoke, Xuanho's white hair turned black at a visible speed. At life and death realm, one's appearance would change very slowly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that decades were like one day. The reason why one's hair turned white was because one's vitality was being drained too quickly. When one's vitality stopped draining, everything would return to its original state. Of course, this was under the condition that one's vitality wasn't consumed too much. Once one lost more than 4/5 of their vitality, their hair turning white would be irreversible. In any case, our mission this time is basically a success. The Demon Flower Emperor smiled. "And?" Xianho nodded and looked at Yi Chen, who was meditating with his eyes closed. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes and faintly smiled. "Seniors, you've worked hard. Are you all right?" The Demon Flower Emperor asked. "Apart from some minor aftereffects, I'm fine." At this level, it was impossible for the Yuan Shin of martial arts to leave the body without any side effects. He could clearly feel that his level of swordsmanship had dropped. The swordless heart required instincts, and the key to instincts was to unify the spirit and body. After the Yuan Shin of martial arts returned, he felt a little strange about his own body, as if he had been possessed. Of course, it was just a metaphor and it was not that serious. You should be able to recover after some time. Jianghu sighed, I didn't expect you to be able to let your Yuan spirit leave your body. This is an ability that can only be obtained when one's martial will reaches the 8th-step realm. When Yuan spirit left the body, the most important thing was the martial will. The higher the martial will, the more powerful the Yuan spirit would be. This kind of power was not in terms of strength, but rather the condensation of the Yuan spirit. Yeah, how did you do it? The Demon Flower Emperor was a bit curious. Yichen honestly said, I cultivate a Yuan spirit secret art that can strengthen the Yuan spirit in advance. Yuan spirit secret arts didn't only include soul secret arts, but also things that could temper the will and soul. To be honest, Yuan spirit didn't have much effect on a person's strength. It could be said that it didn't have much of an effect on a person's strength. Yuan spirit only had two uses. One was to ignore most barriers and travel freely. The second was that after the body died, the Yuan spirit wouldn't dissipate for a short period of time. At that time, it could heavily injure the enemy or even kill the enemy at the crucial moment. But after that it would still die. The Yuan spirit of martial Dao could not survive without the body. The body was the weakness of the Yuan spirit of martial Dao. Therefore, when two sides were fighting, using the Yuan spirit of martial Dao to fight the enemy was a suicidal action. The enemy could completely destroy your body, leaving you with nowhere to go. You would be like a soul without a body, homeless. Therefore, Yuan spirit could only be used to deal with some unexpected situations. For example, the situation where one couldn't enter with their body and could only enter with their Yuan spirit. But even so, Yuan spirit still had some auxiliary functions. The more condensed the Yuan spirit was, the stronger the control over one's body would be, and the more exquisite the martial arts would be. So that's how it is. The Demon Flower Emperor faintly nodded. We can't stay here for long. Let's return to True Spirit Continent first. Jianghu suggested. Alright, let's go. The three had some internal injuries, and their condition wasn't 80% of their peak. If they encountered a powerful enemy, it would be extremely dangerous. Leaving the True Water Palace, the three headed toward True Spirit Continent. Chapter 997. Just when Yi Chen's group of three sealed the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor once again, in the depths of the void, in a certain dilapidated plain space, an extremely formidable mana fluctuation spread out. This mana fluctuation was cold and overbearing. Anyone who was affected by it couldn't help but shiver. They felt cold from the inside out, as if something unclean had entered their body. What a formidable curse power. Although Lord Curse is not in his peak state, he isn't as weak as we imagined. The woman with a pair of bat wings on her back said. The tall, dark-skinned man said, when we arrived, the seal had already been greatly eroded by Lord Curse's curse power. Even if we didn't appear, Lord Curse would still be able to break the seal within 3 to 5 years and escape. Lord Curse is coming out. The one who spoke was the man with a long horn on his head. He had once joined hands with the Netherworld Demon King to hunt down Yi Chen. Hearing this, the few people looked towards the center of the mana fluctuation. In the center of the mana fluctuation, a person slowly rose. This person had withered yellow hair, an extremely ugly face and a very deformed figure. There were also very ugly people in the human race, but compared to this strange person, they undoubtedly paled in comparison. This person was ugly and ominous. Just a glance at him would make one's hair stand on end and make one unable to sleep at night. In other words, this person was not only ugly, but also the temperament he emitted was even uglier. The woman with bat wings said, rumor has it that Lord Curse is a famous handsome man among us demons. However, during one of his expeditions he obtained a cursed demon sword. From then on, not only did his mana change into curse power, but he also seemed to be cursed. The stronger he is, the uglier his appearance. Although Lord Curse's escape is a good thing for us, you should be careful. Because Lord Curse's appearance changed greatly, many of his confidants left him. In a fit of anger, he humiliated them in every possible way and tortured them to death. From then on, he even took pleasure in humiliating beauties. Later, because he accidentally killed the granddaughter of Lord Demon Emperor, although that Demon Emperor was in the same realm as him, he was several times stronger than him. Lord Demon Emperor chased after him, and as a last resort, he was forced to come to Elysium. The dark-skinned tall man reminded the woman. He was the leader of the group called Blackstone. I know. After saying that, the woman's appearance changed and turned into an ordinary woman. So you practiced the muscle-changing transformation technique, I feel relieved. Blackstone nodded. I, Cursed Demon Emperor, have finally escaped. You guys, did you bring me any beauties? With a swoosh, the figure of the ugly man appeared in front of the three of them like a phantom. A fishy smell assaulted their nostrils, mixed with terrifying illusions. The three of them were shocked and hurriedly bowed. Blackstone said, "Welcome back, Lord Curse. Don't worry, Lord Curse, we have already prepared a human queen for you in the palace. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." "Good, you guys are really considerate." Hearing this, the cursed demon emperor's eyes flashed with a cruel light of lust. "Lord Curse, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go back to the palace first," Blackstone suggested. "No rush." The cursed demon emperor waved his hand. "Let me summon my cursed demon sword back first." Cursed demon sword. The three of them felt their hearts go numb. The cursed demon sword was a demon sword with a curse. Although it was powerful, it was too evil. The cursed demon emperor had become like this because of the cursed demon sword. Both of his hands quickly formed a seal. The cursed demon emperor spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. A mournful and eerie howl sounded. A gray skull wrapped in blood streaked across the air and disappeared. Chu family of Windy Nation, Panshan Island. Rumble. The entire Panshan Island shook violently. Huge cracks appeared on the island. From the cracks, endless horrifying aura gushed out. Some of the Chu family members were just slightly touched by the aura. Their appearances immediately changed, becoming extremely ugly. Their eyes shone with a strange and violent blood-red light as they pounced on their own clansmen. For a moment, the Chu family's blood flowed like a river. What kind of sin did our Chu family commit? The Chu family elders cried as they watched their clansmen die one by one. "Family leader, be careful." Seeing the countless ugly clansmen with strange aura pouncing over, a young figure stood in front of the Chu family leader. It was Chu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. Those incoming clansmen were blown away by the finger power one by one. They fell on the ground one by one, unable to get up. However, they did not die. Back when Yi Chen was still a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Chu Ming was a disciple of the Emerald Martial School. The two had accepted the same mission and fought side by side. Although Chu Ming was far from Yi Chen's level, he was still a normal genius. After so many years, he had already cultivated to the early Sea of Souls realm. Bang! All of a sudden, a huge gray-black demon sword broke out of the mountain. After circling once in the air, it shot into the depths of the void. Because of its extreme speed, no one could detect it. "Haha, I'm back." The cursed demon emperor waved his hand, and a gray-black demon sword with a horrifying aura appeared in his hand. This demon sword was wrapped in a layer of turbid qi. Vaguely, countless screams could be heard coming from within the turbid qi. Blackstone and the other two glanced at it, and they immediately started sweating profusely. Their minds were in chaos. Worthy of being the cursed demon sword. There is no damage at all. The cursed demon emperor knew very well that the cursed demon sword had been in his hands when he had been sealed. However, the cursed demon sword had somehow broken through the seal. If not for the fact that his mind was connected to the cursed demon sword, it would have taken him a lot of effort to find it. "Lord Fear, congratulations on your return." On the 5th day after Blackstone and the other two unsealed the cursed demon emperor, Nine Nether and a few other demons also unsealed the Lord of Fear, whose strength was not inferior to the cursed demon emperor's. If the title of the cursed demon emperor came from the cursed demon sword, then the title of the Lord of Fear came from his terrifying and cruel style. Before coming to Elysium, the Lord of Fear had a planet. It was said that his palace on that planet was built entirely from the bones and flesh of his enemies. He drank fresh blood and ate raw flesh every day. He liked to cook the internal organs of his enemies. Almost none of his enemies had a good ending. Just like the cursed demon emperor, the Lord of Fear had also been sent to Elysium because he had offended a high-level demons. "I want to eat people. Arrange it for me." The image of the Lord of Fear was still considered normal, but his eyes clearly had the luster of a ferocious beast. Nine Nether laughed bitterly in his heart. Others said that he was a crazy person, but compared to the Lord of Fear, he was just a mischievous troublemaker occasionally. This was the first time he had seen the Lord of Fear in person. The terrifying aura of the Lord of Fear that regarded any flesh and blood as food brought him great pressure. He could not guarantee that if he rejected the Lord of Fear would eat him alive. "I have prepared a demon king and a human king. They are just waiting for Lord Fear to enjoy them." Nine Nether said respectfully. "Well done. I was planning to eat you to restore my vitality." The Lord of Fear nodded calmly, but what he said made Nine Nether's hair stand on end. Fallout Sword Sect. Lingyun Peak. Shinho and Yi Chen stood side by side, watching the surging clouds. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, more than 50 people have become life and death kings. This can be considered a happy occasion. At this moment, Xuanho's aura was much more powerful than when she fought the Yin Wen demonic emperor 2 years ago. Purely in terms of cultivation base, she had already reached the level of 2,000 years. However, if someone were to know that her cultivation base was at the peak of the first layer of life and death realm, they would be dumbfounded. Under ordinary circumstances, only one person could cultivate to the first layer of life and death realm in Elysium. And in this era, including Yi Qin, there were two. The reason why Xianhou could obtain the true cultivation method of life and death realm was not because of Yi Qin, but because of the titled King Palace's palace spirit's approval. Only by obtaining the palace spirit's approval could one have a high chance of successfully breaking through. Those who couldn't obtain its approval would most likely turn into ashes and cease to exist. After all, the palace spirit's insight was not something ordinary people could compare to. But this means that the great calamity of the foreign races will erupt at any time, right? Yi Qin nodded as the mountain breeze fluttered his long hair. In these 2 years, the majority of the peak geniuses who had competed with him had entered life and death realm. Among the 50 people, the majority were from the younger generation such as Du Guju, Dantai Mingyue, Luo Qindu, Chu Zhongtian, Yen Fengfeng, Jiang Tian, Xiahou Zuan, Bai Wuxia, Xiao Chuhe, and Lu Xiaoyu. As for the peak geniuses of Blood Sky Continent and Sky Sword Continent, as long as they were continent-level geniuses, they had all entered life and death realm. Those geniuses who had competed with Yi Qin earlier, such as Edict Prince Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan, had also entered the first layer, second layer, or third layer of life and death chamber, only a step away from life and death realm. 2 years ago, apart from Yi Qin, only Marquis Sword Star, Marquis Sword Snow, and Murong Qingqing had entered life and death realm. Among these geniuses, some were still insignificant, merely equivalent to ordinary mid and high-step kings. Only a few had the strength of peak kings. However, there were also some fierce geniuses. Among them, Marquis Sword Snow, Du Guju, Dantai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, and a few others were undoubtedly the representatives. Marquis Sword Snow was needless to say. Under life and death realm, apart from Su Jing, only this person could pose a slight threat to Yi Qin. In Du Guju's case, he was a genius who grew stronger by meeting strong opponents. In the beginning, he wasn't particularly eye-catching in Elysium, but each time he would make great progress. His potential was limitless. Among so many geniuses, apart from Yi Qin, Dantai Mingyue was the only one proficient in space profound. She was low-key, but her strength was formidable. Chu Zhongtian, on the other hand, had completely relied on his talent. His evil spirit body had brought him too many benefits. Without any exaggeration, after entering the life and death realm, his evil Yuan's might was much more powerful than mysterious queens, who had reached the peak of the first sky of life and death realm. Even Yi Qin, who had already reached the peak of the second sky of life and death realm, could not guarantee that his Zhen Yuan's purity could rival Chu Zhongtian's. Chapter 998. Of course, compared to these four, Murong Qingqing and Su Jing were not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, Su Jing was even above them. This was not a blind guess of Yi Qin's. From Demon Flower Emperor, Yi Qin learned that Murong Qingqing's strength had already reached the level of titled monarchs of Elysium. Moreover, she was not an ordinary titled monarch. The reason why her strength had advanced so rapidly was because Murong Qingqing had inherited an extremely noble bloodline of demons. This bloodline was called the Dark Demoness bloodline. However, this bloodline was too powerful, so powerful that it could corrode one's soul and mind. After all, Murong Qingqing was not a pure demon but a demonic human. Therefore, she had been trying her best to tame the Dark Demoness bloodline and strengthen herself in the process, preparing for the great calamity of the foreign races. As for Su Jing, her strength could be guessed even with her toes. It should be known that in Elysium, she was the only one with a complete dragon bloodline. As for how powerful a dragon was, it was impossible to guess. One could only know that it was a demonic beast that stood above all other beasts. Their aptitudes had reached the supreme grade, and they did not need to cultivate bitterly. After reaching adulthood, they could become demonic kings. As for how powerful a demonic king-level dragon was, one could only know after seeing it with their own eyes. In any case, the more powerful experts appeared in Elysium, the happier Yi Qin would be. Yi Qin was not sure about the others, but he was sure that these 6 were the main force. In order to make them stronger, Yi Qin had even given the Zhenyuan crystals produced by the Devouring Island to Marquis Sword Snow, Du Guju, Dantai Mingyue, and Chu Zhongtian. After all, he had already reached the peak of the second layer of life and death realm, and did not need Zhenyuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. Murong Qingqing cultivated demonic power, and Su Jing cultivated dragon power. Neither did she need Jinyuan crystals. The four did not refuse. This was not the time to be soft-hearted. Increasing their strength was the most important thing. We're increasing our strength and so are those foreign races. What worries me the most is the Yin Wen Demonic Emperor. A trace of worry appeared on Xuanho's face. Yin Wen Demonic Emperor was a 7th-layer Demonic Emperor level character. Even if he were to be suppressed by 2 layers in Elysium, he would still be at the 5th layer. Such characters would be extremely frightening if they were allowed to recover from their weakened state. It should be known that the 5th layer corresponded to 7-star strength. In this era, Elysium did not have 7-star strength. Even Yichen. In a few short years they won't be able to recover to their peak. But it is indeed worrying. Yichen let out a light breath. His strength had already reached a limit, and he could not increase it any further. In terms of cultivation base, he was at the peak of the 2nd layer. If he continued to increase it, he might explode and perish. Therefore he could not be anxious. In terms of sword will, his destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent had both reached the peak of the 6th step due to their resonance, only a step away from the 7th step. However, the higher one's sword will went, the harder it would be to increase it. Not to mention, it was an attribute sword intent which might take dozens of years to reach. As for sword domain, Yichen had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer because he had been to the sword world many times. Later on, no matter how hard he tried, he could not increase it by even half a step. Fortunately, it was not a waste of time. Thousands of sword arts had appeared in his mind. Although he could not comprehend them all, they would become Yichen's foundation. In terms of sword arts, momentary brilliance was the strongest. No matter how he improved the other sword arts, they could not surpass it. Therefore, his strength nearing 7-star had already been calculated. Before going to the titled King Palace, Yichen had the battle strength of a 5-star tyrant, and his life and death realm had reached the peak of the 1st layer. Combined with momentary brilliance, he had the battle strength of a mid-6-star tyrant. The peak of the 2nd layer and the peak of the 3rd layer of sword domain barely gave Yichen the battle strength of a 6-star tyrant. As for spirit body, Yichen's spirit body had also reached the late 5th step. In Bloodlight Ocean, Yichen had found a blood crystal flower and killed 2 blood demon emperors, obtaining their blood demon crystals. His spirit body had advanced from the early 5th step to the late 5th step, and his physical body's defense had reached a whole new level. Unfortunately, the strength of the spirit body had nothing to do with strength. It only had endurance. Let's not talk about this. When it's time, it will come. How is the forging of your sword? Shinho shook her head and changed the topic. Speaking of the sword, Yichen's face revealed a trace of rarely seen excitement. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be completed in half a month. The sword the two were talking about was neither a semi-extreme grade sword nor a pseudo-extreme grade sword, but a genuine extreme grade sword. Although he didn't know the final grade of the sword, Yichen estimated that it would be at least at the peak of mid-supreme grade. As for the Sky Scorpio sword, before its crystal power was exhausted, it was merely mid-supreme grade. In order to forge an extreme grade sword, Yichen had failed 19 times in total, using up hundreds of extreme grade materials. If he hadn't been collecting extreme grade materials in the recent years and inherited a batch of them from Fire Emperor, as well as some gifted to him by Xianho, Demon Flower Emperor and Spirit Pill King, he wouldn't have had so many extreme grade materials to consume. The difficulty of forging an extreme grade sword was no less than breaking through to life and death realm. Fortunately, although he had failed 19 times apart from 10 sword embryos exploding, the other 9 times had produced defective swords, which were pseudo-extreme grade swords. Of the 9 pseudo-extreme grade swords, Yichen kept 3 for himself and gave the other 6 to Xianho, Demon Flower Emperor and Spirit Pill King as compensation. After forging the 20th extreme grade sword, Yichen's sword forging arts had reached a comprehensive level. Originally, he would have been satisfied with forging an ordinary extreme grade sword. The Sky Scorpio sword could be used for the defensive sword art, while this sword could be used for battle. However, he didn't expect that the incomplete extreme grade sword would release such a powerful might, surpassing the low-grade extreme grade. Therefore, Yichen wasn't in a hurry to complete it. Instead, he placed it at the center of the 99 origin return grade array, allowing it to absorb a large amount of spiritual chi and refine the sword's body. At the same time, he drew in the essence of the earth fiend true fire to refine the fine impurities within. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Behind the spirit cloud peak was a fiery red mountain peak that was releasing boundless heat. This was the place Yichen used to forge swords and was called the Sword Forging Peak. In the depths of the Sword Forging Peak, he had arranged an earth fiend true fire grade array. This great array could absorb the earth fiend true fire in the depths of the ground and use the power of the array to remove the false and retain the true, condensing the earth fiend true fire essence. The temperature of this earth fiend true fire essence was extremely shocking. Ordinary metal materials would be turned into ashes in less than a breath's time. Only extreme-grade materials could endure it, but they would also melt very quickly. At this moment, in the underground cave of the sword-forging peak, a sword that was about to take shape was dancing up and down. Its sharp sword chi could cut through everything in this world. Once this sword is born, my power will increase by quite a bit. I'll use it to kill all the alien race warriors invading Elysium. On the side, Yi Chen's eyes were cold and serious. The sword was used to kill people. The more people it killed, the stronger the killing intent would be, and the sharper the sword would be. Every strand of chi would have the power to cut souls. Using this sword to kill alien race warriors was undoubtedly the best way to sacrifice it. Walking out of the sword-forging peak, Yi Chen arrived at the Spirit Cloud Peak. On the peak, there were 6 youngsters training their sword skills. They were Yi Xian, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Yi Chen's 4 disciples. In the blink of an eye, a couple of years had passed. Some of them were already 20 years old, and some were nearing that age. Their growth was astonishing, especially the 4th disciple, Lung Xinghan. He was the strongest among the 6. Although he was only at the mid-astral reaching realm, his power was enough to compete with some famous Sea of Souls realm warriors. Master. Big brother. Seeing Yi Chen's arrival, everyone stopped their sparring. Faintly nodding, Yi Chen said, "I'm very satisfied with your progress. Unfortunately, I didn't give you much time. If you had a few more years, you might have reached the Sea of Souls realm." The great calamity of the foreign races would not only be a battle between life and death realm warriors, but also between Sea of Souls realm warriors. For example, in the parallel space battlefield where the Demon King was sealed, apart from the skeletons of life and death realm warriors, there were also Sea of Souls realm warriors and even astral reaching realm warriors. The alien race disaster was not only a disaster for the warriors of Elysium, but it was also a very dangerous opportunity. Once they got through it, they would definitely have a huge improvement. They might even be able to break through their limits and reach a realm that they had never been able to reach before. However, the condition was that they had to survive. Therefore, Yi Chen did not plan to let his top 4 disciples and siblings hide in the Falling Dust Sword School and survive with the Great Protective Spell. When it was necessary, they would have to join the battle and fight against the astral-reaching realm warriors of the alien races. But he also knew that although astral-reaching realm warriors were not as powerful as life and death realm warriors, astral-reaching realm warriors were actually the most dangerous ones. Whether it was the alien races or the Elysium, there were way too many astral-reaching realm warriors. They were just like small soldiers, and in battles, the ones who would die the most would be the small soldiers. He was a bit worried. "Don't worry, Master. I, Lung Xinghan, am not someone who will just live without purpose. I will live and die with the Falling Dust Sword School. The alien races have invaded our Elysium and they will pay with blood." Lung Xinghan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Dongfeng Bai, who was usually the most gentle, also said with a serious tone, "Master, you have always taught me that sword arts are for killing, not for show. This time I, Dongfeng Bai, will let go of everything and fight against the alien races." Big brother. The 6 of them were fearless, filled with passion. Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. "Not being afraid of death is a good thing, but I do not recommend fighting to the death without retreating. When it is time to retreat, you should retreat. Only by staying alive can you kill more alien races. Plus, this great disaster will be decided by the battles between us life and death realm warriors. I will teach you your sword formation combination attack method. You guys are almost done practicing it, so use it at the critical moment. Don't attract too much attention." No one would want their disciples and siblings to die on the battlefield, and Yi Chen did not want that either. While training them, he would try to give them a chance to survive. Days passed by, and the time for the appearance of the extreme rank great sword was getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, the whole of Elysium was getting quieter and quieter. It was the last calm before the storm. Chapter 999. Near the dead end, on a planet that had been stained with the blood of the Dragon King, there were many figures. Cursed Demon Emperor, Lord of Fear, I, the Troll Emperor, will be the commander this time. Do you have any objections? The figures were divided into 2 camps. The larger camp was the demons. At this moment, among the 3 leading demons, there was the Cursed Demon Emperor and the Lord of Fear. As for the one who spoke, it was a majestic middle-aged man with a height of 5 meters, arms and legs as thick as his eyes fell on the Cursed Demon Emperor and the Lord of Fear. "You can be the commander, but don't even think about ordering me. The cursed demon emperor seemed to be a little afraid of the majestic middle-aged man and didn't want to compete for the position of commander. Ordering you? I don't have the time for that, but it's good that you agree. Lord of Fear, what do you say? I don't care. The Lord of Fear was expressionless. If it were another demon who spoke to them like this, they would have been torn apart. The reason why they were afraid of the majestic middle-aged man was because the other party was stronger than them. No matter where they were, strength was respected. So what if you were cruel and inhumane? Even if your name could scare children to tears in the face of absolute strength, they were inferior. The strength of the Troll Emperor was not just a little higher than theirs, but his magic power was even more vigorous and boundless. After receiving the two's replies, the Troll Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Although the cursed demon emperor and the Lord of Fear were not as strong as him, it was a critical moment now. It would not be good for everyone if they fell out. Emperor Einshir, where is your senior brother, the Yin demonic emperor? The Troll Emperor asked the evil spirit camp. There was only one person leading the evil spirit. This person's face was yellow and ordinary, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake. In terms of mysteriousness, he was even more mysterious than the Yin demonic emperor. He was sealed again. Hearing the other party mention the Yin demonic emperor, Emperor Einshir frowned and said, "Sealed again? Who did it?" Generally speaking, seals were very difficult to remove. Only those ancient seals would become loose due to the corrosion of time. Now that the great battle was imminent, where would they have the time to unseal the Yin demonic emperor? Even if they were given 10 years, it wouldn't be enough. After all, their research on seals was inferior to humans. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Yi Qin, Xianhou, and the Demon Flower Emperor. Their auras are still lingering at the scene. Emperor Einshir flicked his fingernails, a mysterious killing intent appearing on his face. Yi Qin. The Troll Emperor had heard this name from other demons more than once. This boy was a rare genius. He was probably only 35 or 36 years old. Among the demons, 35 or 36 years old was impossible to achieve anything. I'll deal with this brat. Once I kill him, I should be able to make the others despair even faster. The Troll Emperor was very clear that Yi Qin had unknowingly become the symbol of Elysium, the spiritual pillar of many life and death kings. Everyone hoped for a miracle to happen to him. If he was cut off, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the people of Elysium. Leave that Xianhou to me. It's been a long time since I've tasted a human queen. Last time it was completely useless and she was played to death very quickly. The cursed demon emperor licked his lips, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Death Path, a vast expanse of primal chaos. Outside the death path was an even more boundless starry sky. The countless stars were like diamonds. In the starry sky that was unknown how far away from the death path, a dense black cloud appeared. The black cloud moved faster and faster, sweeping past the stars one after another. Only after getting closer did one realize that it was not a black cloud, but a fleet of completely sealed battleships. These battleships were entirely black, looking like huge shuttles. Dazzling blue flames were surging on both sides and at the rear of the battleships. It was precisely this flame that allowed the battleships to move as fast as light, without any sound or presence. If someone were here, they would definitely recognize these battleships. Each of these battleships was extremely valuable, and there were actually hundreds of them here. Go through space. An order came from inside the battleships. Yes, connect to the space stone's energy and go through space. 10-9-8-7-2-1. Bus. Bus, 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 bus. In front of the battleships, the space twisted, forming a horizontal funnel. The battleships rapidly entered and eventually disappeared. In the void of primal chaos, countless faint multicolored lights flickered. These lights were emitted by the huge gems on the exterior of the battleships. The interior of the battleship was extremely luxurious. At the head of the battleship there was a small conference room. Inside, a dozen demons were discussing something. Haha, this time we demons have mobilized an army of 2 million. Sweeping through Elysium will be a cinch. At that time all the resources inside will belong to us demons. The humans inside will also become our slaves. How much wealth would that be? You should know that human women are very popular outside. This amount of wealth is incalculable. Humans have the fastest reproduction rate. Once we sell a batch, we will immediately replenish another batch. We will never be able to sell all of them unless we sell the entire world at once. Who would be so foolish as to sell an entire world? But counting it, this is already the third inhabited world that we have conquered. This time, when we go to Elysium, I must get 100 beautiful human women to be my slaves. Everyone, don't be too happy too early. In ancient times, many races invaded Elysium. Although the people of other races in Elysium have all died, other than us demons, the evil spirit race's forces are still not weak. If we want to dominate the entire Elysium, our chances are not very high. At most, we will take 60 to 70%. The evil spirit race's forces are far inferior to us demons. Giving them 20% is already not bad. I wonder how many troops the evil spirit race will mobilize this time. In another part of the starry sky, there were also 200 battleships flying in the chaos. The demons are very powerful, so they probably won't give us a 60 to 40 split. In my opinion, it's already not bad for the evil spirit race to get 30%. No matter where the demons are, they have always been domineering. I'm just afraid that we won't even get 30%. You guys have never worked with the demons before, so you don't know how domineering they are. No way. We also mobilized 1 million troops this time. Could it be that we can only get 20%? The demons are not 4 times stronger than us, so why should they get 80%? It's still too early to talk about this now. Elysium is not easy to deal with. In ancient times, many of our races mobilized tens of millions of troops, but we still failed to conquer it. Instead, we suffered heavy casualties. It's not too late to talk about this after we conquer Elysium. What's there to be afraid of? The ancient times of Elysium are different from the modern times. Back then they could freely enter and exit their own world. There were many experts and they had the home ground. What about the modern times? They are extremely weak, and our evil spirit race and demons have many experts among them. It will be easy to conquer Elysium. That's true, but even a lion has to use its full strength to capture a rabbit. We can't be careless. Outside the dead end, there was a floating mountain peak. On the mountain peak, many palaces stood. Inside one of the palaces, 3 evil spirit race experts and 6 demons gathered together. Their cultivation bases were all terrifyingly high, all of them at the 5th sky of life and death realm. It should be known that outside of Elysium, the 5th sky of life and death realm was equivalent to 7-star battle power. In the blink of an eye, we've already guarded the entrance of Elysium for more than 90 years. When the 100 years is up, someone will come to replace us. 90 years is just a blink of an eye. We're very lucky. We'll be leaving in a few years, but who would have thought that it would be time for us to invade Elysium again? Yeah, Elysium has fallen, so we can take the opportunity to make some profits. The army should be here soon, right? There's no rush. It'll only be a few days later. Suddenly, the eyes of the leading demons lit up. They're here. Swish. As he spoke, his figure flickered and flew out of the palace, followed by the other 8. Unknowingly, hundreds of puppet battleships had appeared not far away from the floating mountain peak. The battleships on the right were all black and there were 400 of them. The battleships on the left were gray and there were 200 of them. Altogether, there were 600 battleships. Judging from the size of these battleships, each of them could carry 5,000 people. 600 battleships would be 3 million soldiers. The leading battleships opened and dozens of people walked out. Among them, the strongest was at the 5th sky of life and death realm, while the weakest was at the 3rd sky of life and death realm. Everyone, you've worked hard. Haha, it's nothing. It's only 100 years. Although the 9 people guarding the dead end were also at the 5th sky of life and death realm, their strength was much higher than other experts at the same level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to guard the dead end. Blood Rain, I didn't expect to see you this time. Haha, you've been guarding here for more than 90 years, right? Don't worry, as long as we conquer Elysium, we'll definitely get you some treasures. I'll give you as many beauties as you want. The 2 demons seemed to be familiar with each other and they started chatting. This time we'll definitely win. Inside, 3 of our great demon emperors have escaped. They are Lord Troll Emperor, Lord of Fear, and Lord Cursed Demon Emperor. Evil spirit race has suffered a bit this time. Lord Wind Demonic Emperor has been sealed again, leaving only Lord Emperor Shur. In the invasion of Elysium, Evil Emperor and Demon Emperor were the strongest. Each and every one of them was at the 7th sky of life and death realm. As for 8th sky of life and death realm, it was not that they couldn't come, but the key was that Elysium's suppression was too powerful. The stronger one was, the greater the suppression. 8th sky of life and death realm entering Elysium would only be a bit more powerful than 7th sky of life and death realm. Moreover, it would damage one's foundation. Therefore, apart from the ancient era, no 8th sky of life and death realm would enter Elysium. Once they died, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. After all, being killed by the enemy with one's strongest strength was better than being killed by the enemy with 2 sky of life and death realm. As for Ninth Sky of Life and Death Realm, don't even think about it. Ninth Sky of Life and Death Realm was very rare in every race. Not to mention the fact that they were unwilling to come. Even if they were willing, the race's higher-ups wouldn't allow them to come. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.